A dazed gasp escapes him, his mind struggling to process the last 4 minutes and 32 seconds of survival, as he slowly regains consciousness amidst the rubble. Clutching his head, Hyunmoo curses the situation, a desperate question forming on his lips about who could have caused such devastation. His hand reaches out to the debris, the thought of dying in such a place, under these circumstances, almost unbearable. He pushes himself up onto his hands and knees, a ragged cough tearing through his throat. Still lying prone, another series of coughs racks his body. He groans, then lets out a series of short, strained breaths, his gaze fixed on the overwhelming destruction around him. Finally, he manages to articulate a single, disbelieving word, wondering if the fine particles coating everything are merely dust. Still disoriented, Hyunmoo Kang groans, a curse escaping his lips as he struggles to comprehend his surroundings. Suddenly, a stark blue system window flashes into existence, announcing his death and a total survival duration of 0. He remembers the endless cycle, the repeated deaths, each one ending in a bloody, choking gasp. A pained grunt escapes him as he reaches out, the chilling realization settling in that he simply keeps waking up. This endless cycle of death and rebirth is his current hell, leaving him with a persistent, dry cough. His hand clenches around a rough wooden stick, a small, tangible comfort in the vast desolation. Standing amidst the rubble, he curses the situation, wondering how many times this agonizing cycle has repeated itself. He surveys the desolate, ruined city stretching before him, acknowledging the unknown dangers that lie ahead. With a determined grip on his makeshift weapon, he understands his time is limited, pushing him forward into the unknown. He remembers reaching out, desperate for a sanctuary that was just within grasp, the shelter tantalizingly close before darkness consumed him. His body was torn apart, blood splattering against the monstrous form that loomed over him, a sickening crunch marking his demise. As his vision blurred, a cold, unfeeling system message materialized before his eyes, confirming his death and the pitifully short, total survival duration of 0 days, 7 hours, 42 minutes, and 8 seconds. He simply experiences a painful death, over and over again, crushed beneath the weight of countless monstrous foes. Sometimes he was sliced clean through. Other times, torn apart by multiple shadowy figures, each demise a fresh agony. Standing amidst the glowing particles of a ruined city, he surveys the desolate landscape, a bitter thought forming in his mind. It's handsome, don't you think so too? What kind of person would walk willingly into this kind of hell because they want to? With a weary sigh, he bends down, his hand closing around a sturdy wooden stick. Holding his makeshift weapon, a determined expression settles on his face, ready to face whatever horrors this cycle demands next. Hyunmoo Kang unleashes a powerful, sweeping attack, his blade cutting through the air with a sharp, tearing sound. The weapon glows with fierce red energy as he continues his relentless assault. But the effort, or perhaps an unseen counter, twists his features into a pained grimace. He plummets through the ruined cityscape, debris and glowing particles swirling around him as he falls. Yet, a strange red energy field pulses below, a constant in his cycle of death and rebirth. He stands once more on crystalline ground, red energy radiating from beneath his feet. But the system's cold message confirms his fate, his survival duration reset to 0, his life extinguished once more. Then, his eyes snap open, glowing crimson, a determined, almost manic smile spreading across his face. This endless cycle is merely a challenge for a crazy fighter like him. One day, the world began to change. Massive, ornate gates, known as dungeons, began to tear open across the globe, unleashing a torrent of glowing particles. Simultaneously, people began to awaken to new powers, ushering in an entirely new era for the world. But for some, the awakening never came. As a D-star powerless layperson, he was told he had no chance of developing any abilities. That was the crushing verdict he was given. Even as a child, struggling to survive by gathering residual magical power, he was met with disdain. A figure in a hazmat suit looked down, dismissing his very existence as a waste of a life. That, he reflects, was the life he had lived in the past. A guttural sound echoes through a crumbling, purple-tinged space. As a figure in a pristine white hazmat suit moves away from the chaotic energy, another strained grunt escaping the scene. A gloved hand reaches out, a desperate, pained cry following its movement. And the hazmat-suited observer pauses, turning their head as if startled by a sudden, sharp impact. A massive splash erupting in the chaotic space. Meanwhile, Hyunmoo Kang's eyes glow with an intense purple light, as a voice asks him if he is alright. Back in the memory, the hazmat-suited figure stares at a swirling mass of dark, shadowy tendrils, another strained sound escaping the scene. A woman with glasses watches him with a worried expression, her concern evident as she asks if he is pushing himself too hard, a question that echoes his own internal thought. There was no escape. Yet, he simply replies, "I'm fine." A deep, guttural sound escapes him, a raw expression of the torment he endures. His mind echoes with a dismissive challenge, questioning the effort put forth. A strained laugh escapes Hyunmoo Kang, his face contorted in a mix of pain and grim determination. The memory flashes to a gloved hand, clad in a hazmat suit, reaching out in the darkness. Meanwhile, a news report blares across the screen, announcing the Taibi clan's latest achievement, spearheaded by Li Jidi. The broadcast details their success, having successfully raided the formidable Devil's Den dungeon. A voice questions the frequency of their raids, noting it as the third in a single month, a fact quickly confirmed. Li Jidi, observing the news on a large screen, takes credit for the victory, attributing it to the collective efforts of his clan's hunters. Elsewhere, Hyun Wukong looks on with a puzzled expression as a man introduces himself simply as Robert Lee, a lawyer. As the lawyer, Robert Lee, extends his hand, offering small, luminous spheres, he explains that he has come to deliver what Hyunmu's father left for him. The two men sit across from each other, the weight of the inheritance palpable between them. A slight smile plays on Robert Lee's lips as he expresses his relief that Hyunmu is finally recovering. He continues, revealing that they have managed to unlock Hyunmu's true power, a statement that causes the young man's hand to clench, a fierce desire to advance burning within him. Robert Lee watches him, his smile unwavering. Hyunmu's gaze hardens, determined to discover the full extent of his capabilities. He feels a surge of energy, a sensation that makes him believe he can finally reach out and grasp his destiny. Suddenly, a vibrant pink and purple energy erupts around his clenched fist, sparkling with raw power. The energy engulfs him, a surprised gasp escaping his lips as the immense force courses through his body. As the raw power surged through him, Hyun Wukong cried out, his face contorted in a mix of pain and exertion, enveloped by a vibrant red aura. His hand reached out instinctively, surrounded by a blinding white and blue energy, as a strange, ringing system sound echoed around him. Then, a blue interface materialized before him, displaying a stark, welcome message. He found himself falling through an endless void, his body wreathed in shimmering purple energy, another system prompt appearing near his feet. When he finally came to a stop, a blood-red moon hung ominously in the sky, leaving him to wonder, what is this place? He looked up at the unfamiliar cityscape, his voice filled with confusion as he asked, where am I? His hand clenched tightly, noticing the splatters of blood around him. A pained grunt escaped his lips, his jaw set in grim determination. Struggling against an unseen force, his silhouette was consumed by a dark, swirling aura, as another cry of pain escaped him. The world around him shifts violently, depositing him into a desolate cityscape bathed in an ominous red glow, strange particles drifting through the air. He lands with a heavy thud, his body impacting against jagged, purple-hued rock formations. The ground beneath him cracks and shatters, revealing more of the eerie, glowing crystals. As he struggles to regain his bearings, a system message flashes before his eyes, declaring the difficulty of this new realm. Difficulty, hell. The air crackles with unseen energy. And another message appears, confirming his worst fears. You are entering the star of apocalypse. Before he can even react to the ominous declaration, a sudden, powerful blow erupts from the side, a white humanoid figure with a glowing red fist striking with brutal force. The impact sends him reeling, his body thrown backward amidst a shower of debris. Gasping for air, Hyun Wukong struggles to rise, purple energy still swirling around him from the impact. A system message flashes before his eyes, displaying a grim countdown to total survival, and a single thought echoes in his mind. I die. He can barely process it as the white humanoid entities close in, their attacks relentless, the purple energy intensifying around him. A sharp blow connects, sending him reeling. He lets out a desperate cry, a raw scream of defiance against the overwhelming odds. Multiple figures descend upon him, their combined force sending him plummeting through the air. He falls, battered and bruised, the relentless attacks continuing from every direction. Another strike connects, accompanied by the chilling declaration, and die. But even as he plummets, a fierce resolve ignites in his eyes, a spark of determination refusing to be extinguished. Hyun Wukong stands ready, his sword gripped tight, resolved to survive this ordeal, even if it means facing death once more. Yet, the relentless assault of the goblin-like entities quickly overwhelms him, sending him to the ground as one of them taunts his prone form. Its face twisting into a vicious snarl, its aggressive intent undeniable. Brutal blows rain down upon him, each impact a jarring reminder of his desperate struggle. But amidst the pain, a thought ignites within him, a different perspective on his grim fate. As a brilliant light flares around him and a profound realization takes hold, if he is fated to die and be reborn, then in a strange way, he can never truly be extinguished. Empowered by this insight, he explodes upward, delivering a devastating punch that shatters the face of one of his attackers. A surge of raw power, a rebirth. He stands victorious over the defeated creature, the system's timer counting down, a mere 12 seconds left in this harrowing trial. Gasping for breath, Hyun Wukong lay on the ground, a faint purple glow emanating from his body as he struggled to rise, a single word of frustration escaping his lips. With a sudden surge of resolve, he sprang to his feet, his hand instinctively reaching for the hilt of his blade, drawing it with a swift, practiced motion. His eyes now burned with an intense purple light, as a vibrant aura of the same color flared around him, crackling with raw power. Without hesitation, Hyun Wukong launched himself into the fray, a purple streak against the dark, his blade a deadly extension of his will as he met the remaining creatures. He moved with impossible speed, a crimson afterimage trailing behind him as he carved a path through the enemy ranks. His face remained a mask of fierce determination, the purple energy still radiating from him as he pressed his relentless assault. With each precise strike, his grip on the sword tightened, a silent exclamation of his unwavering resolve. Moments later, the battle was over, Hyun Wukong standing amidst the crumpled, lifeless forms of his defeated foes. The silence that followed was broken only by the soft thudding of their bodies, a testament to his swift and brutal efficiency. With a guttural roar, Hyun Wukong unleashes a torrent of purple energy, his hand glowing intensely as the surrounding goblin-like creatures are thrown back by the sheer force. Despite the assault, one of the creatures, eyes burning red, lunges forward with desperate ferocity. Before it can connect, Hyun Wukong's glowing hand flashes out again, meeting the charge with another burst of power. The creature's snarl turns to a shriek of agony, its form engulfed in the vibrant purple light. The rapid succession of attacks leaves only a blur of motion and residual purple light. As Hyun Wukong stands resolute amidst the chaos, his aura still flaring, the remaining creatures recoiling in disbelief. But the victory feels hollow, a mere prelude to something far greater, a question echoing in the oppressive silence. The Star of Apocalypse? From the depths, a truly monstrous entity emerges, its multiple red eyes burning with malevolence, a guttural roar tearing through the air. The remaining creatures, invigorated by its presence. The horde of grotesque, goblin-like creatures swarms forward, their numbers seemingly endless. He lets out a guttural cry of pain, as the force of their combined assault sends him flying through the air. Landing hard, he pushes through the agony, a defiant roar escaping his lips, his face contorted in a grimace of sheer will. One of the monstrous beings sinks its teeth into his arm, but he merely clenches his fist. The pain a distant thought as a singular resolve burns within him. None of that matters. With a savage surge of strength, he drives his arm straight through the creature, impaling it with brutal efficiency. Still locked in a desperate struggle, he lets out a guttural roar, his determination unwavering. He continues to fight, a lone silhouette against the backdrop of a blood-red moon and a ravaged city, battling against an overwhelming tide of monstrous forms. Suddenly, a clear, triumphant chime rings out, signaling the completion of his arduous task. Exhausted and bloodied, Hyun Wukong stands amidst the carnage, his breath coming in ragged gasps, a knife still clutched in his hand. His foot rests upon the defeated, a system message confirming his incredible endurance, 35 days of continuous survival. But the respite is short-lived as a colossal, shadowy claw descends from the darkness above, accompanied by a low, guttural rumble. A monstrous visage, all teeth and shadow, looms over a crimson reflection, its presence chilling the air. 3 new system alerts flash, each revealing a terrifying truth. The shattering star, Gaul, the starving star, Yogurlim, and the whispering star, Monstville, are all now watching him. Even the cosmic entities, the very stars themselves, seem to chatter with ominous interest. His eyes glowed a furious red, tears streaming down his face as a crimson aura pulsed around him. A deep, ragged breath escaping him. Around him, the grotesque forms of defeated monsters lay piled high, their bodies still faintly glowing with residual magic. From a distance, Li Jidi and a red-haired woman watch the scene unfold, their expressions unreadable. But Hyun Wukong's focus remained singular, a chilling declaration forming on his lips. All of you. His mouth stretched into a wide, menacing grin, as he stood tall amidst the carnage, now radiating a vibrant purple energy. With each step, the ground beneath him crystallized into glowing purple shards, as he began to walk forward. His eyes still burned red, his smile unwavering, a chilling promise in his gaze. His voice, now laced with an unwavering resolve, echoes with a chilling promise, declaring his intent to crush all who stand against him. A squelching sound echoes through the oppressive darkness. As a boot sinks into a viscous, glowing purple liquid, the unsettling sound repeating with each step. Hyun Wukong, clad in a protective hazmat suit, navigates the contaminated, industrial ruins. His gaze, sharp even through the gas mask, scans the desolate surroundings. A small, glowing purple fragment rests in his gloved hand, and he mutters, "Crap, this was a waste too." Leaving behind a massive, inert mass, he continues his trek through the eerie silence. He clicks his tongue in annoyance, considering the sheer size of the creature he just passed. Such a specimen, he thinks, would have easily filled his daily quota. A sudden, unseen force slams into Hyun Wukong, eliciting a pained grunt as he braces against the impact. His gloved hand recoils violently, a burst of purple energy erupting around it. The force continues its assault, sending his leg buckling beneath him. Finally, a massive explosion of energy engulfs him, knocking him off his feet. As he lies sprawled on the ground, another hazmat-suited figure rushes to his side, asking if he's all right. He slowly pushes himself up, assuring them he's fine despite the obvious struggle. A female colleague, Tu Min, looks on with concern, wondering if he isn't pushing himself too hard. As the sludge research team moves through the contaminated zone, Tu Min continues to voice her exasperation. She scolds him for his recklessness, reminding him that they are in a level 3 contaminated zone, not a normal area. Still reeling from the impact, Hyunmoo hears a familiar voice admonish him, reminding him that people like them are only there to make money, and that his recklessness could lead to their demise. The voice urges him not to push himself, calling him Kong SSI, and he can only offer a hesitant, "Yeah, I guess." In response, his identity as a crystal moss collector now confirmed. Despite the confirmation of his role and the potential for earnings, a single, frustrated expletive escapes his lips, revealing his true feelings. Later, as he clutches a wad of crumpled bills, he muses to himself, "Just banking this money, huh?" His expression is one of deep dissatisfaction. Despite the wealth, as he thinks, "I'm supposed to be happy with this world." The thought lingers, "Isn't fair," as his mind drifts back to a pivotal moment from 10 years ago, marked by a faint, glowing door. 10 years ago, a young man stood in a bustling store, his back to the world, unaware of the harsh realities that would soon define his existence. For him, the official chance distribution was a cruel joke, stating that only a minuscule 0.0001% of citizens awakened to powers, and he had received absolutely nothing. He was merely a 10-star powerless hunter, with no chance of ever developing any abilities. Suddenly, a voice cut through his thoughts, calling out to him, "Kong Hong SSI?" He hadn't been given a single chance in life, and now a man introduced himself as Robert Lee, a hunter, explaining he had come to deliver what Hyunmoo's father had left behind. Hyunmoo could only stammer about his father, wondering what he could have left, as Robert Lee offered his condolences, before dismissively labeling him a bottom feeder. A bitter laugh escaped him, the words echoing in his mind, "I don't have any parents." Such was the life of Kong Hyunmoo, and this piece of crap was all that remained. A small, unassuming pendant, crafted from a dull, dark stone, dangles from a hand, its surface reflecting a faint, ethereal glow. The voice confirms, "That's correct." Within the Weizong Mana Specialization Industrial District, Hyunmoo Kong and Yumin examine the pendant, with Yumin remarking that it doesn't appear to be a very expensive necklace. Robert Lee, standing nearby, identifies the item as a returned stone, prompting a surprised query about its nature. Yumin then clarifies, explaining that it's an item hunters use to escape dungeons. With a soft rustle, she reaches out to take the stone. Robert expresses his assumption, stating he's sure Hyunmoo doesn't plan to enter a dungeon, to which the young man replies, "Something like that for me." Holding the stone, Yumin echoes the sentiment, wondering aloud why Hyunmoo would need to enter a dungeon anyway. She leans in, trying to catch his attention, a soft exclamation escaping her lips as she addresses him directly. With a resigned sigh, Hyunmoo Kong looks forward, asserting that he knows what he's doing. As the engine rumbles to life, a voice asks if she has heard about Lee Jidi, noting his recent popularity. She dismisses the question, stating simply, "I don't care. The bus is here." A quiet okay follows. Meanwhile, a news report flashes across a screen, announcing that today, the Taesung clan, led by Lee Jidi, has achieved a significant feat. The report continues, detailing how the clan has successfully raided the 5-star dungeon known as Treasurer. A graphic appears, posing the question of whether this marks the 3rd time a 5-star dungeon has been raided globally, to which the answer is confirmed as, "That's correct." Further details emerge regarding the expedition's success, with leader Lee Jidi quoted on his perspective. He humbly states that this was the result of all of my clan's hunters' efforts. Later, in a quiet office, Yumin sits opposite Lee Jidi, both reflecting on the recent news. A confident smile plays on his lips as he adds, "I'm glad that, especially with this raid." Lee Jidi, ever confident, declares that his clan has successfully showcased Korea's true power to the world. The world knows him as Lee Jidi, a man who is not only incredibly wealthy and handsome, but also possesses an undeniably good-looking face. He was born with every advantage, as if he came into the world with a silver spoon already in his mouth. In stark contrast, Hyunmoo Kong holds a small, unremarkable stone, feeling as though all he possesses is this useless rock. Yet, a fierce determination burns within him, knowing that if he could just get one chance like that, he would seize it. He would definitely do everything in his power. As his resolve hardens, a vibrant surge of purple and pink energy erupts from his clenched fist, radiating outward. The raw power intensifies, enveloping him in a brilliant, expanding aura. Enveloped in a powerful, reddish-pink aura, Hyunmoo Kong gritted his teeth, struggling against an unseen force. Suddenly, a glowing blue interface materialized before him, displaying a single word, "Welcome." The world around him blurred into streaks of light and shadow, leaving him utterly disoriented. He found himself plummeting through the air, a familiar system message box now resting on the concrete below. As he landed, his gaze shot upwards, taking in the sight of a colossal red moon hanging ominously over an unfamiliar city, leaving him to question his very location. Standing on a rooftop, his eyes widened in shock, the sheer scale of the new environment overwhelming him. His hand instinctively clenched into a fist, a trickle of blood visible on his arm from the abrupt transition. Another digital chime echoed, and a new system message appeared, adding to his growing confusion. The glowing blue text now commanded him to break through your limits. He gasps, a sharp intake of breath as the word mana echoes in his mind, followed by a guttural ugh and a strained ha escaping his lips. Suddenly, a new system message blazes before him, declaring that he has accomplished the impossible. More messages cascade, informing him he's entered Hell difficulty and gained the title God Killer, along with Mana Absorber at 2 different levels, all despite low preparation. His eyes widen in disbelief, a frantic W8, Hell, escaping him, as the impossible accomplishment is reiterated. Then, a final, stark message appears, declaring him the final survivor. Overwhelmed, he collapses to his knees, the word final, a desperate question hanging in the air. As the void around him dissipates, he finds himself standing in a ruined city under a blood-red sky, massive glowing crystals piercing the landscape, prompting him to call out, "What's going on here? Hey, is there anyone out there?" His hand flies to his mouth, a look of utter distress on his face, as he whispers a desperate, questioning "Hey?" The only response is the silent, ominous glow of the towering crystals, a stark exclamation point in this desolate new world. He knelt, examining the strange, glowing formations around him, a whisper escaping his lips as he recognized the unique texture of crystal moss. Touching the crystalline growth, a system message confirmed his suspicion, revealing that this rare moss was valued at hundreds of dollars per gram. His eyes widened in disbelief, the sheer potential wealth of his surroundings beginning to dawn on him. Carefully, he extracted a large chunk, its purple glow illuminating his awestruck face. As he surveyed the vast field of crystals, his estimations rapidly escalated from thousands to tens of thousands of dollars. The reality of his discovery settled in, a sudden, overwhelming sense of having hit the ultimate jackpot. His face contorted in a mixture of shock and elation, the implications of such immense wealth almost too much to process. But before he could fully revel in his fortune, a sudden, violent tremor ripped through the air, a blinding flash of red light engulfing his vision. He gasped, a pained grunt escaping him as he struggled to comprehend the abrupt and violent shift in his surroundings. He gasps, a choked sound escaping his throat as the world around him erupts in a blinding, painful red. The force of the impact sends him reeling, his body tumbling into an abyss of darkness. A sharp, piercing sound rings in his ears, followed by a system alert. He is poisoned and paralyzed. He tries to move, to fight, but his limbs refuse to obey, a desperate plea escaping him as he struggles for breath. More system messages flash before his eyes, warning of continuous stamina consumption and an attack by unseen enemies. Incapacitated, he lies amidst glowing red tendrils, the chaotic energy swirling around his prone form. Slowly, painfully, he manages to lift a hand, a silent plea for understanding. Regaining some control, he pushes himself up, his gaze sweeping over the ruined city, questioning the system's warning of enemies when none are visible. Standing amidst the glowing debris, he searches the desolate landscape, finding no immediate threat. But then, the system delivers a chilling message, declaring his death to fine dust at level 1. His eyes snap open, a new system notification flashing above him, as he questions the bizarre cause of his demise. Hyunmoo Kong stirs from unconsciousness, his eyes fluttering open in a dark, unfamiliar space, a soft groan escaping his lips as he questions the reality of his situation. Sitting up, he finds himself confronted by a glowing system window, announcing a new quest to defeat a boss monster for a skill reward. His eyes widen in a mixture of shock and dread, the implications of the message sinking in. Suddenly, the ground beneath him vanishes, and he plunges through the air, a desperate scream tearing from his throat as he plummets through a cityscape. As he continues his terrifying descent, a fierce resolve hardens his expression, vowing vengeance on whoever is responsible for his torment. His face contorts with a mixture of fury and grim determination, the promise of retribution etched into his features. Yet, as the ground rushes closer, his anger gives way to a profound despair, a quiet apology escaping his lips as he acknowledges this as his 8th death. Hyunmoo Kong lay crumpled amidst glowing purple crystals, his body racked with pain, desperately begging for salvation. But his pleas went unanswered, and his body gave out, a system message confirming his 11th death and a mere 11 minutes of survival. With each demise, the system granted him increased resistance to both poison and paralysis. Gasping for air, he sat up again, deciding on a new, desperate strategy, to inhale the toxic dust, hoping to build immunity faster. But the attempt was futile, and he died once more. His body collapsed, another system message appearing to show an even shorter survival time. Yet, he rose again, a determined glint in his eyes, acknowledging his 12th death and the continued increase in his poison resistance. As he closed his eyes, a thought sparked in his mind, a memory of breathing techniques, while the system confirmed his increased paralysis resistance. A memory surfaced, a hand on his back, a voice instructing him not to keep his breath in his chest, but to draw it from somewhere lower, below his lungs. A voice from a memory echoes, reassuring Hyunmoo Kong that he is doing great, that he is on the right path. The mentor's silhouette appears, his words filled with conviction, declaring that among all the students he has seen, Hyunmoo Kong possesses by far the most potential. He concludes that such talent would be worth anticipating. Back in the present, Hyunmoo Kong collapses amidst glowing purple particles, a system message confirming his death and the total time he survived. 1 day, 1 hour, 41 minutes, and 21 seconds. A level up notification flashes, signaling his progress even in defeat. Sitting up, he stares at his hands. A new system message indicating this is his 28th death, a look of confusion crossing his face. As he rises, a strange lightness fills his body, prompting him to wonder if his level has increased, just as a system message appears asking rise, and stating that the poison in his body has reached a critical point. He murmurs in thought, pondering the implications. Then, a final, astonishing system message appears, declaring that he will no longer suffer damage from poison, leaving him utterly bewildered. Still reeling from the sudden system notifications, Hyun-Woo looks around in utter bewilderment, wondering what exactly just happened. A faint memory of poisoned blood flashes through his mind, but he dismisses it as nonsense, his confusion deepening as he tries to make sense of the chaotic situation. Suddenly, his gaze falls upon a cluster of vibrant, glowing purple crystals, illuminating the dark cavern with an ethereal light. These aren't just any crystals, they are crystal moss, shimmering with an otherworldly glow. As he reaches out and touches one, a thought crosses his mind. He wishes these beautiful crystal mosses were real, not just a hallucination from the poison. But then, a system message appears before him, asking if he would like to collect the crystal moss, a prompt that shatters his disbelief. Before he can fully process it, another message confirms that his inventory has been enabled, leaving him utterly stunned by this unexpected development. The system then provides detailed information about the crystal moss, describing it as a rare crystal form weighing 10 kilograms, confirming its tangible existence. A wide grin spreads across his face as he realizes the implications of these new abilities, thinking to himself that he never knew he could do something like this, and now he can do all sorts of things. Still reeling from the sudden changes, he struggles to catch his breath, a low groan escaping his lips. As he slowly rises, a peculiar, repetitive sound echoes through the cavern, a sound he's heard before, yet can't quite place. The realization hits him like a physical blow, his mind screaming at the implications of a monster SOS as he spots a distant, menacing swarm. A wave of pure terror washes over him, the chilling certainty that he's about to be devoured consuming his thoughts. The swarm descends upon him in a frenzied blur, their sharp claws reaching, threatening to tear him apart. Just as despair threatens to consume him, a system message flashes, revealing a sudden surge in his abilities, a direct consequence of his formidable title. With a guttural cry, Hyun-Woo unleashes a devastating punch, a crimson aura erupting around him, sending the monstrous horde recoiling. He screams, a raw, primal sound of exertion and fury, as the overwhelming power continues to surge through him, tearing through the remaining creatures. The final, explosive surge of energy obliterates the last of the swarm, leaving only a chilling, triumphant echo of his rage. The monstrous swarm, a crimson tide of shadowy forms, crashed over him, their collective roar echoing with primal fury. Engulfed by the overwhelming numbers, he struggled against the tide, but their sheer force was too much. One particularly grotesque, spiky creature lunged forward, its glowing form a harbinger of his impending doom. A blinding explosion of red energy erupted, signaling the end of the desperate struggle. As the dust settled, a stark system message materialized before his fading vision. You have died. Total time survived. 00D 6 hours 18 minutes and 1s. Yet, before true unconsciousness could claim him, another notification appeared, announcing that normal achievements have been obtained. His eyes remained closed, but the system continued to process, revealing a new status. More normal achievements have been obtained. As he lay there, a final, perplexing message appeared. You have poisoned and killed over 100 monsters at once. The power of poisoned blood has increased. He could only wonder, what is this? Raising his hands, he muttered in disbelief. So you're telling me, these are mosquitoes? Did I die from sucking my blood, which became poison? He suddenly feels his body contract an unknown disease, his health steadily draining away, and he can only curse the absurd situation. Still reeling from his brush with death, he questions the cruel irony of this new affliction, even as a system notification confirms he's learned something new. The new ability, Dismantle, registers in his mind, leaving him utterly bewildered by its purpose. His body continues to betray him, bacteria accumulating as his health plummets below 10%, though his last man standing title triggers regeneration, drawing a frustrated curse from him. The cycle repeats itself, the system messages confirming the bacterial infection, the health drain, and the automatic regeneration, making him realize this strange phenomenon is now happening on its own. He acknowledges the Dismantle skill, noting its surprising utility despite being a normal ability, and recalls how he acquired it by simply breaking a chair leg. Gazing out a window at a monstrously large mosquito, he considers the bizarre possibilities of this new reality. With the broken chair leg in hand, he contemplates putting his newly acquired skill to the test. He experiments with his new ability, the sound of wood splintering and separating filling the air. A wide grin spreads across his face as he surveys the scattered pieces, a thought forming in his mind. Isn't this incredibly awesome, he muses. If he could dismantle objects just by touching them, the possibilities were endless. He gasps, realizing the implications. A sudden system message flashes before him, confirming his hypothesis, and a new skill, creation, is added to his repertoire. I got it, he exclaims. He pumps his fist in triumph. a surge of exhilaration coursing through him. This wasn't part of his immediate plan, but the opportunity was too good to pass up. He could do it now. With a confident smirk, he grips a broken chair leg, ready to put his new abilities to the test. Breathing heavily, Hyunmoo Kong lies on the ground, purple energy still swirling around him, the sheer effort of his recent actions evident in his ragged gasps. Hyunmoo sits amidst the rubble, a glowing purple crystal clutched in his hand, his mind racing with the uncertainty of his situation, wondering how long he might have been stranded in this desolate place. The air around him still crackles with residual energy, a faint purple glow emanating from the ruined staircase nearby. He rises, a grim determination settling on his features, knowing that to survive, he must secure a safe haven. His gaze falls back to the crystal, a pragmatic thought forming in his mind. He'll sell it first to get by. As he moves, his foot rustles against something on the ground, revealing a discarded newspaper. He kneels, picking it up, and tries to decipher the unfamiliar script, a strange word catching his eye. ST star? Suddenly, a system message flashes before his eyes, confirming that he has obtained a common language. He struggles to decipher the newspaper, the unfamiliar characters a frustrating blur, until a system notification grants him understanding. The words twin star and JT begin to form, prompting a soft groan of recognition, then a sharp intake of breath. His mind races, questioning if the Lee JT mentioned is the same Lee JT of the Twin Star Guild, a name that resonates with his past. He muses that this Twin Star Guild seems eerily similar to his previous world. Absorbed in the newsprint, he continues to scan the articles, searching for any clue to his predicament. A grim realization dawns on him, as he wonders if this desolate place is truly his new reality. Gazing out at the ruined cityscape, bathed in an unnatural purple light, he questions if this is what became of his former world. The skeletal remains of towering buildings stand as silent monuments to a catastrophe that reshaped the very landscape. A heavy sigh escapes him, acknowledging the futility of dwelling on the past, knowing there's nothing he can do to change what has already transpired. With a renewed sense of purpose, he declares his intention to focus on what he can control, to start with what is immediately possible. As determination hardens his features, a new system message flashes into existence, presenting him with a single, stark command: dismantle. Exhausted from the continuous dismantling, Hyunmoo lets out a weary sigh, the system confirming he has acquired a Hell Mosquito's stinger. More items appear, including Hell Mosquito's wings, and even some rare Hell Mosquito's blood, scattered across the ground. Though a multitude of materials had materialized, he reaches down to pick up one, a soft click echoing in the silence. Contemplating what he could possibly craft with these newfound resources, a production system message flashes before his eyes. He examines a particular item, a Hell Dart, noting its rarity, but also the unexpected presence of dirt clinging to it. The dart seems useful, yet the thought of simply selling such a rare find feels too easy, especially considering even a boss monster wouldn't yield something so valuable. A new resolve settles over him. He decides he needs to conduct some thorough research on these mysterious materials. His fingers trace the intricate details of the item, as he sits surrounded by the accumulated materials, wondering if these are truly all the components he possesses. Hyunmoo reaches out, his hand bathed in a brilliant, golden light. A system message confirms a great success, announcing the production of an unknown, legendary egg, and a slight increase in his production abilities. He holds the newly formed item, a small, egg-like object, noting its size is roughly that of his fist. Another system notification appears, revealing a 50-50 chance to bring the unknown egg to life, either by meeting specific requirements or by using his own abilities, a fact he acknowledges with a thoughtful expression. He continues to examine the mysterious egg, a soft, almost ethereal sound accompanying his focused gaze. A sudden, unexpected reaction crosses his face, a flush rising to his cheeks as he stares at the item. Later, exhausted, he sits on the ground, quietly eating something to regain his strength. His eyes suddenly widen in alarm, a sharp exclamation escaping him. He looks around frantically, demanding to know what just occurred. A pained gasp escapes him, followed by a sharp intake of breath as he recoils from the unseen disturbance. From behind a crumbling wall, a small, clawed hand slowly emerges. His eyes widen in disbelief, uttering a stunned question about the presence of a goblin. The creature, a goblin with piercing yellow eyes, peers out with a malevolent glare. Meanwhile, on the ground, a mysterious red glow pulses with an ethereal light. His hand instinctively recoils, a sharp sound of pain escaping him as the glow intensifies. Suddenly, the goblin drops from above, hanging upside down, its form fully revealed. Hyunmoo's face contorts in pure terror, his eyes wide with shock at the creature's sudden, impossible appearance. The goblin points a clawed finger directly at him, its voice raspy as it declares, "Me." Hyunmoo recoils from the sudden assault, a sharp crackle of energy accompanying the impact as blood splatters nearby. A pained grunt escapes him as he glances back, the crunch of pursuit echoing behind him. He scrambles up the stairs, his footsteps pattering quickly, while the goblin drops from above, closing the distance with alarming speed. Frustration boils over as he curses the creature, realizing escape is no longer an option. His jaw clenches, eyes narrowing with fierce resolve, a silent decision made in the heat of battle. With a determined shout, he calls forth his inventory. Blue energy crackles around his outstretched hand, a weapon materializing in a flash of light. The newly summoned blade, glowing crimson, slashes through the air, connecting with a sickening crackle as blood erupts. The goblin is sent hurtling backward, its momentum abruptly halted by the force of the blow. Hyunwoo's foot recoils from a sudden, sharp impact, as a green, clawed hand reaches out from the shadows. A red-capped goblin, level 20, cackles menacingly, its dagger glinting. Before its foot slams down, forcing him to pull back. But before the creature can press its advantage, Hyunwoo unleashes a wide, sweeping arc of crimson energy from his summoned blade, sending two goblins hurtling backward through the air. The force of the attack continues to ripple, throwing several more of the creatures away from him, yet one moves with impossible speed, catching Hyunwoo off guard. He exclaims, "It's fast." The red-capped goblin's face contorts in a mixture of shock and fury. Hyunwoo, caught completely off guard, can only utter a surprised sound as he processes the unsettling realization that a monster is speaking. Before he can fully react to the revelation, a goblin lunges, striking him with brutal force. Its clawed hand clamps down on his arm, and his eyes widen in shock, as he feels his inventory items slip from his grasp, scattering across the ground. Another blow sends him reeling. But in that instant, a crimson energy blade flashes, slicing through the attacking goblin with deadly precision. The creature's face contorts in a final, agonizing grimace as the blade cleaves through it, leaving Hyunwoo to gasp for breath. Gasping with effort, Hyunwoo channels his power, a crimson energy blade manifesting from his hand. With a swift, decisive motion, the blade plunges deep into the goblin's chest. A surprised gurgle escapes the creature as it stumbles backward, clutching the wound. Then, with a final drip of blood, the glowing blade retracts, leaving the goblin to fall. Standing over the defeated foe, he considers the power he just wielded, wondering if it would one day force him to sacrifice his own arm. As he turns and walks away, clutching his arm, the unsettling question lingers. What if that had been his real arm? Suddenly, a new, horrifying realization washes over him, his eyes widening in shock. Surveying the scattered remnants of his inventory on the dungeon floor, he cries out, "It's gone. Where did it go?" Dropping to his hands and knees, he frantically searches through the debris, a desperate cry escaping him. Suddenly, a powerful, unseen force slams into him, sending him flying across the dungeon floor. A pained gasp escapes his lips, his body convulsing from the unexpected impact. His eyes widen in disbelief and despair, the realization hitting him that he might be utterly finished. Before he can even recover, he's violently slammed back down, the dungeon floor cracking beneath him. Blood trickles from his mouth, his vision swimming as the world spins into a dizzying blur. The impact leaves him disoriented, his senses reeling. As his vision clears slightly, a grotesque, goblin-like figure looms over him, a cruel sword glinting in its grasp. The creature lets out a dismissive grunt, its glowing yellow eyes fixed on the defeated hunter. Then, with a final, humiliating gesture, it plants a heavy, clawed foot squarely on his chest, pinning him to the ground. Still reeling from the brutal assault, Hyunwoo gasps, his body racked with pain as purple energy crackles around him. A voice echoes, cold and triumphant, confirming that there are still humans left. Stamina critically low, his body glowing with residual purple energy, Hyunwoo pushes himself up, a single thought burning in his mind. He would get his payback. Lying on the ground, the system confirms his success, a notification flashing. Quest cleared. His breath ragged, exhaustion etched across his face, he lets out a weary, yet relieved, sigh. Another system message confirms the completion of the first Night in Hell quest, and he whispers to himself, "I did it." Above the distant city, the sky glows with an ethereal purple light, a silent witness to his struggle. As a reward, 1 silver ore is provided, with the system adding that due to the quest's difficulty relative to his level, the reward would be increased. As the system confirms his rewards, Hyunwoo Kang's silver box is designated to become a gold box, and the return store is now accessible until his next quest begins. A countdown appears before him, marking the precise moment until his next challenge. With a soft glow emanating from his hand, he feels a surge of anticipation. A wave of relief washes over him as he realizes he can finally go back. A sudden, jarring shift in reality takes hold, leaving him disoriented and gasping, his face contorted in confusion. He finds himself suspended in a featureless white void, utterly bewildered by the sudden change in his surroundings. Then, just as quickly, he is on a wet city street, staring up at towering buildings, a single thought echoing in his mind. This is... His eyes widen in shock as the full implication dawns on him, a single word escaping his lips, "I'm." A triumphant roar escapes him, his arms thrown wide in exhilaration as he proclaims his return, having successfully navigated the trials. His fingers tugging at the zipper of his jacket, he feels the familiar fabric against his skin. Another shout of victory echoes, his torn shirt revealing the powerful physique he'd honed. But the celebration is cut short as the world around him dissolves, and he finds himself staring down at a broken chair on a grimy city street, his expression shifting from joy to utter shock. The abstract void gives way to concrete reality, and a grimace of frustration tightens his features, his eyes narrowed in a mix of confusion and resolve. He clenches a fist, the sound of his knuckles cracking echoing the tension building within him. Standing firm on the wet pavement, he prepares himself for whatever this unexpected return might bring. A metallic click echoes through the downpour, and a voice calls out, questioning his presence. As the sound of a creaking door reaches him, Hyunmoo Kang turns to see a woman standing nearby, her expression unreadable. The metallic clank of something falling nearby punctuates his disbelief as he surveys the desolate, rain-soaked street, realizing the absurdity of his current predicament. The woman, her hand gently on his arm, warns him of the potential dangers, suggesting that if things go wrong, he could be suffering from pain poisoning. Now clad in a simple white hooded garment, Hyunmoo Kang listens as the woman, her voice softened by the persistent rain, insists they must move away from their current location first. The rain continues to fall, soaking his hands and legs, as he kneels, clearly struggling with an unseen discomfort. His face, framed by the hood, contorts in a grimace, a clear sign of his mounting distress. Later, indoors and wrapped tightly in a white blanket, he stands, still looking disoriented. He tentatively calls out, a soft hello, escaping his lips into the quiet room. A woman with long, light brown hair and glasses holds out a plate of food, insisting that he eat, even if he can cook for himself. He declines, assuring her he's fine, but she presses the issue, urging him to eat just in case. Her concern escalates, her voice rising as she questions his casual attitude, reminding him of the dangers of his work and the regret that follows death. Amidst her worried admonishments, he asks a simple question, wondering what day it is. She informs him it's September 11th, as he emerges from the bathroom, drying his hair with a towel, thanking her for the bath. His gaze is distant, lost in thought as he continues to dry his hair. The date echoes in his mind, a flicker of recognition or confusion crossing his face. The woman, now addressing him as Hyunmoo, inquires if anything happened to him. She explains her concern, revealing she hadn't been able to contact him for 2 days, forcing her to work alone. He struggles to understand, his mind still hazy, as the woman's voice fills the quiet room, asking if he's been there for years. She continues to worry, her concern palpable, while he remains lost in his own confusion, only able to confirm he was home before. Her voice cuts through his daze, trying to ground him in the present, and he weakly acknowledges her presence. She offers to replace his ruined clothes, her kindness a stark contrast to his recent ordeal, insisting he can't stay in his current state. Meanwhile, a small cat sits atop a pile of discarded garments, a system message confirming the clothes are contaminated beyond use. He heads to the bathroom, the woman assuring him she'll be right back, and he should just sit tight. As water runs, he stares at his hand, a quiet question forming in his mind. A blue interface materializes before him, displaying a new reward. Wrapped in a towel, he processes the system's message, a new skill received as a guest reward. A faint chime echoes as he recalls the reward, a memory of something significant. The system confirms his SSS rank luck has amplified the quality of his rewards, manifesting as several glowing cards that swirl into existence. One card, emblazoned with Battle Helper, depicts a puppet master and his charge. He muses that even a rare skill would grant special treatment, let alone one of this caliber. Considering the mere 7 individuals worldwide possessing such unique abilities, he realizes the profound implications of his new acquisition. Before him, a group of shadowy figures materializes, a visual representation of his newfound power. He wonders if this means he has become the 8th legendary skill bearer. The Battle Helper skill, he understands, is designed to assist him, its purpose broken down into a single, clear explanation. A moment of stunned silence hangs in the air as Hyunmoo Kang, still shirtless and holding a towel, processes the sudden appearance of his new Battle Helper. Standing before him, a young woman with blonde hair and glasses holds a bowl, her voice echoing a system command. Work, MUSSI, for now. Her eyes widen in surprise, a question mark hanging in the air as she takes in her surroundings. And she immediately confronts him, demanding to know, what are you doing? Hyunmoo can only stammer in response. Covering her eyes, she desperately wishes she could simply ignore what she just witnessed. I can just pretend I didn't see, right? Her plea echoing with genuine distress. Yes, please. Later, seated at a table, MUSSI explains the rigid rules of her existence. The right to refuse a request only applies to a guest. But you are a battle helper, so you can't refuse a request from your master. She then asks, you wouldn't have known anything about mana powers, right? Hyunmoo, still processing, asks if she would like to have any mana powers, to which she replies, then you're a collector. MUSSI ponders his words, a thoughtful expression on her face as she murmurs, Still processing the implications of their previous conversation, Hyunmoo reminds her that she was researching something, to which she confirms it was crystal moss. With a confident smirk, he asks if she could take a look at something for him. Her curiosity piqued, she inquires what it could be. She thinks about her own recent acquisition of crystal moss, wondering about its true value. But her expression quickly shifts to utter disbelief. Hyunmoo reveals a massive, glowing chunk of crystal moss, weighing a full kilogram. Her eyes wide, she mentally compares his find to her own research, realizing the sheer scale of his acquisition. The vibrant purple moss pulses with energy, leaving her speechless, only able to stammer in shock. Overwhelmed by the impossible sight, she finally manages to cry out in utter disbelief. A shimmering purple crystal, radiating a soft, ethereal glow, captivates Mu-SSI, who gasps in utter disbelief. Her voice trembling with excitement, she demands to know where Hyunmu acquired such a treasure, who, still seated, casually dismisses her urgency. Mu-SSI, however, knows the crystal's true worth, recognizing it as at least a B-rank item, not easily come by. Hyunmu then reminds her of her own expertise, asking if she's now a collector due to her research. Her eyes widen in anticipation as she awaits his next words. But Hyunmu, a wide grin spreading across his face, declares he has no intention of simply giving it to her. Mu-SSI reacts with a stunned expression as he adds that he'll let her know how she can acquire it from him. He then holds up his arm, a mischievous glint in his eyes, asking if it's truly valuable and requesting her help to sell it. Hyunmu explains that the problem is more than just a few documents, while Mu-SSI agrees that it is indeed the problem. She considers that if the issue is small, it will be easier to sell, but then her eyes widen, realizing the implications. Hyunmu holds out the now-cleaned purple crystal, declaring his task complete. He defensively insists he has other, even bigger crystal monsters, as Mu-SSI excitedly reaches for the glowing gem. Her expression shifts to one of pure astonishment. Hyunmu then asks if she truly believes they can sell this. Offering the B-rank item to her, a rare crystal worth at least 100 million won, he says he has something great for her. Mu-SSI, now holding the precious item, slowly processes the incredible information. Her eyes gleam with avarice as she exclaims that it's because he's so weak. This purple rank item, a huge moneymaker from a purple rank dungeon, will now be hers to sell. Mu-SSI, still holding the two crystals, dismisses Hyunmu's surprise with a light laugh, admitting that to her, they all look the same, while he questions her sudden departure. She then declares that her next move will depend entirely on how well he handles the sale of these valuable items. With a decisive gesture, she announces they should first go get some proper clothes for the task. Later that evening, Hyunmu, looking tired, offers her a place to stay for the night. His expression shifts to one of surprise as he reacts to something she says. The city lights glow under the night sky. As Hyunmu lies down, Mu-SSI informs him that she'll be heading to the meeting place she arranged with a buyer yesterday, to which he simply replies, "All right." Watching her, a thought crosses his mind. What a scary woman she is. 1 week later, as he walks alongside Mu-SSI, Hyunmu still expresses his concern, reminding her that she doesn't have to go through with the crystal sale alone. She dismisses his worries, stating that it's really not as dangerous as he thinks, while a large gray cat sits calmly beside her. Hyunmu, however, points out that while there are many who trade in crystals, there are also plenty of shady individuals who would do anything for a quick profit. He continues, explaining that these are the types of people who claim to sell crystal bosses at a premium, but Mu-SSI simply tells him not to worry, assuring him that everything will be fine. His expression remains skeptical, as he mutters that her confidence is definitely dubious. Meanwhile, in a different location, a large, heavy-set man sits at a table, eating a snack and waiting. He is joined by a smaller man in a suit and fedora, who also waits patiently. Back with Hyunmu, his eyes widen in surprise, as Mu-SSI reveals she's glad he tagged along. The suited man then greets them, announcing that he came with his partner today. Hyunmu sits across the table, his eyes widening slightly as he takes in the two men before him, a quiet "huh" escaping his lips. A wave of confusion washes over him, realizing that the man he expected isn't present. Instead, a distinguished, older gentleman in a fedora and trench coat extends a hand, introducing himself with a polite, "Nice to meet you, Mr. Wiseau." As their hands meet, Hyunmu feels an unexpected, firm grip. His mind races, acknowledging the man's strength, a silent thought confirming, "I know just how strong his grip is. He's strong." Mu-SSI, sensing his apprehension, gently takes his arm, her presence a quiet anchor. Mr. Wiseau maintains a calm, almost knowing smile, his eyes holding a subtle glint. A sudden thumping sensation echoes in Hyunmu's chest. His man is stirring as he considers the possibility. In the case that he's tricking us, I might not be able to win. His internal struggle intensifies, a desperate plea forming in his mind. "Go away. I'm not going to fight." A heavy bag of coins clinks onto the table. The transaction complete, a vibrant purple crystal is held aloft. Mr. Wiseau confirms the transfer with Mu-SSI, who readily agrees that the money has been sent to the usual account. As the older man prepares to leave, he bids farewell to Hyunmu, addressing him by name. A jolt of surprise runs through Hyunmu, his eyes widening in disbelief. Mu-SSI, observing the exchange, notes the unusual nature of Mr. Wiseau's parting words. She watches him walk away, pondering if his memory might be failing him. Turning to Hyunmu, she playfully suggests he must have expected a dramatic confrontation, perhaps a sudden attack. He looks away, clearly annoyed by her teasing, as she continues to press him. Mu-SSI animatedly scolds Hyunmu, declaring that the kind of trades he's been making shouldn't be happening at all. Before she looks down at her phone, a playful smirk forming on her lips. She then holds it up, beaming, asking him how it feels to have 100 million won flowing into his account. Meanwhile, from the back of a car, Waiso confirms the trade's success, stating that they've already cornered all the goods available on the market. He holds up a bag filled with glowing crystals, pondering how these items were randomly gathered from the market. Examining a single, vibrant purple crystal in his hand, he asks for an opinion on its value. Standing silhouetted in a grand doorway, his eyes glowing faintly red, Waiso muses that beyond having unlimited money, he can even be found in 5-star dungeons, making it a pretty good trade, and it's only him who can do it. He understands that he can keep himself hidden if he can explore these high-level dungeons. He considers the possibility that the crystal's source might be from a foreign clan, but finds no logical reason for them to be operating within Korea. No one had ever truly cared for him as a partner before, but he knows he needs someone more capable than himself to handle such complex matters. Meanwhile, Waiso acknowledges the successful acquisition of the loot, confident that the quality of the goods will prove the seller's worth, though he dismisses the idea that he himself has achieved anything particularly great. Hyunwoo's thoughts return to the crystals, realizing that to collect such rare items from a dungeon, one would have to venture in completely alone. He wonders just how strong someone would need to be to accomplish such a feat, concluding that they would have to possess at least a captain level of power. Waiso chuckles, then extends an invitation to an older man, proposing a collaboration between the University Research Federation and his partner. The man is revealed to be Captain Lee Jidi. Waiso holds one of the glowing crystals, a subtle smirk playing on his lips, his gaze fixed on the valuable item. Gasping for air, Hyunwoo lies on the ground, his body racked with pain as vibrant purple energy pulses around him. Hyunwoo Kong pushes through another set of pull-ups, his muscles screaming with effort as he counts, 147. He pauses only briefly to gulp down water, before resuming his relentless count, 148, 149. With a final, agonizing surge of strength, he completes the last repetition, 150. As his body trembles from the exertion, a system notification flashes into existence, declaring his strength level cap has increased. A frustrated sigh escapes him. If he weren't trapped in this hell, he would have pushed for another 1,000. He gasps for air, the exhaustion still heavy in his chest. Collapsing onto the desolate ground, he wonders how long it has truly been since he first arrived in this living hell. His gaze falls upon a pocket watch clutched in his hand, a grim reminder that after returning, he's only had a few moments to truly let go. Overlooking the ruined cityscape, he reflects on the relentless passage of time spent living in this hell. He realizes that the time spent within the quest will also pass in the real world. A system notification confirms his understanding, stating that the time left in the quest will indeed pass in the real world. Yet, a new problem arises, as he ponders the unsettling fact that his physical location changes every time he returns from what he calls hell. He can grasp all the other complexities of his situation, but this one detail eludes him, leaving him frustrated. His frustration boils over as he clenches his fists, demanding to know why his location keeps changing. Slumping to the ground, he lets out a sigh, admitting that he simply doesn't understand it. Later, bound by chains, he contemplates the nature of his existence, wondering if it's all just a game, or perhaps a cheat, or even a hack, as he considers the Battle Helper ability, which optimizes movement predictions and the ability to predict enemy movements on the battlefield. He clenches his fist, pondering the implications of a skill so potent it could be deemed an illegal cheat. Such an ability, he considers, would leave no room for anyone else to compete. Stepping into his training, he delivers a powerful kick to the heavy punching bag, his foot connecting with a sharp, percussive thud. As he follows through with a punch, a system notification flashes into existence. Skill, Battle Helper has been activated. His fist, now a blur, slams into the bag with devastating force. The impact tears through the material, erupting in a violent burst of red energy. He stares, a flicker of surprise crossing his features at the raw power. The punching bag disintegrates, exploding into a cloud of white fragments. He winds up, a surge of crimson energy coiling around his clenched fist. His gaze sharpens, locking onto a single, precise spot. The impact is instantaneous, a blue flash erupting as his strike connects with explosive force. A wave of purple-red energy radiates outward, and he feels his body gradually adapting, remembering every movement. A faint smirk plays on his lips, the raw power thrumming through him. His mind processes the data, altering his movements in real time. He wonders if this is the true meaning of Helper. A genuine smile spreads across his face, acknowledging the sheer, undeniable power. That's amazing. Suddenly, a system window materializes before him, announcing a new quest. The quest, a beginner's friend, has begun. He stares at the system message, a new quest appearing before him, demanding he eliminate 100 beginner weaklings. A sense of disbelief washes over him, questioning why such a basic task would only appear now, at his current level. The system's prompt feels like a cruel joke, as he wonders if this type of quest isn't typically offered to those just starting out, only for the objective to suddenly shift to a single weakling. He glances around the empty space, a puzzled expression on his face, unable to recall any such creatures in his vicinity. Despite the oddity, he acknowledges the necessity of leveling up, his resolve hardening. With a determined glint in his eyes, Hyunwoo decides it's time to move forward. His footsteps crunch softly on the crystalline ground, the purple shards glowing faintly underfoot. He navigates through a cavern bathed in the ethereal glow of countless purple crystals, a soft, almost musical hum filling the air. The path ahead is illuminated by the vibrant energy emanating from the formations. Guiding his way deeper into the dungeon, a slight smirk plays on his lips as he continues his journey, ready for whatever challenges lie ahead. He finds himself in a dimly lit, industrial-looking chamber, surrounded by silent, white humanoid figures, a chilling sight that makes him feel as though he's stepped into a horror film. These are identified as beginner scarecrows, though their level remains unknown. Staring at the blank, masked face of one, he wonders just what these things truly are. He can't help but voice his disbelief, hoping these aren't actually the beginner scarecrows the system mentioned. A sigh escapes him as he mutters, wishing they at least looked a little less unsettling. He checks his system window, noting with confusion that the beginner scarecrows still show no level, a detail that only deepens the mystery. Suddenly, the previously inert figures begin to stir, causing him to recoil in alarm, a sharp gasp escaping his lips as he questions if they're truly coming to life. His hand instinctively reaches towards the ground, where vibrant purple crystals glow with an otherworldly light. Hyunwoo cautiously approaches one of the activated beginner scarecrows, its form now radiating a faint purple glow. Reaching out a hand, he makes contact, a small spark of purple energy erupting at the point of impact. The scarecrow's head flares with an intense light, as if in protest, but he thinks, wouldn't hurt. Yet, with a sickening crunch, the scarecrow's arm shatters, leaking a dark, viscous fluid. He stares at his hand, a look of utter surprise crossing his face, unable to comprehend the sheer power he just unleashed. Suddenly, the entire chamber comes alive, as he finds himself surrounded by a horde of activated scarecrows, their purple glows intensifying. Rising to his feet, a confident smirk plays on his lips, as he questions their true nature. Hey, they didn't even. Are they really beginner scarecrows? With a surge of purple energy, he unleashes a devastating punch, the force of his blow rippling through the air. Finally, amidst the shattered remains of the scarecrows and the glowing purple crystals, he lies exhausted on the ground, breathing heavily, a pained ugh and ha escaping his lips, reflecting on the battle he'd ironically thought would be easy. Hyunwoo throws a powerful punch, his fist glowing with pink energy. He glances down at his hand, a sound of impact echoing. Around him, more scarecrows stand, their mechanical joints creaking. Suddenly, a system message flashes, confirming recognition complete for the beginner scarecrow, LV7, their eyes now glowing an ominous red. With renewed determination, he winds up another strike, his fist now crackling with blue energy, vowing to get a proper performance this time. Having already dispatched several of the beginner scarecrows, Hyunwoo acknowledges their relative slowness compared to other adversaries he's faced. Yet he wastes no time, launching himself into a dynamic attack against another standing target. Meanwhile, in a different location, Lee Jidi explains to his colleagues that achieving level 7 in this world would grant one the status of a king, a hero, or at least a minor aristocrat. Back in the training ground, Hyunwoo expression hardens as he declares that despite their potential, these scarecrows are still just beginners to him. With a fierce grimace and eyes glowing crimson, he channels his full power into a devastating strike. His body a blur of motion as he executes the powerful blow. Surrounded by multiple scarecrows now pulsating with purple energy, Hyunwoo own body erupts in a fiery red aura, his eyes burning with renewed intensity as a system notification confirms the activation of his Battle Helper skill, and he vows to destroy them all. The ground beneath him glows with residual energy, a testament to the power he has just unleashed. Hyunwoo heart pounds in his chest, a frantic rhythm against the impending threat. He gasps, bracing himself for the inevitable impact. A metallic fist, humming with purple energy, lunges forward. The blow connects, sending a jolt of pain through him as he clutches his chest. The robotic scarecrow follows up with another powerful strike, red energy flaring around its arm, sending him recoiling. The relentless assault continues, the scarecrow's arm a blur of motion. It seizes him, holding him in place as he grunts in agony. Another crushing impact ripples through his body, blue energy crackling around him as he endures the relentless assault. Hyunwoo grits his teeth, pushing through the pain as the training simulation continues to batter him. A robotic hand clamps down on his arm, tearing at his sleeve, and he cries out, demanding it release him. He twists, trying to break free, then slams his fist into the scarecrow's arm, a burst of red energy erupting on impact. He looks up, a flicker of hope in his eyes, wondering if his counterattack had any effect. But the scarecrow's eye glows a menacing red, its form crackling with purple energy as a system message announces a battle data update, signaling the spawning of level 2. The upgraded scarecrow immediately stomps down with its foot, delivering a powerful blow. Hyunwoo recoils, a pained grunt escaping him as the impact sends shockwaves through his body. Another robotic grip clamps onto his arm, the relentless assault continuing without pause. He endures a brutal strike to his leg, the force of the impact reverberating through his entire body. Overwhelmed by the sheer number of level 2 scarecrows, Hyunwoo finds himself surrounded, each robotic unit delivering a relentless barrage of blows. A powerful blow sends him flying through the air, his body twisting helplessly from the momentum. Another impact rocks him, the force radiating outwards in a violent burst. Before he can recover, a massive robotic arm slams into him with crushing force. He recoils, his face a mask of agony, the relentless assault pushing him to his limits. As he takes more damage, a system notification flashes, indicating that his body's solidity has increased. The blows continue to land, and another message appears, confirming an increase in his hemorrhage resistance, along with further solidity gains. Hyunmoo Kang collapses under a barrage of attacks, his body hitting the ground with a heavy thud. As his stamina plummets below 10%, a system notification appears, reminding him that his title, Hell's Strongest, guarantees resurrection. He groans, his face bruised and battered from the ordeal. A frustrated curse escapes his lips. Kneeling amidst the silent scarecrows, he takes a moment to compose himself, observing his opponents. He laments that despite the brutal training, he hasn't gained a single skill from these low-rank martial arts opponents. With a sigh, he stretches his arm, preparing to continue the fight. Golden energy begins to surge from his hand, crackling with power. The light intensifies, enveloping him in a brilliant golden aura, his eyes glowing with fierce determination. His weapon crackles with raw energy, a golden aura flaring around him. The wooden club he wields sparks violently, charged with an immense, volatile power. He grips it tightly, his expression a mask of fierce resolve. This reinforced club, though not built for endurance, delivers devastating blows, and he shouts, "Here, IGO!" With a powerful leap, he closes the distance, launching himself towards the waiting scarecrows. Their metallic forms stand ready, an army of training dummies. He brings the club down in a wide, arcing swing. As one of the scarecrow's eyes glow a menacing red, anticipating the strike. The impact is explosive, sending a shower of sparks across the training ground. The force of the blow shatters the scarecrow's arm, sending fragments flying. The impact, however, proves too much for the reinforced club, which splinters into pieces on the ground. He stares, his gaze fixed on the now one-armed training dummy. The severed limb lies sparking on the floor, as the scarecrow's internal systems were updating its battle target data. A look of utter disbelief washes over Hyunmoo Kang's face. Suddenly, a blur of motion streaks across the floor, the scarecrow's remaining leg moving with unexpected speed. Amidst the scattered remnants of his previous attempt, a heavy silence falls. A pained gasp escapes him, as a stark system message flashes, declaring his defeat and the total survival duration. But with clenched fists and a grimace of resolve, Hyunmoo prepares to face the challenge once more. The beginner scarecrow, now moving with unnerving speed, lunges forward, catching him completely by surprise, and delivering a swift, impactful strike to his arm. Before he can react, glowing energy bands erupt, swiftly binding him in place. Even if the scarecrow's tactics felt cheap, Hyunmoo knew he had no other choice but to finish the fight, the battle data working against him as he resolved to end it. But in a one-on-one confrontation, the beginner scarecrow unleashed a powerful, glowing strike. The impact sent Hyunmoo flying backward, the force of the blow pushing him further away. Before he could recover, glowing energy bands shot out from the scarecrow's arm, binding his legs tightly. Struggling against the restraints, Hyunmoo gritted his teeth, determined to break free. He knew the battle target data had updated once more, making his opponent even stronger. The scarecrow's fist glowed with ominous power, now displaying level 3. Decay. With a final, mocking laugh, the scarecrow delivered the decisive blow, leaving Hyunmoo defeated. Even after the crushing defeat, a pained groan escapes him, but a flicker of resolve ignites in his eyes. He clenches his fist, a silent vow forming in his mind. He will grow stronger too. Suddenly, a sharp impact echoes through the simulation, only for him to find himself on the ground once more, frustrated by the relentless cycle of defeat. Again, the stark message of failure flashes before his eyes, as he falls back, defeated. The scarecrow's glowing fist connects with brutal efficiency, sending him sprawling for yet another defeat. The ground rushes up to meet him, the simulation resetting once more. A swift kick from the scarecrow sends him airborne, the familiar, "You died" message appearing mid-flight. As another blow connects, he thinks to himself, this isn't some kind of martial arts exhibition, it's a fight for survival. Still reeling from another defeat, Hyunmoo Kang sits on the ground, his frustration boiling over as he questions the sheer number of martial arts the scarecrow seems to know. Without pause, the beginner scarecrow steps forward, its metallic foot landing with an ominous thud. It shifts into a new, fluid martial arts stance, ready to continue its relentless assault. Its movements are a blur, a testament to its programmed speed and skill. Watching the robot's intricate footwork, Hyunmoo Kang's frustration gives way to a determined smirk. He rises, accepting the challenge, declaring that he will show the scarecrow a true fist fight. With a sigh of resignation and renewed resolve, he steps forward, ready to face the relentless training once more. His foot lands with a decisive tack, closing the distance between him and his opponent. But before he can land a blow, the scarecrow's arm flashes out, a swift chalk as it slashes across his arm, drawing blood. He tumbles backward, the force of the blow sending him sprawling. Meanwhile, the beginner scarecrow lands with a heavy thud, the impact rippling across the ground. Before he can recover, another precise strike connects, sending a jolt of pain through him. Hyunmoo lies defeated on the cold floor, the robotic figure standing impassively nearby. A digital display flashes within the Scarecrow's eye, showing the number 04. Sparring level 4. Begin, the automaton announces, its voice devoid of emotion. Is it finally level 4? He wonders, a flicker of surprise and determination crossing his face. Before he can fully process the thought, the Scarecrow lunges, its metallic hand reaching for him. A blinding red impact erupts as the attack connects. Still reeling from the previous blow, Hyunmoo lay sprawled on the cold floor, gasping for air, his body aching with every ragged breath. But before he could even begin to recover, the beginner Scarecrow's maw opened wide, a furious red energy pulsing from within, its mechanical voice demanding to know why he was still resisting. Without a moment's hesitation, the construct lunged, a blur of white plating and crimson light. A sickening crunch echoed as it slammed into his leg, a scream of pure agony tearing from his throat. His face contorted in a mask of unbearable pain, the young man cried out, clutching his head as if to contain the torment. He thrashed on the ground, desperately clutching his mangled limb, the pain overwhelming his senses. The Scarecrow, however, showed no mercy, its glowing maw hovering inches from his injured leg, ready to strike again. With a final, desperate cry of defiance and disbelief, Hyunmoo screamed at the relentless automaton. But his struggle was in vain, as a stark system message flashed across his vision, declaring his ultimate defeat. You died. For the 9th time, Hyunmoo found himself locked in combat, a whirlwind of motion against the training Scarecrows. After countless repetitions, he realized 3 crucial things about his opponents, the first being that the combat level of these Scarecrows always capped at level 4. He delivered a sharp, cracking blow to one's head, observing the damage. This unchanging limit meant their movements never varied, making them predictable. He swung his weapon with a resounding impact, his focus unwavering. A fierce cry escaped him, his determination etched onto his face. The second realization was that the Scarecrows followed a fixed pattern of movement, a predictable sequence he could exploit. He expertly blocked an incoming attack, already anticipating the next move from the surrounding automatons. He grips the Scarecrow's arm firmly, and with a powerful kick, sends it reeling. The impact shatters its limb, glowing particles scattering, as he observes that any deviation from their fixed movement pattern would halt them completely. More of the training automatons break apart under his precise strikes, their forms dissolving into shimmering light. He notes that there's no need to utterly destroy them. Another Scarecrow crumples under his foot, confirming his theory. They simply stop moving once they've sustained a certain amount of damage. The air crackles with energy as more of the constructs yield to his calculated force. Standing amidst the inert forms of the training Scarecrows, he surveys his work. The results of Hyunmoo's training, after internalizing these 3 crucial facts, are undeniable. He continues his relentless assault, a powerful kick shattering another Scarecrow into pieces, the system confirming yet another sparring completion. Without pause, he brings down a heavy blow with a makeshift weapon, the impact echoing as the training dummy disintegrates, followed by the familiar notification. Then, a swift punch connects, sending fragments flying as the Scarecrow collapses, the system once again declaring the sparring complete. A frustrated sigh escapes him, muttering a resigned ugh, whatever, as the endless cycle of destruction continues. Surrounded by more Scarecrows, a fierce determination hardens his gaze, pink and purple energy flaring around him as he resolves to simply destroy them all. His expression unwavering, he wonders if this relentless onslaught will ever truly end. With a surge of power, he unleashes a devastating attack, his glowing weapon tearing through the Scarecrows with blinding speed. One by one, they shatter, their forms disintegrating under the force of his blows. The air crackles with residual energy as another Scarecrow is utterly annihilated, leaving only dust in its wake. Still on the ground, he pants heavily, the last vestiges of pink and purple energy dissipating around him, as a system message confirms he has completed his sparring. The system then announces the quest is cleared, congratulating him as a friend of a beginner. A ragged gasp escapes him, his body still reeling from the exertion. Slowly, he pushes himself to his feet, clenching his fists as he leans against a nearby wall. He begins to walk away, leaving behind a field of utterly demolished Scarecrows, their wooden and straw forms shattered into countless pieces. The sight of the wreckage brings a strange satisfaction, a feeling of immense accomplishment. A faint, determined smirk plays on his lips, acknowledging the hard-won victory. With a final, decisive step, he moves forward, the sound of something collapsing echoing behind him. Still reeling from the intense sparring, Hyunmoo lies sprawled on the ground, gasping for air, frustrated that he wanted to fight stronger opponents, not just these dark Scarecrows. His face contorts in a grimace, a single word escaping his lips. The strain of the ordeal is evident in his tense shoulders. His hand, calloused and trembling slightly, lies open on the ground. Looking up at the distant, battered Scarecrow, he reflects that instead of learning new techniques, it felt more like they had simply beaten their fighting methods into him. With a heavy sigh, he slowly pushes himself up and begins to walk away from the training ground. Glancing back over his shoulder, he decides to check the rewards he earned before heading back, noting that the quality of his rewards will increase due to the effect of his SSS rank good luck title. He gazes up, a radiant card materializing before him, his hand reaching out to grasp the glowing artifact, the Cradle of Heaven. His eyes widen slightly, a hint of surprise crossing his features. Picking it up, he questions its nature, wondering if it's merely a wrapping cloth. When a system notification chimes, revealing the item's true identity, the legendary Celestial Cradle. The description details its ability to accelerate growth and fully restore bodily damage, leaving him to ponder the implications of accelerated growth. He understands the restoration, but the growth effect remains a mystery, prompting a humorous thought about becoming shorter if he were to wrap it around his head. He pulls at his hair, a mix of confusion and contemplation etched across his face. As he grapples with the implications of his new legendary item, a quiet sigh escapes him, relieved that no one else is around to witness his current predicament. He considers the Celestial Cradle, remembering how coveted it was, and decides to use it himself, reasoning that even if he were to die, he would simply return the next day. Still, the plain cloth seems so unassuming, making him wonder how it could possibly be useful, and he briefly entertains the idea of selling the legendary item for a hefty sum instead. Suddenly, a vibrant blue system screen materializes before him, its glowing interface demanding his attention. On the screen, a detailed image of an egg appears, identified as an item he obtained from dismantling mosquitoes. He observes the display, noting with a slight frown that only this single item has appeared in the box. Still observing the Celestial Cradle, Hyunmoo wonders if it's truly functional. A sigh escapes him as he considers simply selling the mysterious artifact. But then, a sudden burst of light erupts from the cradle. He instinctively reaches out, startled by the unexpected activation. Within the cradle, a large, glowing egg materializes, causing him to exclaim in surprise. A terrifying thought crosses his mind. What if a monstrous, cannibalistic creature hatches from it? He doubts his ability to handle such a threat. Suddenly, the egg begins to crack, glowing intensely. His eyes widen further in disbelief and shock. The cracking intensifies, promising an imminent birth. A blinding light erupts from the Celestial Cradle, accompanied by a sharp, exclamatory sound as the egg finally gives way. From the radiant glow, a small, delicate hand emerges, and Hyunmoo Kang stares up in stunned disbelief. The light recedes to reveal a small, white-haired figure perched atop the now transformed Celestial Cradle, which has taken on the appearance of a giant, ornate mushroom. Hyunmoo's eyes widen, taking in the unexpected sight of the creature's small, red-dressed form as it sits calmly above him. The white-haired figure, with piercing red eyes, looks down at him, a soft, questioning hum escaping her lips. She then places a hand to her chin, her gaze thoughtful, as if pondering the very nature of her new surroundings. Her small legs dangle playfully from the edge of the mushroom-like structure. Hyunmoo, kneeling before the unexpected arrival, lets out a soft gasp of realization, then tentatively asks if this is a fairy. A wide, relieved smile spreads across his face, the fear of a monster replaced by an unexpected joy. The small, white-haired creature, barely out of its shell, reaches out a delicate hand. But instead of a gentle touch, it clamps down with surprising force, burying tiny fangs into Hyunmoo Kang's flesh, eliciting a sharp cry of pain. As his hand recoils sharply, a chilling realization dawns. This is no ordinary fairy, but a monstrous, cannibalistic entity. Hyunmoo Kang stares in utter disbelief and disgust, his face contorted in a mixture of shock and horror at the creature's unexpected aggression. Examining the bite marks on his hand, he can't help but curse the cruel irony of this reward. Yet, the creature, now lying weakly on the ground, trembles, a faint purple aura flickering around it as it murmurs of overwhelming hunger. Hyunmoo Kang looks from his injured hand to the pitiful figure, a complex mix of anger and concern clouding his expression. The small being looks up, its red eyes wide and pleading, repeating its desperate plea for sustenance. Still weak and trembling, it remains sprawled on the cold ground. Still reeling from the unexpected attack, he watches the small fairy, who, holding a piece of what looks like a discarded monster part, innocently asks, "Why do you eat this mistake?" The creature shakes her head in apparent disapproval, her expression a mix of confusion and disdain. Then, pointing to his bitten hand, she continues, "You don't want this? What do you want there?" His eyes widen in disbelief, the sheer audacity of the creature leaving him speechless, his mind struggling to process her words. A surge of anger finally breaks through his shock, and he points a furious finger at her, his patience wearing thin. The fairy's red eyes glow with an indignant fury of her own, matching his intensity. Her small mouth twists into a snarl as she retorts, "You're really a cannibal monster." He glances down at the fresh, bleeding bite mark on his hand, a stark reminder of her earlier attack. Unable to tolerate her insolence any longer, he grabs the small creature by the head, his voice sharp with irritation. "Hey!" His arm twitches, a sharp pain making him demand the small creature stop feeding. The fairy, perched on his hand, looks up with an annoyed expression, claiming she heard him and would cease for a moment. She then muses to herself, recalling that she acquired the egg from dismantling mosquitoes. Still reeling from the bite, he clutches his arm, a purple glow emanating from the wound, wondering if the creature was merely a mosquito. His patience wears thin, a red aura of frustration flaring around him as he declares the meal unsatisfying, while the fairy imperiously commands him to be her slave. His eyes widen in disbelief and anger, demanding she repeat her audacious words. The fairy, initially reveling in her amazing meal and thanking her servant, suddenly cries out in pain as she's seized. His hand closes firmly around her head, silencing her protests. Holding the struggling creature, Hyunmoo Kang's voice is cold as he introduces himself, demanding to know what she truly is. Still held firmly in his grasp, the small fairy struggles to recall, her mind a blank slate as she begins to speak. I'm. Her red eyes glowing with confusion. A frustrated sigh escapes her as she admits, I can't remember. Looking at her blank expression, Hyunmoo Kang makes an educated guess. You're really a mosquito fairy, I guess. The tiny creature immediately protests. I'm not. He releases her, settling onto the floor as she floats uncertainly beside him. Suddenly, a spark of recognition ignites in her eyes, and she exclaims, Ah, I remember. Her tiny form glows with renewed purpose as she declares her grand mission, the end? I'm here to save the world. A bright, confident smile spreads across her face, her tiny legs kicking with enthusiasm. After her dramatic declaration, the small fairy hovers in the air, her wings fluttering softly, a faint question hanging in the air as she looks down. Below, Hyunmoo Kang's face contorts in a grimace, a frustrated groan escaping him as he struggles with the implications. His thoughts drift to the desolate landscape, a ruined city bathed in the ominous glow of a blood-red moon, as a chilling question forms in his mind. Do I need to kill it right now? The vast, crimson-tinged sky looms over the skeletal remains of skyscrapers, a stark testament to the world's decay. The small fairy, surrounded by a vibrant, fiery aura, defiantly declares her intention to devour all living creatures when the world ends. Her words echoing with an unsettling confidence. Hyunmoo, still recovering on the ground, can barely comprehend that this tiny being intends to consume everything. He dismisses the thought as nonsense, then pauses, a new realization dawning on him. The fairy laughs, challenging him to admit how terrifying her proclamation truly is. He observes her, noting that she seems to be feeding on something, and realizes his skills are useless against her, yet she shows no hostility. Her power is so immense, it registers beyond the limits of any detector. He holds a small, glowing object, still unable to discern her true abilities or level. He considers his options, holding the tiny fairy in his hand, finding her undeniably cute despite his predicament. Sighing in resignation, he allows her to perch on his shoulder, telling her to eat whatever she wants. The fairy happily settles onto his lap, letting out a cheerful sound. She looks up at him, asking if she can name him Rinian. The fairy glows with a vibrant pink aura, delighted by the name. He expresses relief that she likes it, though her translation of the name's meaning, Agent of the Apocalypse in Pixie tongue, gives him significant pause. A wave of confusion and disbelief washes over him as he processes the implications of her words. Later, standing before a towering building, he tries to rationalize his earlier promises, wondering if he truly has to follow them, just this one time. His expression hardens with a newfound resolve. He questions the unseen butler, wondering if even he would refuse to eat him, while the fairy insists she doesn't care about others, but would never eat him. Sitting on the ground, he reiterates, if she's truly starving, she should eat someone else, just not him. The fairy, with a mischievous glint in her eye, offers her own blood in exchange, lamenting her unbalanced diet. He considers her offer, thinking that an unbalanced diet might actually be fine for her. Suddenly, his attention is drawn to something in the distance, and he asks the butler if what he sees is truly not human. The ground before them is littered with skeletal remains. Both he and the fairy stare at the macabre scene, realizing they've stumbled upon what appears to be a victorious battlefield. Among the scattered bones, he notices something peculiar, questioning why one of the fallen is wearing a suit. He stares upward, a sense of disbelief washing over him. Blue energy lines briefly shimmer around his form, as he questions what he just experienced. Still looking up, the surprise lingers on his face. A system window materializes before him, revealing a new Valiant Energy trait has been added to his battle helper. The details of the new trait fill the display, confirming the unexpected addition. He brings a hand to his chin, pondering, wondering if this new ability only activates under specific conditions. With a swift motion, a staff-like object materializes in his grasp, emanating a soft blue glow as he tests its function. Standing beside his battle helper, a sleek white and black robot, he examines the skill details on another system window. With a determined expression and a clenched fist, he resolves that the best way to understand his new power is to experience it firsthand. Hyunmoo Kang unleashes a powerful, red-tinged strike, which culminates in a blinding white explosion, leaving him wide-eyed as the black smoke from the impact dissipates. A wide grin spreads across his face. Roa, but this is way easier than I thought. Trying to be cool, he exclaims, as his small fairy companion beside him scoffs. Pfft, wants to test his skill. With another cry, he unleashes a second, explosive blow, impacting a skeletal arm just as a system message flashes, opponent recognition complete, causing him to utter a surprised, huh. The skeletal arm, now clearly visible, holds a small, glowing orb. The full form of the skeletal golem emerges, its joints creaking as it moves. He observes the damaged construct, its form still intact despite his powerful attacks. The metallic clanking of robotic legs echoes through the chamber, some of them visibly scarred from recent impacts. Hyunmoo Kong surveys the scene, a thought forming in his mind. Were these truly just training dummies? A system message confirms the lock has been deactivated. He clenches his jaw, still processing the previous message about superhuman mana, wondering what it could possibly mean. With a determined expression, he shifts into a combat stance, a faint blue energy beginning to coalesce around his right fist. From above, the room reveals a scattering of damaged humanoid figures, confirming his earlier efforts, and he muses that his recent attack felt exactly as powerful as he had intended. Yet, several of the metallic automatons remain standing, seemingly unscathed. A frustrated sigh escapes him as the fairy floats nearby, her small face etched with concern, while a low, rhythmic thumping sound begins to reverberate. He takes a step back, his attention drawn to the fairy now on the ground, her tiny hands reaching for a pulsating, heart-shaped red orb that glows ominously, accompanied by a faint growling. Her eyes widen in surprise, and she calls out, asking what the strange object is and where it came from. Hyunmoo Kong steps into a desolate room, his hand resting on a broken doorframe as he surveys the wreckage. His gaze falls upon a skeleton slumped at a desk, and the fairy, ever curious, flits closer to investigate. She hovers near its bony hand, which clutches a small, glowing object, declaring it a skeleton, yet finding a peculiar, appetizing scent emanating from it. Before he can react, the fairy gleefully devours the glowing item, leaving Hyunmoo Kong utterly aghast. He shouts at her not to eat things from dead people, but she simply replies that it was delicious. As he processes the bizarre exchange, his attention is drawn to the skeleton's hand once more, noticing it now holds a folded letter. He carefully takes the document, his expression turning grim as he reads the opening lines, which speak of many mistakes. It has been 3 years since the world descended into a nightmare, and the situation has only worsened. Children born into this toxic air have not survived. The stark reality of the world continued to unfold, revealing that the very abilities hunters used to fight monsters were now turning against them, siphoning their life force and causing them to wither and die. With each passing moment, hope dwindled, and humanity itself seemed to be fading away, teetering on the brink of extinction. He stood in the desolate room, the weight of the letter's words pressing down on him, a quiet question escaping his lips. Is this for real? The system then confirmed the grim reality, announcing his arrival into a new, terrifying domain. Welcome to Level Hell, the lowest level ever recorded. This place, the system explained, was a dungeon, a realm where even an S-rank hunter would struggle to survive, a place where all hope was lost and only despair remained. Hyunmoo Kong scratched his head, the letter still clutched in his hand, realizing it offered no clue as to its author. As he pondered, the fairy, ever curious, rummaged through the contents of the letter, her small hands rustling the parchment. Suddenly, a small, glowing object emerged from the folds, catching his eye, revealing itself to be a returned stone. He stared at the stone, a new question forming in his mind. From mine, though? As the small fairy examines a bone from the skeleton, she wonders aloud if it truly belonged to the deceased. Hyunmoo Kong, observing her, requests, Renian, hand it over for a second. The fairy complies, offering a simple, all right. But as he takes the bone, a sudden, unseen force causes Renian to recoil in shock, a sharp cry escaping her lips. Hyunmoo Kong himself is caught off guard, his hand beginning to glow with an ominous light, as he questions what could possibly be happening. A wave of intense pain washes over him, forcing a desperate curse from his lips as the light intensifies. His hand, now engulfed in a crimson aura, reveals the returned stone at its center, the source of the strange phenomenon. The stone itself pulses with a violent, red glow, radiating raw power. Hyunmoo Kong struggles against the overwhelming energy, his arms raised as the crimson light engulfs him. Finally, the sheer force of it brings him to his knees, collapsing onto the ground, utterly overwhelmed. A pained groan escapes him, his face contorted in agony. His body still trembling from the overwhelming energy, he stares at his hands, a faint tremor running through them. Small, glowing particles now cling to his palm, leaving him to wonder what strange phenomenon has just occurred. Suddenly, a clear chime rings out, and a holographic message materializes before him. The stars are watching you. A glowing blue symbol flashes, leaving him utterly dumbfounded by the unexpected system notification, his eyes wide with disbelief. Before he can process the message, the fairy Renian begins to fly away, calling back that he can surely manage on his own, much to his shock. Reaching out into the cosmic void that now surrounds him, he desperately calls her name, pleading for her to return. The mysterious blue symbol pulses with renewed intensity. He stands amidst a swirling cosmic expanse, his arm reaching out as if to grasp the impossible beauty surrounding him, a soft exclamation escaping his lips. A soft, resonant hum fills the void as his hand, still shimmering with residual energy, drifts through the ethereal glow. His gaze sweeps across the infinite starlit canvas, a single question echoing in the profound silence. The sheer scale of his new reality settles upon him, leaving him to ponder the impossible. A vast, star-dusted void stretches endlessly, through which Hyunmoo plummets, a disoriented cry escaping his lips. His arm instinctively reaches out, grasping at nothing. His eyes wide with confusion as he questions his very location. Still falling, his body tumbles through the cosmic expanse, and a desperate shout for Rinian echoes into the silence. Suddenly, a brilliant blue system message materializes before him, announcing the acknowledgement of his absorbed star fragment, leaving him utterly bewildered. His legs dangle uselessly in the void, his mind reeling from the impossible revelation. Still adrift in the cosmic expanse, a system message materializes before him, declaring Beryll's disappointment in his values. As the blue energy around him dissipates, another message confirms Beryll has forfeited the fragment and departed, leaving him to sigh in disbelief. Overwhelmed by the sudden judgment and abandonment, he mutters, frustrated to the point of death. His eyes glowing with a fierce blue light, he roars, demanding to know who dares to be disappointed in him. Unleashing his pent-up fury, he throws a powerful punch into the empty space before him. As his fist connects with nothingness, a system message appears, revealing the activation of an advanced skill, Star Fragment, leaving him to wonder if this is a new ability tied to his awakening. Simultaneously, another message declares that the lock has been lifted, explaining that the true power of the owners of the stars could only be gained somewhere in space. These cosmic beings, it continues, place their absolute power into fragments and hide them deep within the universe. They wage war, driven by the hope of being the first to uncover ancient relics and expand their dominion. A sudden thought strikes him, wondering why these powerful entities would even be interested in him, as a system message confirms that user Kang Hyunmoo is in possession of one of these very fragments. This possession, the message continues, is precisely why they desire him to become one of their own, leaving him to question the nature of this fragment. His eyes widen in shock as he realizes the glowing object in his hand is the very stone Rinian had found. It wasn't merely a relic stone after all, but a true fragment of immense power. Overwhelmed by the revelation, he cries out in disbelief, demanding to know what is truly happening. As if in response to his turmoil, the fragment pulses with a vibrant pink aura, its energy beginning to surge. Brilliant streams of multicolored light erupt from its core, spiraling upwards into the cosmic expanse. The celestial display intensifies, a dazzling spectacle of raw, unfathomable power unfolding before him. The relic stone erupts in a chaotic, multicolored burst of energy, showering the space with glowing particles. As the light begins to fade, he stands amidst the lingering glow, a faint blue aura still clinging to him, the ground beneath his feet cracked from the immense power. In his hand, the relic stone now pulses as a vibrant, star-shaped fragment, and a voice echoes in his mind, introducing itself as the Whispering Star, Montville, a being who commands all things. The cosmic communication continues. As another voice, the Conquering Star, Archon, asserts its dominion, immediately followed by the Strengthening Star, Tragulane, each claiming mastery over existence. The voices persist, identifying themselves as the Whispering Star, male, and the Strengthening Star, male, repeating their claims of universal command. He struggles to comprehend the barrage of information, realizing these powerful beings, the owners of the stars, are asking him to choose one of them. The implication settles in. They want him to invest in one of them. The glowing fragment in his palm seems to solidify the demand, urging him to select a star to follow. He struggles to comprehend the sudden demand, questioning how he can choose without understanding them, while one of the cosmic entities, Montville, acts secretly within the shadows, controlling vast organizations. First among them is Male, the Suffering Star, represented by a formidable horned skull. Montville, the Mailing Star, reveals himself as an absolute ruler who delights in masterminding plots, wielding slavery, poison, and conspiracy as his weapons against the masses. He also appears as a cloaked, hunched figure, embodying his secretive nature. Male, the Suffering Star, is further described as the owner of all grief and melancholy, commanding an army of the dead and reveling in the world's descent into despair and powerlessness. Next, the Conquering Star, Tragulane, manifests as a colossal, purple-scaled serpent. Montville's dominion is one where his citizens are reduced to constant starvation, as he desires to consume everything in this world. Following this, the Suffering Star, Archon, appears as a winged, angelic figure. Tragulane, the Conquering Star, possesses the power to force any powerful being to kneel at her feet. One of the cosmic entities, a lord who reigns with fire and slaughter, burns with steel, desiring only to consume the world. He would be satisfied ruling over nothing but ashes. Hyunmoo mutters to himself, observing that they all seem to suffer from some kind of personality disorder. The stars, it seems, became interested in those who were similar to them. He pauses, then asks if this means it's his fault. His frustration mounts, as he sarcastically questions if this is some grand conspiracy involving personality disorders and incompetent individuals. A maniacal laugh escapes him, declaring that he truly feels as though he's fallen into hell. He screams that he really was a bad guy. Nearby, the small fairy collapses to the ground, muttering that there's no reason for such an outburst. Hyunmoo reflects on his past, acknowledging that he wasn't exactly righteous. But he hadn't realized the extent of his own nature, wondering if he had already failed by not being aware of the monster within him from the start. His eyes widened slightly, lost in profound contemplation. Meanwhile, the cosmic entities, the owners of the stars, shimmer with vibrant, otherworldly energy, their forms glowing against the starry void. Hyunmoo reaches out to them, declaring his curiosity about their nature. He ponders the implications of making a choice, questioning what changes if he decides to act. With a surge of blue energy, he begins to manipulate one of the star entities, drawing it towards him in a swirling vortex. A brief, unsettling vision of monstrous, shadowy figures on a desolate world flashes, hinting at the potential consequences of his actions. Undeterred, Hyunmoo stands on a rooftop, holding the now-contained star, gazing out at the city, his decision made. A stern figure in a crisp uniform stands at attention, a fleeting image of order and authority. Meanwhile, Hyunmoo finds himself in a state of frantic motion, his mind reeling, questioning if this overwhelming sensation is truly the power of the stars. A cold, clear directive echoes through the void. He must choose a star to follow. The very thought of it makes him sick, a visceral reaction to the impossible task of simply picking one. Floating amidst the cosmic expanse, he reaches out, his hand extending towards a shimmering, crystalline star. The system's voice clarifies the terms, serving and following that being, that is all. But Hyunmoo can't help but question if it truly is that simple. His expression shifts to one of profound shock, the weight of the decision pressing down on him. The explanation continues, revealing the stars raise their kin, who then serve as proxies, and that is the entirety of the arrangement. Overwhelmed by the gravity of the choice and the suddenness of it all, he wonders if he truly has to make such a monumental decision right now. He stares at the cosmic display, the system informing him that choosing a star is a rare opportunity, a pivotal moment in his journey. As he processes this, the system continues, explaining that receiving their blessing will allow him to continue succeeding in trials, and his strength will grow much faster. He can only scoff, demanding to know if they are truly offering him power right now. Crossing his arms, a look of annoyance crosses his face as the system declares that the stars are displeased with his arrogance. He turns away, still defiant, as the message repeats itself, emphasizing the stars' displeasure. He concedes that power without a price sounds good, but there's a clear hesitation in his voice. Pointing to himself with a frustrated expression, he argues that they should be choosing him, not the other way around. He stands, looking up at the vast, star-filled expanse. His voice filled with disbelief as he questions why they are forcing him to choose, having only just seen him for the first time. He finds nothing to trust in this situation, bound only by a contract. Even a used car dealer shouldn't be this shady, he thinks, as a system message appears. The conquering star, Arden, has lost interest in him. The cosmic entity shimmers, its vibrant orange-red light pulsing with a faint, almost dismissive energy. Hyunmoo then turns his gaze to another star, a brilliant yellow beacon in the cosmic expanse. He lets out a frustrated TCH as another system message appears, informing him that the stars will give him time to think, prompting a surprised "oh" from him. Addressing a glowing blue star, he sarcastically thanks it for its concern. His back to the viewer, he observes a vibrant pink and purple star, its light radiating across the cosmic backdrop. Another star, this one a brilliant blue, pulses with ethereal energy. Hyunmoo declares that he won't keep them waiting for too long, his expression resolute. A sudden, searing pain lances through him, a raw, burning energy erupting from his arm. He stumbles back, his mind reeling from the unexpected sensation, as a faint, star-like glow appears before him. His eyes widen in confusion, struggling to comprehend the bizarre phenomenon unfolding around him. The pain intensifies, radiating from his chest, forcing a gasp from his lips as brilliant energy pulses from his very core. He clutches at his chest, the agony almost overwhelming, his gaze fixed on the glowing star above. Then, a system message materializes before him, clarifying the situation. The whispering star, Montville, had awakened a portion of his abilities. As the message hangs in the air, he stands, still reeling from the sudden influx of power. The system then confirms the acquisition of a new, formidable power, a legendary skill called domination. Looking up at the star, a mix of surprise and understanding crosses his face, realizing the significant boon he had just received. A system message flashes before him, confirming the acquisition of a legendary skill, domination. He stands, contemplating the glowing text, the words give out legendary skills echoing in his mind, a stark reminder of the power he now wields. His thoughts drift to the recent chaos, wondering why the stars couldn't block the attacks with such difficulty, concluding that someone must have granted them these abilities. A pensive expression crosses his face. As he considers the implications, what if the power was on a scale that even seasoned ability users couldn't counter? If that were true, then it was possible that those very stars were the ones responsible for creating hell itself. His hand clenches into a determined fist, as he resolves to uncover the truth, knowing he'll have to find out more about the stars and their true intentions. The weight of his new power and the questions it raises settles heavily upon him. Disoriented, Hyunmoo finds himself in a desolate, ruined landscape, wondering aloud where he could possibly be. A scoff escapes him as he reflects on his time in what felt like hell, realizing that despite his growth, there are still countless things he needs to address upon his return to the real world. Now standing amidst towering cityscapes, he muses on his unpredictable path, knowing he'll always find his way back to this reality, determined to earn a staggering 100 billion won and grow strong enough to remain unnoticed. His immediate goal, however, is far more grounded. He needs to buy a house. Later, a young woman looks at him with a puzzled expression, asking why he's so focused on such a random idea. She explains that the government is trying to clean up the slums and is offering to buy the land, but he quickly interjects, suggesting that's not the real issue at hand. He questions her, his brow furrowed, asking why such houses wouldn't exist. No, that's not it. Yumin interjects, mug in hand, clarifying that she isn't suggesting he's incapable of buying a house, but rather that people might misunderstand his sudden acquisition, as it would be hard to buy a house right away. Later, as he peers into a refrigerator, Hyunmoo considers that he also needs to find someone to help him redevelop the property. Cooking at the stove, he muses that if he were to suddenly buy a house, people around him might find it suspicious, leading him to conclude that if he wants to use a lot of money at once, it might be better to get registered as an ability user and raise his rank. He holds an egg thoughtfully, his mind already calculating the path forward. A lone, brilliant star hangs in the cosmic void, a remnant of something vast and powerful. As Hyunmoo gazes at a system prompt, a thought crosses his mind, wondering why he ever limited himself to asking for just one star. He recalls the countless others, like the shadowy figures battling monstrous forms, all consumed by their relentless pursuit of strength. A stern, uniformed figure from his thoughts echoes his growing ambition, questioning why he shouldn't simply claim everything. Clenching his fist, Hyunmoo resolves to seize every opportunity, determined to take everything he can get his hands on. He contemplates a desolate future where the world might be destroyed, but he would survive, growing stronger and stronger, ultimately becoming the sole owner of all those stars. Under a blood-red moon, a silhouette of him sits atop a mountain of fallen foes, a chilling vision of his ultimate triumph. Surrounded by a fiery aura, he imagines ruling the world with everything under his feet, knowing he must do everything in his power to achieve it. Suddenly, a voice cuts through his intense thoughts, telling him to stop acting cool and just eat his food. As the weight of his ambition settled, he found himself back in the mundane reality of a shared meal. His thoughts interrupted by the television's drone, announcing, in other news, he finally acknowledged the present, deciding, oh, okay, yeah, I'll start eating. All around them, the Hunter Association had once dismissed the dungeon as a relic of the past, yet now, it was unfolding before their very eyes. Yumin gasped, wow, really? So they really do exist. Hyunmoo, watching the broadcast, added, I'm so glad I didn't go to the dungeon. He pondered the implications, wondering, is this the first time after North Korea was ruined? The news continued, detailing, we, of the Jaesung clan. The broadcast then shifted to a report on the flood phenomenon, explaining that it was likely occurring since the dungeon had been abandoned after the event. Hyunmoo, still processing the information, echoed, flood phenomenon. As if a vision of the phenomenon itself, a powerful red and purple aura began to emanate from his form, illustrating the news definition. It's a phenomenon where monsters come flooding out of a dungeon. The glowing energy intensified around him. As the explanation continued, Baka dungeon has opened, so the monsters are coming out. Monsters, he realized. If your weapon doesn't have mana infused into them, it's impossible to kill those monsters like that. The vibrant, ominous aura continued to swirl around his legs. The news report continued to play, detailing the immense risk involved in raiding certain dungeons, especially for someone like Lee Ji-tae, who aimed to be the first in Korea to successfully clear such a dangerous place. As he sat across from Yumin, both quietly eating their meal, Hyunmoo found himself unable to fully grasp the ambition of such a feat, knowing that becoming a master ability user wasn't something one could simply achieve through effort alone. He mused that he couldn't even imagine such a thing. His thoughts drifted to the upcoming ability user registration test, set to begin in 3 days, with the Baka dungeon being the most significant challenge within it. It seemed the Jaesung clan was already planning to recruit a large number of people for the Baka dungeon expedition next year. He knew he would have to pass the registration test again, but his deep contemplation was suddenly broken by Yumin, who called out to him. She asked if he was even listening to her, to which he quickly apologized, admitting his mind had been elsewhere. A massive crowd gathers under a banner proclaiming the ability user registration test, the air thick with anticipation and the faint glow of nascent powers. Amidst the throng, Hyunmoo finds himself jostled by a friend, who complains about the sheer number of people, urging him to move forward through the chaotic queue. Before he can respond, a large, bearded man suddenly grabs his shoulder, his voice booming, questioning if this is his first time here for evaluation. The man laughs heartily, repeating his observation about Hyunmoo's apparent inexperience. Hyunmoo simply scratches his head, lost in thought, the man's words stirring a distant memory. He recalls a time as a child, an older man's voice echoing, remarking on the unusually low rank of an ability user from an orphanage, before asking about the young boy's own awakened power. Back in the present, Hyunmoo offers a simple yeah, I guess, to the large man, who then laments the disorganization of the registration process. The man explains that the chaos stems from the lack of distinction between new applicants and seasoned hunters, creating a total mess for everyone involved. He continues, noting the queue is completely overwhelmed, prompting Hyunmoo to inquire if even established hunters are present for the test. The ability user registration test was a chaotic affair, with crowds gathering since the Taesung organization had announced its open recruitment. As Hyunmoo navigated the throng, a man with a confident grin approached him, asking, "Are you here for the open recruitment too?" The man chuckled, "Haha, that's too hard for me. I'm just here to update my registered level." He continued, his voice dropping slightly, "My level is something that I can't even say." Hyunmoo simply thought, "I see." Hyunmoo looked up, a question forming in his mind. Was registering one's level truly a measure of value? Taesung, oblivious to Hyunmoo's internal debate, continued, "Well, not everyone is a match for ability users. I guess it'd be natural for people to think like that if they're able to perform one or more points." Around them, the crowd jostled, voices calling out, "Hey, move, please." He then added, with a dismissive wave, "If someone doesn't have that kind of ability, they're just trash." Then, extending a hand, he introduced himself, "I'm Taesung. What's your name?" Hyunmoo, ignoring the question, looked up at the sky, his resolve hardening. He knew he just needed to level up quickly and rise through the ranks before he got caught. A voice called out, "Next group, come." The crowd surged forward, a cacophony of shouts and shoves as people desperately tried to move, voices yelling, "Move! Push!" The ability user evaluation process begins. It consists of 3 distinct stages: an identity check, a stats check, and finally, a skills check. An official overseeing the process ponders the implications, as the first step, the identity check, is generally a mere formality. Most individuals pass it without any issues. Hyunmoo Kang, his name displayed on the screen, proceeds through this initial stage, before moving on to the more critical stats check. He provides a blood sample, a necessary component for the evaluation. This particular check will be finalized once his blood has been applied to the test paper. With the stats check underway, the next step will be the final skills assessment. The digital display shows a series of zeros, awaiting the input of his evaluated abilities. The final stage of the ability user evaluation would be the skills check. Or, to put it simply, a combat ability evaluation. He observes the process, noting that it's a normal procedure, with most participants expected to score close to 1, though the system can only evaluate numbers for a few seconds at a time. He thinks to himself, "I'm B7. As he extends his arm into the machine, he considers that merely having high numbers isn't necessarily what makes a hunter good, and that the true measure of skill often goes beyond simple statistics. An assistant instructs him that there's a marble inside, and he needs to clench onto it tightly. Looking up at Taesung, Hyunmoo questions, "A marble?" He slides his arm further into the device, his hand finding and squeezing the glowing blue orb within. A look of surprise spreading across his face as he asks, "Is this it?" A guttural gasp escapes Hyunmoo Kang as a surge of raw power erupts around him, the purple energy crackling with intensity. Then, a sharp, cracking sound echoes through the space, leaving him wide-eyed and utterly stunned by the unexpected outcome. Meanwhile, in a sterile observation room, 3 researchers in lab coats intently monitor their screens, their expressions unreadable as they process the data. Hyunmoo Kang stares at the device before him, a question forming on his lips, wondering if this was truly the extent of its capabilities. Suddenly, a sharp, cracking sound echoes through the room, leaving both him and the attending scientist wide-eyed in shock, the researcher barely able to process the question. "You're telling me it broke just from a kick?" Seated at a table with 2 bewildered scientists, Hyunmoo Kang can only offer a confused, drawn-out sound of disbelief. One of the scientists, still trying to comprehend the situation, wonders aloud, "Wait, why is the machine like this?" Hyunmoo Kang, his face a mask of utter disbelief, questions the impossible. "Does a number like this exist? Did it break?" The scientist, exasperated, throws his hands up, pondering the sheer power he just witnessed. How high is his rank that he might have? "Hey, it's broken even when Lee Jai used it." Hyunmoo Kang, now looking guilty, stutters out a hesitant question to the scientist. Did I break the machine?" The machine Hyunmoo Kang had just interacted with sparked violently, prompting Yumin to quickly reassure everyone that it was merely a malfunction, while Taesung added that such occurrences were common and only required recalibration. As the machine rippled with residual energy, Hyunmoo Kang turned to Taesung, asking if he needed to regain his full strength. Taesung, hoping he wouldn't break the device again, urged him to use it slowly, while Hyunmoo Kang internally resolved to perform the task properly this time. The machine continued to ripple with unstable energy, its broken state a stark reminder of the power it had just encountered. With the device seemingly beyond repair, the question arose of whether to report its complete failure, prompting a distressed Yumin to plead with Taesung to simply let the incident slide. Later, Hyunmoo Kang stared at a document, his expression one of surprise at seeing a pending review status. Standing before a group of individuals, he declared his intention to acquire the necessary lines from the guild, confident that his one-step skill would enable him to overcome any adversary. In a brightly lit office, an official in a dark suit addresses a group, instructing those with ambiguous skills to proceed to the furthest left. Meanwhile, Hyunmoo Kang observes a glowing screen, which displays a pending review status, indicating a need for a more detailed assessment of his abilities. Back with the officials, a male colleague expresses his frustration, believing the process is overly complicated, as if they were dealing with research institute employees rather than hunters. Hyunwoo Kang, however, simply offers a confident, almost amused, response, a quiet right, followed by a soft chuckle as he walks away. He pauses, a thoughtful escaping him, as he processes the implications of his situation. The female official, observing the proceedings, mentally concludes that for now, they will have to rely on their own judgment regarding these unique cases. Later, she directly asks Hyunwoo Kang if he is prepared to undertake the hunter ability test, to which he confidently affirms, yes. She explains that if he passes, she will provide him with further information, adding that this particular test will differ from others and involve collaboration with Taesung. Holding up a card revealing her name as Director Kim, she muses to herself that her phrasing might make her sound like a boomer. Being a hunter might seem cool and glamorous from the outside. But the reality is far grimmer, as one can easily get hurt, and in extreme cases, even die. The notion that all hunters make vast sums of money is also a misconception. The people who truly earn a lot are a distinct minority. Because things aren't always going well for them, the majority of hunters will need to get involved in other jobs to make ends meet. Director Kim asks, her expression thoughtful. Oh, is that so? Then what about fame? Power? She considers the motivations, wondering if it's simply a sense of duty to protect the population. Hyunwoo Kang, listening intently, responds with a slight smile, acknowledging that humans cannot handle such burdens alone. Director Kim then extends a leaflet towards him, explaining, here's the University of Registration leaflet, guide, and emergency contact list. If I could give you a tip, it's that the focus of this test is dungeons. Having received the documents for his hunter ability test, Hyunwoo Kang carefully reads through the instructions, a voice in his mind assuring him that the information will be helpful. A slight smile gracing his lips, he wonders what kind of challenge awaits him. Meanwhile, in a bustling part of the city, the urban landscape stretches under a clear sky. Footsteps echo as a sleek vehicle pulls up, and an imposing figure in a black suit walks with a smaller associate. The luxury car comes to a soft stop, its door clicking open to reveal a new arrival. Section Chief Lee, a man with platinum blonde hair and a crisp white suit, steps out, his presence commanding attention. As he walks through a murmuring crowd alongside the large man in black, he asks, are the preparations going smoothly? Section Chief Lee, his back to the viewer, confirms that everything is proceeding without issue. Standing among a group of suited men, he observes the arrival of the Red Butterfly Group, a powerful clan that many others are now targeting as their benchmark. A slight smirk plays on his lips as he considers that these other clans are not truly aiming for the Northeastern hunters, but rather for the Red Butterfly itself. He thinks of the Red Butterfly members, people possessing genuine talent, keen sense, and undeniable skill. Despite their own recommendations being ignored, he notes that as soon as news spread about the Northern expert clans, everyone suddenly applied for the test. The Red Butterfly emblem glows faintly, representing the group's influence. Section Chief Lee smiles, remarking that if it were the Red Butterfly Group, they would have simply applied and been accepted without question. Walking away with his subordinate, he casually asks about the other newcomers. He dismisses them, stating they are all 20 levels lower and cannot compare to the Red Butterfly, before acknowledging that there is one person who presents a very unusual case. His finger hovers over a profile, highlighting the word, unusual. Section Chief Lee considers the information, a thoughtful hum escaping him. He dismisses the applicant's test picture, comparing the small figure to a squirrel, and noting the clearly different blood type. He continues to critique the applicant, finding them unimpressive and burdened with many disadvantages, even speculating that their blood group implies a lack of colleagues. A single word, mind, echoes his internal assessment. Turning away from the documents, he walks with a folder tucked under his arm. Meanwhile, at Gate B, the entrance to the testing area stands ready. Various applicants begin to gather, including a burly man in a black hoodie and another with blonde hair. A woman with short brown hair and a man in glasses also wait, among the many hopefuls. Having arrived at the testing facility, Hyunwoo Kang surveys the bustling hallway, a slight frown creasing his brow. As he stands amidst the other applicants, a voice cuts through the murmur, calling out his name with a hint of surprise. Turning, he finds Taesung, an official in a sharp suit, looking at him with an unreadable expression, holding a clipboard and pen. The official's words hang in the air, leaving Hyunwoo Kang visibly taken aback. His confusion mounts as he processes the unexpected confrontation, his voice rising in disbelief. Despite the sudden interruption, he reaches for the entrance to Gate B, ready to proceed. With a determined expression, Hyunwoo Kang steps forward, leaving the official and another applicant behind him. As the announcement rings out, the participants begin to stream through Gate B, entering the next phase of their ability test. As the new hunters gather, a voice welcomes them to the Yongsan Ability Test Center's third gymnasium dungeon. The announcement continues, explaining that this place is designed specifically for them. Hyunwoo Kang, among the other participants, moves deeper into the facility, while Taesung observes from a distance. Section Chief Lee's voice then details the dungeon's origins, stating it's modeled after a 5-star dungeon in Ukraine. An official in a pristine white suit listens intently, his gaze fixed on the proceedings. Hyunmoo Kong, his expression serious, absorbs the next instruction. The goal of the test is to hunt as many goblins as possible. This objective is clearly outlined in the information received upon entering the dungeon. The theme of this first dungeon, Goblin City, will last for the next 3 hours. Above, the ominous, artificial sky of the dungeon looms, setting a grim stage for the challenge ahead. Among the gathered participants, a woman with long, vibrant red hair stands, her back to the front, awaiting the final words. Section Chief Lee, his platinum blonde hair neatly swept back, looks out at the crowd, his expression calm as he delivers the final instructions. And among them, he listens intently, his dark eyes focused on the official. With a final, resonant command, the official declares, "Please experience the dungeon," revealing its ominous title, Monopoly in Hell. In this world, everyone has a role, even the monsters, and the one who fills all roles collects the most. With that understanding, Director Kim, Section Chief Lee, Taesung, and Yu Min stand with Hyunmoo Kong, looking down as one of them observes, which means the monsters aren't the only prey. Humans are also considered prey. As Section Chief Lee points a finger downward, he continues, "So, would you guys like to work Toj?" There. Hyunmoo Kong listens, a thoughtful expression on his face, his mind already made up. He looks down at the figure below, then back at the group, posing a question that hangs heavy in the air. What if I don't want to? With a determined glint in his eyes, Hyunmoo Kong declares, "I don't want to." His defiance is clear, a quiet resolve settling over him as he stands firm in his decision, his hoodie slightly rumpled from the tension. He listens as one of his companions explains that they have someone with a shield skill and another with a discovery skill, wondering if that isn't enough. The director, however, points out that others will try to claim the rewards first, a thought that elicits a small, knowing chuckle from him. He questions if that's the only reason, while another companion worries about needing more skills, as the group stands together, looking out at the vast, imposing structure before them. Another companion then realizes that this means they'll have to fight with just the 4 of them, concluding that everyone else must already be in parties of 5. Suddenly, Section Chief Lee lunges forward, grabbing Hyunmoo Kang's arm with a harsh grip, his voice cutting through the air with a sneering, "Break a leg." Hyunmoo Kang's eyes narrow in fury, a defiant "you bastard," escaping his lips. Section Chief Lee's grip tightens as he continues his intimidation, declaring that instead of letting Hyunmoo Kang get his tile stolen by others, he demands that Hyunmoo Kang simply hand it over to them, his face contorted in a menacing snarl as he clenches his fist. A pained grunt escapes him as the assault continues, a heavy kick landing squarely against his body, sending him sprawling. Another powerful blow follows, purple energy flaring around him as he's thrown back, his body twisting midair. He lands hard, struggling to catch his breath, a defiant "ha" escaping his lips. As his eyes begin to glow with a fierce purple light, a chilling realization dawns on him. He had forgotten to take from his attackers. Purple energy crackles around his clenched fist, a silent promise of retribution. Unaware of the shift, Section Chief Lee stands over him, still demanding, "Who wants to hand their tile over first?" But before he can finish, a sudden, unseen force sends him recoiling in shock, a surprised "I give up," escaping his lips as Hyunmoo Kang rises. Now on the ground, terrified, the Section Chief sputters, "Did you really think you could win without training and experience? You're just a novice." As Hyunmoo Kang looks down, a faint "ha" of disbelief. A small, purple tile lies on the ground, drawing a curious "huh" from the observer. Section Chief Lee, still reeling from his defeat, demands to know if Hyunmoo Kang intends to take his tile, claiming there were no explicit instructions on what to do in such a situation. He continues, trying to assert some semblance of authority, questioning the grounds for taking tiles and explaining that losing them means disqualification, especially when the defeated opponent possessed a shield skill. Hyunmoo Kang, holding a tile and a slight smile playing on his lips, acknowledges the chief's words, a thoughtful hum escaping him as he considers the implications. Sweat beading on his brow, Section Chief Lee tries to save face, muttering that it sounds good, as long as he gets the tiles, and that it's as expected of those who can take tiles from the defeated. A stack of tiles sits neatly arranged, a silent testament to the ongoing discussion. Section Chief Lee, now seated and looking resigned, repeats his internal thought, reinforcing his belief that it's only natural for those who win to claim the tiles of the defeated. Meanwhile, a woman with long, dark hair gazes out over a city, her thoughts turning to a high ranker with a 5-star aura ability, realizing that if the Red Butterfly Guild is involved, clearing the dungeon will be impossible. Section Chief Lee stares forward, a look of disbelief on his face as he processes the information. He considers the complex selection process, where only those who receive the necessary support can reach their objectives, but even then, only a fraction truly succeed in getting through. As time progresses, the system ensures that only the most talented individuals endure. Meanwhile, a researcher in a sleek uniform explains that even though survival is paramount in this particular test, they are also actively seeking out individuals of exceptional talent. Far away, an armored android stands amidst a desolate landscape, its metallic form reflecting the harsh light. A low hum emanates from its glowing red visor, a silent declaration of its readiness. With a subtle shift of its arm, the android declares, "That's when things will get interesting." Back in a modern facility, Section Chief Lee and Taesung walk together as a narration introduces DIW Industries' newest department, an independent agency established in the early 2040s. This department utilizes specialized androids, which can only be deployed at TAC Islands, and are equipped with artificial intelligence exclusively for use within designated dungeons. As the combat android unleashes a powerful strike, a voice identifies its target as a mushroom droid. Despite its unassuming name, this high-end model integrates only the best technologies. Its combat ability is exceptional, capable of reflecting mana and even mana reflection abilities. And despite the shares of the underlings, it's a model that can be repaired and reused, saving on costs. The mushroom droid's counterattack sends Hyunmoo Kong flying, a pained ugh, escaping him as he struggles to regain his footing. Another powerful deflection from the droid, its arm glowing with concentrated energy. From a control room, Yumin questions if such a formidable opponent means it's a 3-star rating, or if most ability users would simply call it overpowered. Section Chief Lee, however, clarifies that it's not quite to that extent, explaining that if a team works well together, they should be able to clear it just fine. The armored android then adds, the real problem arises when individuals like the big butterfly try to solo it. A pained groan escapes him as he struggles to push himself up, the lingering effects of the attack still coursing through his body. From the observation deck, the armored android continues its analysis, explaining that it would be difficult for any solo player to retreat at this point, as the battle is deeply embedded into the ground itself. Section Chief Lee nods, adding that the extensive preparations for this very scenario are what's keeping the entire Big Butterfly operation in check. Suddenly, Yumin's eyes widen, a quiet, "Wait a minute," escaping her lips as she notices something amiss. Section Chief Lee turns to her, inquiring about the matter. A digital display flashes with critical information, showing K.HM8, personnel inside 502, and internal personnel 281. And Taesung, his expression grim, confirms that an unforeseen situation has indeed occurred. Lee subtly adjusts his tie, a silent acknowledgement of the escalating tension. A high-pitched, metallic whine echoes through the air. The armored android stands motionless, a formidable presence. Hyunmoo Kong watches it, a slight smile playing on his lips. He had been looking forward to a true challenge, a real monster to test his limits. Suddenly, the android lunges forward, closing the distance with incredible speed. A blur of motion erupts as the two combatants clash. Hyunmoo Kong throws a punch, demanding to know why it remains silent. But before his strike can fully connect, the android's leg flashes with red energy. It connects with a brutal kick, sending him reeling backward. As he stumbles, the android's voice cuts through the air, mocking his perceived slowness. Despite the previous blow, he pushes through the pain, launching himself into a furious mid-air assault, a crimson aura flaring around him. Yet, the armored android remains unfazed, its voice echoing with disdain. "Even your stats are low." A low growl escapes him, his jaw clenching in a mix of frustration and renewed resolve. The android, seemingly bored with the skirmish, stands amidst a pile of dismantled mushroom droids, declaring the entire affair, "This is so boring." But before it can even finish the thought, Hyunmoo Kong closes the distance in an instant, his hands seizing the android by its neck. A single, decisive command, and the armored form begins to crack and dismantle, black energy swirling around its collapsing frame. He stands over the remains, a faint purple glow emanating from his hand as he effortlessly dispatches the remaining mushroom droids. Observing the strange energy on his palm, he muses aloud, "Wow, really came so simply? Isn't this a bit too easy?" Amidst the scattered wreckage, he shrugs, a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice. Is it only that it didn't go so smoothly? 27 minutes have passed since the start of the test, a notice appearing before him. Hyunmoo Kong looks up, surprised. Meanwhile, Hong Jin, a muscular man with his dark hair tied back, secures third place with 16 tiles. Two other competitors stand nearby, one a woman with a toned physique, the other a man in a white jacket. Yumin, with her reddish-brown hair, takes second place, having collected 17 tiles. But it is Hyunmoo Kong who claims the top spot, a wide smile spreading across his face as the system declares him first with 18 tiles. He reaches into his jacket, perhaps retrieving a reward or simply preparing to leave. The results of the latest trial are in, with the competitor known as Red Butterfly securing third place with 9 tiles. And then, surprisingly, also claiming second place with the same number of tiles. But it is Kong Hyunmoo who stands victorious, a wide smile spreading across his face as he secures first place with a perfect 10 tiles. He knew this outcome was inevitable, yet a part of him wishes for more tiles, reflecting on how easily he dispatched the Scarecrow challenge. As he checks his newly acquired items, a system window reveals a piece of Spore Eroder's flesh, a common-grade material. A sigh escapes him. He had hoped for something far more valuable. Hyunmoo stares at the item he received, surprised that something like this would appear, noting its incredible toughness as if it came from the depths of hell itself. He stretches the dark, leathery material, wondering if its inherent durability is why it feels so resilient. A thought sparks in his mind, a sudden realization dawning on his face. He holds up the material, examining it closely, considering what he could fashion from it. After some effort, he looks down at his creation, pleased with how it turned out. Now equipped with newly crafted spore eroders, knee guards, and arm guards, he feels a new sense of readiness. Adjusting an arm guard with a confident smile, he declares himself ready. Turning his back, he walks away with renewed purpose, determined to handle whatever comes next. A digital ranking board displays the current standings, with Kang Hyunmoo firmly holding the top position, leaving others to wonder how he maintains such dominance. Among them, a red-haired warrior known as Red Butterfly stares up at the rankings, her frustration palpable as she laments her inability to surpass him. Meanwhile, Hyunmoo's heavy boots echo as he strides forward, approaching the distant figure of Red Butterfly. Elsewhere, a shadowy group, including a man wreathed in a red aura and another in a skull mask, issues a chilling command to get her. Suddenly, Red Butterfly is caught mid-air, struck by a powerful, purple energy attack that rips a scream from her. As she reels from the impact, Hyunmoo's foot descends with crushing force, delivering a decisive blow. Defeated, Red Butterfly plummets through the air, her form surrounded by scattering red energy and debris. But the assault isn't over. A flurry of red and purple energy slashes her, sending her reeling through the air, each strike a brutal impact. She tumbles, unable to regain her footing, the relentless barrage driving her further down. A grimace of agony twists her features, the pain of the unseen attacks overwhelming her senses. Still, she falls, surrounded by the vibrant, destructive energy, her body a mere plaything to the unseen forces. Another impact snaps her head back, her red hair whipping wildly as the assault intensifies. A raw scream tears from her throat, her body contorting as the red and purple energy engulfs her completely. The agonizing cry echoes, culminating in a final, explosive burst that swallows her from view, leaving only a blinding flash. As the energy dissipates, she falls limp, eyes closed, utterly defeated and unconscious. A low hum of energy emanates from Red Butterfly, her form shimmering with a crimson and violet aura. Her eyes burning with an intense red glow as crackling power gathers in her outstretched hand. With her blade drawn and the vibrant energy swirling around her, she stands ready for any challenge. The battle is swift, and she emerges victorious, standing over a defeated, masked figure amidst the dust and debris. But the fight is far from over as she faces a horde of new enemies, scoffing at their numbers. "You're expecting me to kill all goblins?" One of the figures challenges her, asking, "Are you confident that you can take all of it at once?" Undaunted, she gestures towards the overwhelming force, ready to prove them wrong. Suddenly, a cry of "Une" rips through the air as she turns to see Hong Jin, overwhelmed and under attack by the very same figures. Hong Ryan is brutally struck, caught in a relentless assault. Amidst a gathering of figures, a discussion unfolds about the necessary resources, with one voice lamenting a lack of points, while another dismisses such concerns as unimportant. Hong Jin stands with her companions, a determined expression set on her face. The conversation continues, focusing on their objective, a plan to rendezvous with the Northern Expedition, confident they've already gathered enough for the task. Her companions confirm the numbers, 800 in total, as if to reassure her. But Hong Jin, undeterred, begins to walk away, declaring that the sheer quantity doesn't matter, while her companions plead with her not to leave. She glances back, a silent question hanging in the air as they ask where she is going. From a slight distance, Red Butterfly watches her, offering a quiet, earnest warning to stay close. Her gaze remains fixed, a mixture of concern and understanding in her eyes. Ignoring the pleas, Hong Jin launches herself skyward, leaving her companions behind as she ascends with a soft, fluttering sound. As she leaps away, leaving her companions behind, a voice calls out, finding her actions amusing. Meanwhile, in a different setting, a man in a dark suit asks his colleague, "Mu, who is that person?" His platinum-haired counterpart muses that he has a feeling this is his first time being investigated. He continues, explaining that the subject's affairs are not going well and he has been put on ice, prompting the dark-suited man to clarify, "Oh, the one with the poison blood skill," to which he confirms, "Yes." A mental image of Hyunmoo Kong, surrounded by a soft purple glow, appears as the platinum-haired man ponders, "Don't you think he's had experience with dungeons?" He elaborates that every action Hyunmoo takes suggests he is used to being in dungeons, leading his colleague to question. Then, he concludes that Hyunmoo might be one of those who entered dungeons without permission. His colleague then asks directly, "Are you suggesting he might be a rogue?" However, the platinum-haired man counters, "It doesn't seem like Kang Hyunmoo has a previous criminal record or license cancellation history either." He concludes that Hyunmoo might have come from outside the country. Section Chief Lee continues his conversation, explaining that since the incidents in other nations, their own policies have become much harsher. He muses, it would be ideal if they would simply bury their differences and fight amongst themselves. Meanwhile, Hyunmoo Kong examines a small, fan-like device, wondering aloud, "Isn't this thing supposed to help me calm down?" He holds it closer, questioning, "Aren't you supposed to see and feel it go down?" A wave of nausea washes over him, as purple particles seem to emanate from the object, causing him to grimace in disgust. The source of his discomfort is revealed as a small, glowing mass in his hand, identified as spore eroder's flesh, common. The revulsion is too much to bear, and he doubles over, violently vomiting a stream of rainbow-colored liquid onto the floor. Still reeling from the experience, he covers his mouth, muttering, "Disgusting. Ah, seriously, this thing. I can barely even breathe when I'm almost." His face contorted in pure revulsion, he concludes, something's definitely wrong. He barely registers the incredible speed as a figure closes the distance, a blur of motion across the desolate ground. With a sudden burst of crimson energy, the red butterfly unleashes an ability, her form wreathed in a vibrant red aura. A pained grunt escapes him as the force of her attack slams into his defenses. He struggles to brace himself, deflecting the brunt of the blow as glowing red energy explodes around him. The red butterfly continues her relentless assault, her body still wreathed in a vibrant crimson glow. Then, she abruptly halts, her voice cutting through the lingering energy as she asks, "Are you alone?" She maintains her powerful stance, the red energy still swirling around her. Recovering from the assault, Hyunmoo Kong feigns confidence, replying, "I have 100 lackeys waiting on my order, why?" But she sees through his bluff, her gaze sharpening as she concludes, "So you're alone." The red butterfly, Hong Ryan, looks up at him, a vibrant red aura swirling around her as she declares her anticipation for the coming fight. Meanwhile, Hyunmoo Kong glances at his status window, a grim realization washing over him that he is only level 7, far too weak to face someone twice his own strength. Before he can fully process this, she launches herself forward, a blur of crimson energy and speed. The impact of her initial strike reverberates, a powerful blow aimed directly at him. He braces himself, feet digging into the ground, attempting to absorb the force of her assault. Another strike connects, forcing him to block with his arm, the sheer power making him question how she could be so strong. She continues her relentless barrage, a flurry of red-tinged blows pushing him further back. Each impact sends a jolt through his body, and he realizes that a direct hit could be fatal. With a surge of desperate energy, Hyunmoo Kang's eyes flare with a fierce red glow, signaling a hidden power awakening within him. The red butterfly's leg lashes out with blinding speed, a crimson blur. Her powerful kick connects, sending Hyunmoo Kang reeling. She follows up with another devastating strike, enveloped in a vibrant red aura. He is thrown backward by the force, struggling to block the relentless assault. A thought flashes through his mind. Without his battle helper, he's in deep trouble. The red butterfly continues her fierce barrage, her movements a whirlwind of red energy. She taunts him, confident in her advantage now that his battle helper can't be used, making it easy for her to cope. His arm flares with a crimson glow, a surge of power emanating from within. Yet, despite the power, he still can't find an opening against her overwhelming speed. Still reeling from the relentless assault, Hyunmoo Kang is sent flying backward, a red glow still clinging to his arm as a powerful kick connects. He collapses to one knee, the impact shaking him to his core, a desperate thought echoing in his mind. He might truly lose this fight. Meanwhile, his opponent watches, a hint of amusement in her gaze, admitting that while she had been jesting, she hadn't expected such a complete humiliation. She muses on the potential of someone like him, wondering if it would be worth trying to push him further. As she descends for another strike, Hyunmoo Kang looks up, the weight of his situation pressing down on him. He knows he cannot endure much longer, but a new, vibrant blue energy begins to surge around him, his eyes glowing with fierce resolve. The swirling blue power coalesces in his hand, a system notification confirming that valiant energy has been applied to his battle helper. His fist, now enveloped in a brilliant, pulsating blue aura, radiates immense power. The red butterfly, caught off guard by this sudden surge, shows a flicker of genuine surprise. As red butterfly's crimson energy tendrils lashed out, seeking to ensnare him, Hyunmoo Kang unleashed his own power. A brilliant blue aura erupted from his form, his valiant energy surging upwards to meet the incoming assault, catching his opponent off guard. The two opposing forces collided with immense power, erupting into a swirling vortex of vibrant purple energy. The impact resonated with a deafening crash, sending shockwaves of raw power rippling through the air. Red Butterfly launches herself forward, a crimson blur of focused power, her body radiating an intense red energy. Before he can react, Hyunmoo Kang is violently struck, his own blue aura flaring as he's sent plummeting through the air. The force of the impact continues to drive him down, a deafening quang echoing through the space. Another devastating quang signifies the full weight of the blow. He plunges into a rocky chasm, a pained cry escaping his lips as he disappears from sight. His face contorted in agony, he falls, while Red Butterfly gazes down, her red eyes glowing with fierce satisfaction. Still, he descends, the speed of his fall emphasized by blurring lines. Having delivered the decisive blow, Red Butterfly stands ready, her fists crackling with residual red energy, a look of unwavering resolve on her face. His eyes widen in agony, a pained gasp escaping his lips. Meanwhile, the Red Butterfly stands, a vibrant crimson aura still flaring around her hand. The potent energy crackling with residual power. A heavy sigh escapes him as he looks down, defeated. She kneels, exhausted, a grunt of effort escaping her. His hand clenches, the last vestiges of purple energy fading as he admits, "I lost to you." Standing over her, he questions, "Was that skill just now? A well of..." He stares out at the sprawling city, a single word escaping his lips as a low rumble echoes through the air. Suddenly, a powerful impact reverberates as Hong Jin delivers a devastating aerial kick, sending her opponent reeling. The force of the blow sends Red Butterfly crashing to the ground, with Hong Jin landing gracefully nearby. Back in his own space, Hyun Wukong finds himself on the floor, uttering a surprised exclamation as if he felt the impact himself. Elsewhere, a man with glasses recognizes Hong Jin, exclaiming that she's the person from before. Hong Jin looks down, questioning her opponent's state, and then reveals her identity, stating she never expected to see her again, and that she is Red. The man with glasses then refers to Hong Jin as a snake. He gestures towards another woman standing nearby, explaining that she is his person and they are in the same group. Meanwhile, a woman kneels beside the defeated Red Butterfly, calling out her name, Uni. Still reeling from her defeat, Uni is confronted by Hong Jin, who demands to know the meaning of her actions, but then dismisses the question, telling her to forget it. Turning her attention to another competitor, Hong Jin then challenges Hyun Wukong, questioning why he's bothering her, to which he defiantly admits his involvement. As 3 hours pass, the match concludes, and Hyun Wukong watches the final announcement on a large screen. He anticipates the rankings, muttering to himself that he would have done better if it hadn't been for that girl. The screen flashes, revealing his own score. Kang Hyunmoo has secured second place with 69 tiles. A look of utter shock crosses his face as he processes the information, unable to believe the outcome. The display then shifts to the top spot, announcing Red Butterfly in first place with an impressive 88 tiles. Kneeling on the ground, Uni looks up, a small smile playing on her lips, having secured her victory. Still kneeling before Hong Jin, Uni questions the outcome of their confrontation, wondering aloud about the implications of what just transpired. Hong Jin, looking down at her, simply confirms, "I did it." Meanwhile, a small pouch clatters to the ground as Hyun Wukong begins to walk away, his departure marked by a quiet exclamation. Eun-hee, her expression hardening, turns her gaze towards him, demanding to know, "You gave it to her while I was preoccupied?" She calls out to him, attempting to clarify the situation, insisting it must be a misunderstanding, before abruptly dismissing the thought. But a voice cuts through the air, sharp and commanding, demanding to know where he thinks he's going. Hong Jin, now focused on Eun-hee's arm, points out the injury, her tone laced with accusation. She continues, her anger rising. "And you dare leave without giving her an apology?" Hyun Wukong glances back, a worried expression on his face, internally questioning the idea of an apology, knowing he can't afford to draw their attention, and decides to deal with it later. He stands before the broken barrier, reflecting on the recent match, wondering if he might be disqualified for the unexpected turn of events. While he understands her frustration, he feels she should have at least asked for his side of the story, instead of making it seem like he tried to cheat. He had fought fairly and won, yet she accused him of stealing first place, fixated on his resemblance to someone else. A dark energy crackles around him as he questions if he's truly the bad guy in this scenario. His resolve hardens, a dangerous thought forming in his mind. He needs to teach them a lesson. A sharp, gleaming blade is poised, ready for action. Meanwhile, Hong Jin's voice rings out, filled with frustration, insisting that her target can hear her. Her expression contorts in anger and impatience, demanding a swift response. Suddenly, her demeanor shifts, and an unseen voice questions what is wrong with her. The ground beneath two figures seems to ripple with an unseen force. As Hyun Wukong stands over a swirling vortex of dark energy, his gaze fixed downward, a silent testament to the power he has unleashed. Monstrous, shadowy forms writhe around him, a massive, glowing red creature looming as a terrifying manifestation of his will. The aftermath of this display leaves Hong Jin collapsed on the ground in distress, her face etched with pain as Red Butterfly kneels beside her, offering what comfort she can. A hulking, armored monster with piercing red eyes appears, a chilling echo of the power that brought them to their knees. Red Butterfly reaches out desperately, her voice filled with anguish as she calls out to Hong Ryan, to Ryona. But it is Red Butterfly herself who collapses to the ground, injured, as Hong Jin cries out her true name, Uni. Hyunmoo kneels beside the injured woman, green particles of healing energy swirling around her, explaining that he only intended to teach her a lesson, while Hong Jin watches on, her expression unreadable. Later, Hyunmoo stands with another man, the two of them looking out over a city street, the recent confrontation seemingly behind them. He gazes out over the city, a thoughtful expression on his face, acknowledging that the situation is far more serious than he had initially anticipated. Uncertain of the path forward, he considers retreating, a quick escape from the escalating chaos. Meanwhile, in a starkly different setting, a man with slicked-back gray hair dismisses a suggestion from his subordinate, who wonders if they should have allowed Red Butterfly to proceed alone. The gray-haired man muses that if it was indeed a mistake, it was a remarkably accurate one. Back with Hyunmoo, he continues to observe, acknowledging that he would understand if she were on his level, but the reality is far from it. For an ability user who hasn't even reached level 10 yet, the established hunters might soon find themselves surpassed. The subordinate then asks his captain what their next move should be, specifically if they should meet up with Red Butterfly first. The captain's response is firm and immediate, a resounding no. Instead, he declares his intention to meet Kang Hyunmoo before anyone else. He groans, a wave of exhaustion washing over him as residual purple energy crackles around his prone form. Later, in a more composed state, he sits quietly in a room, still visibly weary. Clutching a glowing blue orb, he laments the necessity of his actions, wishing he hadn't been forced to use such a potent ability. He reflects on the battle, acknowledging that while it ended with valiant energy, his domination skill consumes an exorbitant amount of mana, leaving him feeling utterly depleted. A quiet thought crosses his mind, wondering if this constant struggle will be his future. Suddenly, a man in a sharp suit approaches, holding a similar glowing blue orb, and formally introduces himself, announcing, "I am Taemin-soo, the secretary team leader of Taesung clan." Presenting a pristine business card, Taemin-soo continues, "We've heard that you possess great skills." Addressing him directly, the man asks, "Konghai SSI?" To which he simply replies, "Yes." Taemin-soo then extends a significant offer, stating, "We, the Taesung clan, would like to provide you with the best environment possible to improve yourself. We'll make you into a hunter who will be able to reach a level far beyond what any other clan is able to." With a confident, almost challenging glint in his eyes, Hyunwoo looks up, holding the clan's card in his hand. He asks, his voice laced with ambition, "Can you help me reach even the stars?" A man with neatly combed, light hair sits in the back of a luxurious car, his gaze fixed on a screen, a soft sigh escaping him. His brow furrows slightly, as the display shows a sudden, violent surge of red energy, accompanied by a sharp, crackling sound. The crimson glow intensifies, pulsing with raw, untamed power. Meanwhile, in a desolate, rocky expanse, Hyunwoo Kong is caught mid-action, surrounded by a brilliant, swirling blue aura, his body radiating immense power. Back in the car, the light-haired man's eyes widen in alarm, a heavy impact echoing in his mind as he witnesses the unfolding events. A faint, almost imperceptible smile plays on his lips, a complex mix of emotions crossing his face as the red glow from the screen reflects in his eyes. He then calmly reviews a document, tapping his fingers thoughtfully against the paper. Finally, he looks out the car window, remarking, "It seems that you got rejected." He sits in the passenger seat of a sleek car, listening intently as the driver speaks about a proposal that might be too good for younger people to even consider. His expression remains neutral, absorbing the information as they talk about the stars. "Stars?" he questions, a hint of curiosity in his tone. The driver, Taemin-soo, explains that he thought the offer might be too good for younger people to refuse, but it wasn't quite what he meant. He continues, admitting it was his first time hearing about such a thing. On a screen, Red Butterfly confirms, "Oh yes, just as planned." The driver concludes, stating that once the rejection is official, there shouldn't be any issues. "All right, good work," the light-haired man replies, stepping out of the car as Taemin-soo bids him to be careful on the way back. Alone in the car, he glances at a screen displaying a message about a star. From a distance, an unseen observer considers the young man, thinking he will need to keep a close watch on him. Meanwhile, inside a sleek car, Hyunwoo Kong rides in the back, while Taemin-soo drives and a blonde woman sits in the passenger seat. He glances at something in the woman's lap, asking what it is, then clarifying his question. Taemin-soo explains it's a business proposal for a new dungeon, mentioning the guild master's impending retirement, but Hyunwoo Kong interrupts, clarifying he means that thing she's holding. He gestures towards a large box, emphasizing his focus on it. The woman looks down at the item, acknowledging his observation. A sudden thud echoes through the car, and Hyunwoo Kang's expression shifts to one of surprise. The woman quickly apologizes, insisting she had no intention of causing harm and attempting to explain herself further. As she pleads for forgiveness, Hyunwoo Kong recognizes her, calling out Hong Ryan, and then connects her presence to the earlier business proposal. Still reeling from the previous encounter, Hong Jin explains her intentions, admitting she was only trying to startle him a little. A faint green glow emanates from her neck as she pauses, lost in thought. Hyunwoo Kong dismisses her explanation, acknowledging her speed before presenting her with something else. Standing in a training hall, he offers her a small box, declaring it the prize for first place in the test, a reward that should have been hers if things had gone as planned. Hong Jin reaches for the box, expressing her sincere appreciation for the gesture. Hyunwoo Kang's hand still holds the box, implying she had no other choice but to accept it. Inside the box are a pair of gloves, labeled Tenacious Grip, designed to increase strength and hand defense, a powerful item that elicits a surprised reaction. Meanwhile, Taemin-soo reveals that the new item they had acquired was sold to Park Min-soo. Hyunwoo Kang's thoughts drift to the persistent old man, realizing he must have been lurking, always finding a way to acquire what he desires, no matter who it's sold to. He stares down, a single thought echoing in his mind. All that, for himself. The image of a glowing ruby crystal flashes in his mind, a valuable item that someone acquired in vast quantities, leading him to wonder who could have amassed such a fortune. If someone was truly pulling strings behind the scenes, it would explain the sheer number of crystal rubies. In that case, it would be far more beneficial to directly contact the man behind it all, a figure known as Park Min-woo. Meanwhile, Park Min-soo, known to some as Park Wiso, sits in a dimly lit room, his gaze fixed on a tablet, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. Back in the present, Hyunwoo Kong looks down, deep in thought. Later, riding in a car, he asks, "So, Is that all there was as a prize? He continues, looking around. Oh yeah? If I remember correctly, wasn't there prize money too? Suddenly, his eyes widen in surprise as something falls out. Oh, what just fell out? From the driver's seat, Eunhee, the red butterfly, glances at him with a questioning look, asking, what? Anyway, are you talking like that? Inside the car, a casual question hangs in the air, asking if he wanted to eat some meat. His gaze falls upon a card, revealing a staggering sum of 5 million won, leaving him momentarily speechless. As the journey concludes, a notification confirms their arrival at the destination. The car door begins to open, and a soft exclamation escapes him as they step out. Eunhee remarks on the Hunters Association's generosity, even offering prizes for tests, to which Hyunwoo Kang responds that it merely reflects the respect they command. For hunters, the public's admiration often comes with a misconception, as ordinary people tend to believe their lives are easy. Hyunwoo Kang ponders the why behind this perception, recalling a past warning to always be careful with one's wallet. With a soft whirring sound, Eunhee points at the card in his hand, the 5 million won now clearly visible against a backdrop of recent conflict. A chilling red aura emanates from a building. As Hyunwoo Kang walks away, the sound of his own strained breath echoing in the silence. The oppressive energy intensifies around the structure, but he continues his retreat, the air thick with an unseen threat. Meanwhile, a shadowy figure looms over a young woman named Yumin, holding her captive, as a voice urgently warns, Yumin, don't go inside and get in the car. Hyunwoo Kang's face hardens with resolve, his voice cutting through the tension as he commands, get in the car and forget it, and don't get out until I come back. The world around him seems to fade into an oppressive darkness. As he walks away from the building, his footsteps heavy and deliberate, each one a testament to his grim determination. A faint smirk plays on his lips, a silent acknowledgement of the path he has chosen. His foot lands firmly on the ground, a silent vow forming in his mind. He would never have allowed this to happen. Later, both he and Yumin are on the ground, the confrontation seemingly over as he asks her, what are you doing behind someone's house like this? A shadowy figure, cloaked in a trench coat and fedora, stands silhouetted against a window, overlooking a sprawling city. His voice, calm and measured, cuts through the silence, addressing the man known as Park Waiso. Turning to face his guest, the older man acknowledges him, remarking that it has been a while since their last encounter, Kang Hyunwoo. Hyunwoo Kang, standing before him, questions the identity of his recent attackers, wondering if they were Japanese. He then reveals that they were after the mysterious gate he possesses, dismissing their attempt as a failure, though he'd heard even overseas hunters were interested. Tae-min-soo clarifies that the hunters were not top-ranked, merely working for Crystal Mine, adding that Hyunwoo Kang would have been hurt if he hadn't intervened. He then directly asks what Hyunwoo Kang wants. With a slight smile, Tae-min-soo presents his own proposal, a small offer to form an alliance with Tae-sung. Hyunwoo Kang turns his back, beginning to walk away. As Tae-min-soo's voice follows him, revealing that Tae-sung was behind the previous incident. Hyunwoo Kang pauses, looking back with a wry expression, stating that he had just rejected their offer before coming to this meeting. Tae-min-soo continues, his voice laced with an unsettling familiarity, claiming to have looked into Hyunwoo Kang's past. He suggests that everything about him was erased, as if someone deliberately wiped his records clean. Hyunwoo Kang turns, a flicker of surprise crossing his face, uttering a soft pardon. Tae-min-soo continues, revealing he heard about Hyunwoo Kang's unique gate, a phenomenon only a select few could ever hope to manifest. He then mentions Park Waiso, implying his involvement, before suggesting that Hyunwoo Kang work with his organization, Tae-sung. Hyunwoo Kang acknowledges the name, expressing gratitude for the help, but firmly states his understanding that Tae-sung is an organization he cannot align with. Tae-min-soo lets out a dry chuckle, a knowing "huh, I guess," escaping his lips. His eyes glow with a faint red light as he adds, I hope you understood if I'm a little rough. Hyunwoo Kang's expression remains resolute, his abilities drastically increased due to a subtle, yet profound, effect. He screams, a raw sound torn from his throat as blue energy crackles violently around him. The force of it throws him backward, his arm outstretched as he loses control, the blue aura still clinging to his form. He collapses to the ground, now enveloped in a pulsing, ominous purple-pink aura that radiates from his body. His hand trembles visibly, the strange, vibrant energy still swirling around it. Still struggling on the floor, Hyunwoo Kang urges himself to listen, to comprehend the intensifying power within him. Standing over the fallen man, Tae-min-soo observes his struggle, commenting on his awkward position. He dismisses the effect, believing it won't have much of an impact. Suddenly, an older man with a thick mustache and a determined expression appears, his gloved fist clenched and ready. He delivers a powerful, unexpected punch, sending Tae-min-soo reeling with a burst of red-orange energy. The old man's fist, wreathed in a furious red glow, connects with brutal force. His gaze sharpening as he calls out, Hey, Park Min-soo. Meanwhile, Hyunwoo Kang stands enveloped in a blazing crimson aura, his eyes burning with the same fierce energy, declaring, This is all different now, you get it? The intense, fiery power continues to surge around him, radiating from his very core. A guttural cry escapes Hyunwoo Kang as he plummets through the air. Before landing hard on the unforgiving ground, an older man in a sharp suit standing over him. From his prone position, Hyunwoo Kong manages to speak, muttering, "I guess you like making the more difficult decoding." The older man simply gazes down at him, his expression unreadable. With a deliberate motion, he adjusts the knot of his tie, a subtle gesture of control. His voice then cuts through the silence, a calm warning. "If you don't want to listen to what I say." He finishes, his imposing figure casting a long shadow over the fallen protagonist. Standing over the fallen Hyunwoo Kong, the older man declares, "I have no choice but to be rough." His dark-suited leg presses down. As he grips Hyunwoo Kong by the neck, who struggles to retort, "Stop making me laugh." But the humiliation only fuels a burning fury within him, his eyes flaring with an intense crimson glow. Unfazed, the older man's hand begins to shimmer with a vibrant blue energy. And from it, a glowing sword materializes, prompting a shocked gasp. A sword. The older man holds the ethereal weapon with a challenging gaze, uttering a simple, "Hey." Hyunwoo Kong stares in disbelief, exclaiming, "That's cheating." As a system message flashes, "Skill, Battle Helper is online." Responding to the call, a similar glowing blade manifests in his own hand, ready to meet the challenge. Before Hyunwoo Kong can even react, a blinding blue energy slashes through the air, striking him with immense force. The attack continuing its relentless push, sending him reeling backward. The sheer power of the blow lifting him off his feet. He flies through the air, a helpless projectile. As the older man stands firm, his posture unwavering, Hyunwoo Kong crashes hard onto the ground, defeated and disoriented. As Hyunwoo Kong attempts to rally, a faint blue energy sparking from his hand, the older man's power surges, a blinding wave of azure energy engulfing his counterattack. Before he can react, the older man's hand shoots out, grabbing him firmly by the collar. A wave of overwhelming force washes over Hyunwoo Kong, the sheer dominance of his opponent leaving him stunned. The older man's gaze remains sharp and unwavering, his resolve absolute. Another surge of blue energy erupts, impacting Hyunwoo Kong with concussive force. With a powerful, almost effortless motion, the older man lifts Hyunwoo Kong completely off the ground by his neck, a vibrant blue aura flaring around them both. Hyunwoo Kang's feet dangle helplessly, his struggle futile against the older man's grip. His face contorted in a shout, the older man commands, "Just stop." Still held firmly by the neck, Hyunwoo Kong struggles, a pained grunt escaping him as the older man's blue energy continues to constrict. But with a sudden surge of defiance, he breaks free, his eyes burning with fierce resolve as he lunges forward. His attack connects with a solid thud, impacting the older man's leg and momentarily halting his advance. A glint of steel appears in his hand, a sharp blade poised as he questions the nature of his opponent's power. Before the older man can react, Hyunwoo Kong spins, his knife arcing in a swift, unexpected strike that catches his opponent completely off guard, despite the bow now appearing in the older man's hand. The blade finds its mark, and a torrent of blood erupts from the older man's body. Another agonizing scream tears through the air, as more blood splatters violently. Hyunwoo Kong looks down, the crimson evidence of his brutal efficiency dripping from his weapon. A final, guttural roar of pain echoes as the older man succumbs to the relentless assault. Hyunwoo Kong stands over his defeated opponent, a glowing blade in hand, casually remarking that the older man's missing fingers were merely an oversight, not intentional cruelty. The older man clenches his mangled hand, a faint red energy pulsing from the fresh wound. He glares up, demanding to know who Hyunwoo Kong serves. Still on the ground, the older man questions his opponent's amusement. Hyunwoo Kang's lips curl into a chilling smile, posing a cryptic question. The older man's eyes widen in sudden realization. His gaze drops to his injured hand, where something begins to slide out. From the stump of his missing fingers, a glowing sword emerges, now firmly in his grasp. A wave of purple energy courses through him, a violent reaction to the poisoned blood now coursing through his veins. Seeing the effect, the older man's eyes widen in surprise, realizing the unexpected potency of the poison. He unleashes a burst of crimson energy, a swift follow-up attack. The attack connects, sending Hyunwoo Kong recoiling, the red energy momentarily overwhelming him. But he quickly channels his own power, red energy flaring around his hands as he prepares a counter. With a sudden surge, a shimmering blue barrier erupts around him, deflecting the incoming assault and pushing his opponent back with a resounding impact. The blue energy expands, creating a momentary reprieve. Seizing the opportunity, Hyunwoo Kong unleashes a powerful kick, his leg wreathed in crackling purple energy as he lets out a fierce yell. He grabs the older man by the leg, hoisting him effortlessly into the air, taunting him about his lack of resistance despite his experience. Hyunwoo Kang's face contorts into a feral grin, his eyes burning with a fierce red glow as he addresses his opponent. Power surging through him, his fist clenches, veins bulging. He unleashes a brutal punch, connecting squarely with Tae Min-soo's face. The impact sends his opponent reeling, a cry of pain escaping his lips as blood erupts. He stumbles backward, unable to regain his footing. Hyunwoo Kong follows up with a swift, powerful kick, sending his opponent flying. As Tae Min-soo tumbles through the air, Hyunwoo Kong seizes his leg, blue energy crackling around them as he slams him to the ground. Tae Min-soo collapses, defeated, as Hyun Kong stands over him, still gripping his leg. With the fight concluded, Hyun Kong pulls a small bottle from his pocket, extracting a white pill. Still reeling from the intense battle, Hyun Kong stands over his defeated opponent, a small white pill now in his grasp. Tae-min-soo, struggling to sit upright, eyes the medicine with a desperate plea. Hyun Kong considers the request, a faint crackle of energy accompanying his thoughts. He remains silent, the sheer impossibility of his survival weighing heavily on his mind. Tae-min-soo, now on his feet, demands an explanation, unable to comprehend how Hyun Kong could still be standing after their brutal exchange. Though his vision blurs and a system alert confirms his health is critically low, Hyun Kong dismisses his own condition, turning the question back on his opponent with a challenging gaze. Defeated and broken, Tae-min-soo slumps back to the cold ground. A hollow, bitter laugh escapes him. Hyun Kong, his resolve firm, declares the confrontation finished, leaving Tae-min-soo in stunned disbelief. Still on the ground, he manages to push out a strained breath, his body aching from the recent battle. Standing before him, Tae-min-soo explains that his intention was not to fight, but to offer a deal, believing Hyun Kong would understand if he had attacked first. He then muses about the true power behind Hyun Kong, admitting his curiosity is piqued. Hyun Kong, however, dismisses the idea of a deal, stating he doesn't need anything like that, and then demands to know where Tae-min-soo acquired the crystal from. Tae-min-soo simply smiles, calling it a business secret, and proposes that if Hyun Kong were to join him, he could imagine and gain even more. Hyun Kang's hand clenches, his resolve firm as he recalls his vow to never work under anyone again. A close-up reveals Tae-min-soo's calculating expression, his eyes narrowed in thought. Hyun Kong reiterates his refusal, stating that such a thing would never happen under his watch. Tae-min-soo's voice carries a hint of a past promise, assuring his companion he would never abandon him. Though his tone shifts as he adds that loyalty could change if the other decided to work under him. Hyun Kong listens, a slight smile on his face, as Tae-min-soo continues to press his offer, only for the older man to dismiss his reaction, declaring that he's speaking nonsense. His voice drops to a more serious tone, suggesting that if Hyun Kong isn't concerned for his own life, he should at least consider his mother back home. Park Waiso, the man now known as Tae-min-soo, was always one to prioritize his own gains, even if it meant sacrificing others. And even now, after his supposed demise, he left behind a web of lies, a legacy of manipulation designed to control information. Hyun Kang's face hardens, his jaw clenching in a silent, furious resolve. He knew he couldn't lose this chance. Tae-min-soo's voice cut through the air, asking honestly what was so great about the others. He continued, mentioning a killer rank 3 Almighty Legion, and how their average member was also rank 3, calling it great for Hyunmo. Dismissing other prominent figures as mere media stars, he leaned in, his gaze unwavering. Why not forget about them, and invest in someone young like him? Turning his back, Waiso Sasai continued, believing there were two kinds of people who preached what they believed. Either a fool unaware of reality, or a liar drowning in their own deceptions. Hyunmu's face twisted into a sardonic grin as he muttered, "Huh, seriously?" Tae-min-soo's voice cuts through the air, dismissing the idea that a damaged blade could hinder him, as Hyun Kong, still on his feet, responds with a sardonic remark. But before he can react further, a blur of blue energy flashes. In the next moment, Hyun Kong is on the ground, a red glow emanating from the impact point where the blade now rests beside him. The weapon lies innocently on the floor, its blue aura fading. While Hyun Kang's eyes widen in a mixture of shock and pain. Tae-min-soo's voice echoes, cold and precise, explaining that if he had truly intended to kill him from the start, there would have been nothing he could do. A single, bloodshot eye stares out, reflecting the harsh reality of his defeat. As the wall behind him bears the deep, jagged cracks of the impact. Still reeling from the sudden attack, he lay amidst the shattered debris, a pained groan escaping his lips. The impact had been devastating, leaving a trail of destruction around him. He knew the truth, however, and spoke with a strained voice, explaining that the Taesung organization held many stronger members, with Lee Jidi standing above them all. The man standing over him listened, his posture unwavering. He then countered with a dismissive tone, remarking that someone who had already reached the top shouldn't be making such trivial statements. Looking up, Hyun Kong challenged him, demanding to know what was so impressive about Lee Jidi. Tae-min-soo's expression shifted, a flicker of surprise crossing his face at the unexpected defiance. With a newfound resolve burning in his eyes, Hyun Kong declared his intention to prove himself. As a vibrant pink and purple aura erupted around him, he rose to his feet, his mind now singularly focused on the name Lee Jidi. Still reeling from his injuries, Hyun Kang's body pulses with a vibrant pink and purple aura, a testament to his burgeoning power. Despite his current state, he demands to know, "But just tell me, how much stronger do I have to be in comparison?" The older man, Tae-min-soo, responds with a slight smirk to Lee Jidi. Hyun Kong, still on the ground, lets out a short, defiant laugh, a sound of both pain and resolve. Tae-min-soo then reveals the astonishing truth about Lee Jidi's rapid ascent, explaining that he had reached level 20 in less than a year after becoming a hunter, a feat that would normally take others at least 5 years. He continues, stating that only someone with Lee Jidi's innate talent could ever hope to become like the legendary Daisung, emphasizing the rarity of such potential. As Hyunwoo Kang clenches his glowing fist in determination, Tae-min Soo offers a proposition. If you want to get stronger, you should do what I tell you. Then that would be the fastest method. He specifies a time frame of 2 weeks, to which Hyunwoo Kang firmly declares his intention to achieve it himself. Tae-min Soo, with a knowing look, promises to ensure Hyunwoo Kang surpasses Lee Jidi, but only if he agrees to follow his instructions. Hyunwoo Kang considers the proposition, finding it less than satisfactory. Tae-min Soo, observing his reaction, clarifies that he won't be privy to the training location, but expresses a hope that it will be somewhere far more challenging than where Lee Jidi honed his skills. With his conditions laid bare, Tae-min Soo turns and walks away, leaving Hyunwoo Kang to ponder the implications. A wide, almost manic grin spreads across his face as he silently declares, a fierce resolve burning in his eyes. The world around him shifts, an ominous red moon hanging over a desolate cityscape, as a system message flashes, revealing the true nature of his upcoming trial. Apocalypse difficulty, hell. The revelation strikes him with visceral force, his face contorting in a silent scream of challenge and acceptance, his entire being vibrating with an unyielding will. His hand clenches into a tight fist, a testament to the fierce determination now burning within him. Hyunwoo Kang, having accepted the hellish training, finds himself immediately confronted by a grotesque goblin, which lets out a guttural shriek. Wasting no time, he delivers a brutal punch that connects with a sickening crunch. The force of the blow sends the creature reeling, but before it can recover, he winds up for another strike. This time, his fist glows with a fierce purple energy as it slams into the goblin's face, the impact echoing through the confined space. The creature cries out in pain, its head snapping back from the relentless assault, as his fist remains embedded in its flesh. He continues to pummel the monster, blood splattering with each devastating blow. His own eyes now burning with an intense, crimson glow, reflecting the sheer, unbridled rage fueling his every movement. Still reeling from the brutal exchange, he lets out a pained grunt, his body aching from the relentless training. But with a sudden burst of energy, he delivers a powerful kick, sending the goblin's jaw shattering into fragments, demanding to know what it had just put in its mouth. Blood sprays from the creature's mangled maw. As Hyunwoo Kang's eyes glow crimson with unbridled fury, his voice a raw scream, urging the monster to continue. He unleashes a flurry of blows, purple energy crackling around his fists, insisting the goblin chew thoroughly as he pummels it into the ground. More blood erupts from the creature. As a final, explosive impact consumes it in a crimson burst. Panting heavily, he stands over the defeated goblin, its body broken and still, the intense exertion leaving him breathless. A system notification flashes before him, confirming his progress, level 15. He receives a system notification, a glowing blue box appearing before his eyes, informing him that the conquering star, Arden, is looking after him. His gaze lifts slowly. As he stands amidst the rubble of his training ground, a silent sigh escaping his lips. A sharp pain lances through his chest, and he clutches at the wound, a curse tearing from his throat. His hand comes away slick with blood, a gasp of pain escaping him. The ground beneath him is stained with the remnants of his struggle. And later, looking out a window, he ponders the cost of his relentless pursuit. His arm now bandaged, he admits to himself that he shouldn't be pushing his body this hard. Yet, a fierce resolve hardens his expression, as if challenging an unseen force. I told you. Even as he struggles with his injuries, Hyunwoo Kang finds himself facing a small, white-haired girl who questions his choice to train in apocalypse difficulty, hell, wondering if he's lost his mind. He simply responds with a quiet, determined, phew, while the girl continues to press, asking if he's truly okay after such a brutal regimen. Her expression shifts to one of annoyance as she reiterates that he's still a human, not some kind of monster. His bandaged hand clenches tightly, a silent testament to the pain he endures. As he walks away, a determined look on his face, Hyunwoo Kang acknowledges that he's getting better, but knows he still has a long way to go before he can truly be revived. Meanwhile, Lee Jidi reflects on the situation, comparing the current state of affairs to an unknown era where monsters and humans fought side by side. Back in a dark, cavernous dungeon, Hyunwoo Kang observes a massive, grotesque creature. Realizing this is a significant discovery. A cloaked figure with glowing green eyes and skin emerges from the shadows, identified as the only one who has changed since before. Finally, a small, green-skinned goblin-like creature with red eyes is revealed, described as the goblin Hyunwoo Kang first met, the one who hadn't been able to change. A small, white-haired girl with striking red eyes sips from a straw, a faint sound accompanying her action. Meanwhile, he looks up, a phone in hand, as a small, agile monster leaps in the distance, a thought forming in his mind about the strength of a particular hunter. A pained grunt escapes him, his hand instinctively rising to his mouth, a grimace twisting his features. Elsewhere, a cloaked, green-skinned figure with a prominent nose stands, seemingly observing the surroundings. Suddenly, a massive, curved white claw lashes out with a sharp, tearing sound. The impact sends a shockwave near the green-skinned figure's face, leaving him wide-eyed and startled. A colossal, shadowy form with piercing red eyes materializes, its sudden appearance prompting a bewildered question about its arrival. Back with the hunter, he urgently calls out to a small goblin, telling Pinion to find cover and hide. But before he can finish, the goblin vanishes, leaving him to question its whereabouts in exasperated confusion. A guttural voice taunts, reminding its opponent that it wouldn't hurt to listen before running. The goblin snarls, its sharp teeth bared in a menacing display. But before it can act, the creature is violently thrown through the air, a blur of green against the dark. It quickly recovers, its gaze snapping back to its unseen assailant with a defiant challenge. Hyunmoo Kong, his hand beginning to glow with faint blue particles, muses on the unexpected turn of events, never imagining he'd face such a threat. His expression hardens, a crimson aura now flaring around his hand as he dismisses the goblin's antics as a waste of his precious time. The goblin's resolve intensifies, one of its eyes now burning with a malevolent red glow as it dares him to attack. A primal roar escapes its throat, its entire form enveloped in a pulsating red aura, both eyes now glowing with fierce power. Hyunmoo Kong stands firm, a powerful red glow emanating from his waist, ready for the true battle to begin. After a grueling 12 days, 6 hours, 50 minutes, and 7 seconds, the apocalypse difficulty hell finally ended with his death, a new quest alert blaring in his mind, offering 1,000,000 gold for enraged on a hidden ground. He could only lie amidst the glowing purple crystals, a single word escaping his lips, damn. Staring up at the grotesque face of a goblin, he mused, I guess I really messed up, huh? He slowly pushed himself up, his eyes scanning the desolate surroundings. A flash of crimson energy, a violent impact, the memory of his demise still vivid. Still surrounded by the strange, glowing crystals, he remained on the ground, contemplating his next move. As the goblin's clawed hand came into view, he dismissed it with a thought. Well, it's just a goblin in the end, anyways. Hyunmoo takes a ready stance, a faint purple aura beginning to shimmer around him. He thinks to himself, he just needs to lure it into a trap, like any other monster. His plan is simple, secure some poison-laced thorns, and then dig a deep hole to trap it. As he steps forward, a small, green-skinned goblin, glowing with a malevolent red light, comes into view. He looks down at the creature, assessing its size and potential threat. His purple aura flares, his eyes glowing with determination, ready to execute his plan. But before he can act, a sudden, unseen strike connects, blood splattering as a look of utter surprise crosses his face, and a system message flashes, declaring, you have died. 103% survival time, 12 days, 1 minute, 8 seconds. On his 5th attempt at the enemies on a wooden bridge quest, Hyunmoo pushes himself, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he sprints across the narrow span. He glances back, a frustrated curse escaping him, realizing the relentless pursuit is far from over. The goblin's clawed hand closes in, its presence suffocating, and he can only manage a desperate plea for a moment's respite. With a guttural screech, the creature's hand glows with malevolent red energy, lunging forward. Its grotesque face contorts into a vicious snarl, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth and a long, writhing tongue. But a flicker of resolve ignites within Hyunmoo's eyes, his fist clenching as he prepares to abandon evasion. The goblin's attack intensifies, its glowing hand still reaching, but Hyunmoo's patience has reached its limit. With a sudden, decisive movement, he swings a blade imbued with crimson energy, intercepting the assault. A fierce cry erupts from him, declaring his intent to finally counterattack. The crimson energy slashes through the air, a sharp gasp escaping him as the attack connects. The goblin scout, wreathed in a malevolent red aura, unleashes another devastating wave of power, its guttural cry echoing through the space. The relentless assault continues, a blur of crimson striking with brutal force. Hyunmoo Kong is thrown back, a pained grunt escaping him as the impact sends shockwaves through his body. He realizes the goblin's power is simply too great, a thought crossing his mind that perhaps hiding is the only option. Yet, he quickly dismisses the idea, knowing that merely saying his level is too low won't clear this quest. He needs to find a way to overcome this situation, even if it means dying and trying again rather than wasting time leveling up. Lying defeated on the ground, a bitter laugh escapes him as he recalls dying 5 times already in this very quest. Another blast of red energy slams into him, but his resolve hardens. He won't let anyone see him like this, a hunter regretting his own life. With a guttural scream of defiance, he vows that if anyone tries to stop him, they will face his wrath. Even after everything he had done, to be stabbed in the back like this, if he couldn't overcome them now and kept running away. The goblin, having seemingly won the skirmish, surveyed the area from a high vantage point. Hyunmoo knew his pride would never be able to handle it. Meanwhile, the goblin continued his patrol, moving across the rooftops of the city. A low, almost whining sound escaped him as he walked. He reflected on the human he had just fought, thinking he should have ensured his demise. A system notification flashed, displaying Curson LV-20, and the goblin wondered if the human had finally fled. But a deeper instinct told him it was too soon to relax, as he couldn't discern the human's true intentions. He continued his vigilant movement, knowing he could not allow the human to reach his allies at any cost. The Goblin Scout's eyes widen in alarm, a single word escaping his lips as he surveys the scene below. A terrible realization dawns on him, the plight of his comrades weighing heavily on his mind. He stares down at his fallen allies, their forms racked with pain, a desperate plea escaping him as he questions their presence and the grim reality of their demise. His face contorts in anger and disbelief, understanding that someone has deliberately poisoned their water supply with Curson. Clenching his fist, he urgently commands the insidious effect of Curson to cease. Below, the purple haze of the poison spreads, and his allies continue to cough and gasp for air, their bodies weakening. The scene is one of widespread suffering, with multiple figures collapsing and struggling against the unseen threat. His hand trembles slightly as he processes the full extent of the sabotage, realizing that not only are his people affected, but their food source is now compromised. Looking out over the city, the Goblin Scout remains silent, his thoughts unreadable as the purple haze continues to spread. The Goblin Scout's mind raced, unable to comprehend who would commit such a cruel act, knowing full well that other factions had no reason to target them, possessing the strength to simply eradicate them if they wished. As he looked up, his eyes narrowed. A chilling realization washing over him as his irises glowed with a fierce red light. It was him. His face contorted in a snarl, only that human was capable of such a heinous act. Looking out over the settlement, he pondered how the human could have known about their location, wondering if he had been sent back, or if his own actions had led to this, regretting that he hadn't captured him instead of attempting to kill him. The name Curson escaped his lips, just as another goblin approached him, apologizing for the interruption, knowing he was busy. The newcomer then asked if he could take a look at something. He gestured towards a small, coughing figure, explaining that the child had been looking for him for a while now. The child goblin continued to cough weakly, its small body racked with the effects of the poison. The Goblin Scout's face contorts in anguish, the name Curson escaping his lips like a desperate plea. A sickening crack echoes through the air. As the blight spreads, its insidious tendrils reaching further, a silent scream of Curson accompanying its advance. The glowing purple corruption consumes the very essence of their home, a stark reminder of the poison's devastating reach. Overwhelmed by the sight, the scout can only repeat the name, his voice filled with despair as he collapses to his knees. He turns to the other goblins, his voice rising in desperation, demanding to know what they are saying, insisting they must find a new place to survive. One of them responds, a grim resignation in his tone, suggesting their only option is to abandon their quest for revenge. The scout, now facing the harsh reality, agrees, reasoning that if they leave, the human will have no further cause to bother them. With a heavy heart, he urges them to flee, to find a new sanctuary before their situation deteriorates even further. A clawed hand, clutching a small dagger, trembles slightly. Around him, the other goblins murmur amongst themselves, their hushed voices filling the blighted air as they gather in a tight circle. One of them, his face etched with worry, begins to speak, his question hanging heavy in the silence. Another goblin, eyes narrowed, wonders if the whispers are meant for them, while the scout remains vigilant, his dagger still drawn. A foot steps forward, crunching on the blighted earth, a silent testament to their grim resolve. The group collectively acknowledges their lack of options, resigning themselves to the difficult path ahead. One of their own lies still, consumed by the purple blight, a cruel reminder of the poison's relentless spread. An angry goblin declares his certainty, the human responsible for this devastation is unmistakable. As another foot steps forward, the scout voices a lingering doubt, wondering if their desperate flight might lead them into a trap. Amidst the ruins of their blighted home, a command echoes, urging everyone to return. However, the Goblin Scout, his gaze sharp, dismisses the notion that the human's subtle self-preservation implies a desire to hide his identity from others, insisting that everyone else is fair game. He proposes a counterattack, urging his kin to return and prepare for a surprise assault, even as they plead for him to join them in Curson, reminding him of their need for him. But the scout remains resolute, declaring he will stay and chase the human down. Meanwhile, a colossal shadow, Hong Jin, observes the human's progress from afar, acknowledging his faster-than-expected growth, yet still deeming him weaker. The Goblin Scout, unwavering in his resolve, boasts of having memorized the human's every thought, tactic, and habit during their previous encounter, confidently stating he could defeat him with his eyes closed, and insists they simply leave the task to him, turning his back on the other goblins. Another goblin reluctantly concedes, understanding his decision, but warns him to be careful, as the human might return stronger, to which the scout simply replies, "Don't worry." His cloaked form receding, the scout mutters his final vow, "I'll make sure of it." From the damaged structure, the collective voice of the remaining goblins finally gives their assent, trusting in his words. Hyunmoo Kong lies broken amidst the ruins, each ragged breath a struggle, his body racked with pain. Meanwhile, a cloaked figure steps into view, its presence ominous, drawing closer to the fallen hunter. The goblin's face twists into a cruel sneer. As Hyunmoo Kong attempts to move, a desperate flicker of defiance. With eyes narrowed in predatory focus, the creature bares its fangs, a chilling promise escaping its lips. "Don't hope that you get to die a painless death." It stands triumphant over its prey, the purple crystals around them reflecting its malevolent intent. The goblin scout looms over the injured man, his voice a guttural growl as he simply states. But despite his pain, Hyunmoo Kang's eyes flash with defiance, and he retorts, offering the creature a chance, before questioning its very existence. The goblin, enraged by the human's insolence, lets out a guttural sound as a crimson aura flares around its outstretched hand, promising Hyunmoo Kang nothing less than a chance to die at its hands. The goblin scout gestures towards a towering structure, mentioning a friend of his, before turning his attention to Hyunmoo Kang, a silent question hanging in the air. His voice then sharpens, demanding to know the meaning of the situation, suspecting a delay tactic. Hyunmoo Kang, in turn, urges him to consider his actions carefully. The goblin reveals his initial intent to use poison, but explains his decision against it, wanting his spoils to remain intact. He then reflects on the previous encounter, noting the low casualties, but expressing uncertainty about what the future holds. A frustrated sigh escapes him, as he looks down, a low grunt of effort accompanying his words. His gaze sharpens, and he challenges, "But I wonder if you'll be able to stop me from killing you?" He continues, his voice laced with menace. "I'll cut off your limbs and make you beg for mercy." A faint purple glow emanates from his hand, a chilling reminder of his power, as he adds, "Even if you die, I'll bring you back to life." Standing tall, Hyunmoo Kang's expression hardens, declaring, "I'll tell you right now." His words carry the weight of an undeniable threat. "I can threaten your family, but you can't do anything to stop me." He concludes his chilling declaration, "Is to have my revenge." Turning his attention to the goblin scout, who remains on the ground, Hyunmoo Kang states, "I don't want to hurt your innocent." The goblin, looking up with a worried expression, responds, "Coming as is, like this, nobody knows what I might do next." As the goblin scout's words hang in the air, Hyunmoo Kang moves with sudden, brutal efficiency, a dark blur of motion striking towards the creature. A desperate cry tears from the goblin's throat, begging him to stop the assault. His face contorts in pure anguish, small flecks of red already appearing around him from the initial impact. Unfazed by the plea, Hyunmoo Kang stands ready, his sword held low, prepared for the next move. His gaze sharpens, and the blade whistles through the air as he brings it down. The sword connects with a sharp impact, sending the goblin's feet recoiling from the force. After the strike, Hyunmoo Kang's voice cuts through the tension, asking if this is truly all the goblin desires. The goblin's face, now bearing a fresh cut, reflects a deeper level of despair and pain. His sword now resting on the ground, Hyunmoo Kang stands over the goblin. The confrontation momentarily paused. He stands over the injured goblin, his presence a heavy weight in the dim space. The creature, still reeling from the previous assault, hears his voice cut through the silence, demanding, "I told you already. There's no time for this. All I want is your life." The goblin, its face contorted in pain, manages to retort, "Then keep your side of the deal, human." It continues, a desperate plea in its voice, "If you kill me, leave this place." Hyunmoo Kang's expression hardens as he issues a stark warning, "Don't lay a hand on any of my people." He then reaches down, his hand extending towards the goblin. A slight smirk plays on his lips as he acknowledges the goblin's terms. "Now we're talking." The goblin, however, seems to regret its words, muttering, "If we did this, it wouldn't have been so much." As if struck by an unseen force, the goblin recoils, purple glowing particles erupting around its form, a wave of pain washing over it. The goblin scout's body begins to convulse violently, its form writhing under Hyunmoo's grip. A guttural cry of agony escapes its lips, its face contorted in excruciating pain as red particles erupt around it. Purple and red energy bursts from its form, the creature thrashing uncontrollably on the ground. The violent convulsions continue, the raw magical power tearing through its very being. Hyunmoo watches, his expression shifting from grim determination to genuine shock, the sheer intensity of the goblin's suffering catching him off guard. As he looks up, a shadowy, bat-like figure with glowing red eyes streaks away into the darkness, leaving the scene with impossible speed. A sharp, red energy slash cuts through the air, a sound of choking pain echoing. Another follows instantly, the air vibrating with residual power. The goblin screams, a desperate ugh escaping its lips, its face a mask of pure terror and agony as red lines emanate from its body, followed by a final, pained ha. The goblin scout continues to convulse, a guttural gasp escaping its throat as raw, purple energy bursts from its mouth, its features twisting further in agony and mutation. The transformation racks its entire body. And Hyunmoo Kang watches, a sharp gasp catching in his own throat as sweat beads on his brow, the sheer intensity of the creature's suffering and change unsettling him. Now fully mutated, its eyes glowing crimson, the goblin snarls, accusing him of its torment. "You damned human!" A fierce red aura begins to ignite around Hyunmoo, his expression hardening as he prepares to meet the challenge, his voice cutting through the air. "You thought I would just go along with what?" The crimson energy swirls around his form. As he finishes his declaration, a powerful red aura now fully enveloping him. "I promised. I'll be sure it's as painful as possible." A cold, determined smirk plays on his lips, his eyes narrowed with unwavering resolve. The goblin's face contorts in a mixture of shock and fear, as Hyunmu's words echo, "Fool." He clenches his fist, a chilling memory of being instantly killed flashing through his mind. Yet, a new message appears, announcing that regeneration has begun, a perk of his title, the last. Despite this, the goblin presses its advantage, pinning him to the ground. Its face contorted with savage intent as it snarls. It brings the crude pickaxe down, aiming for a decisive blow. And Hyunmu looks up, his eyes wide. As the purple energy crackles around the goblin's hand, the pickaxe inches from his chest. He instinctively throws an arm up, a desperate attempt to ward off the fatal strike. The goblin's glowing pickaxe connects with Hyunmu's raised arm, a sharp clatter echoing through the space. He cries out, the force of the blow sending him reeling backward, a bright flash momentarily obscuring the impact. The pickaxe continues its trajectory, pushing him further away, the purple glow of its magic still vibrant. A snarl of frustration twists the goblin's features, as if surprised by the outcome of its attack. Hyunmu tumbles through the air, his body momentarily helpless. But even as he falls, a brilliant purple aura erupts around him, his regeneration perk activating with fierce intensity. The goblin stares down, its glowing weapon still poised, a flicker of confusion in its eyes. From below, Hyunmu looks up, a slight smile playing on his lips as he admits, "To be honest, I was really surprised quite a bit." His hand glows with renewed power as he adds, "I even gave you a chance." The goblin, still enraged, lunges forward, its pickaxe raised high, screaming a challenge. With a brutal downward arc, the weapon connects. Hyunmu's body absorbs the impact, sending dust and debris flying. But as blue particles begin to swirl around him, the goblin's expression shifts to utter shock, unable to comprehend what it's witnessing. It stares down in disbelief as Hyunmu, who should have been critically wounded, stands up, completely healed. The goblin's eyes widen further, a dawning horror spreading across its face as Hyunmu's hand blurs, realizing it has gravely underestimated its opponent. With a terrifying grin and eyes glowing crimson, Hyunmu delivers a devastating blow, leaving the goblin reeling in utter shock. The force of the impact sends the creature violently backward, its mind still grappling with the impossible. Before it can even recover, Hyunmu follows up with a powerful, spinning kick. Hyunmu's assault begins, a flurry of blows too fast for the goblin to comprehend, leaving the creature to wonder aloud how he could have gotten so strong. The goblin's body twists under the impact, unable to defend itself. Another strike lands, driving the creature further back. The force of the attack sends the goblin flying through the air, a broken puppet. He crashes to the ground, blood splattering as Hyunmu stands over him, asking if he thought someone was strong. The goblin, battered and disbelieving, can only wonder how someone so close to death could unleash such power. He struggles to process the overwhelming defeat, but Hyunmu dismisses his thoughts, stating it's nothing special. With a heavy thud, the goblin collapses to his knees, utterly defeated. Hyunmu looks down at the broken creature, simply uttering, "Goblin." Still asserting his dominance, Hyunmu reminds his defeated foe that their previous encounters were never true battles, merely him toying with the creature. He continues, his voice unwavering, emphasizing that the goblin never truly fought him. His expression hardening, he challenges the creature's arrogance, questioning its belief in its own power. Looking down with narrowed eyes, Hyunmu declares the goblin's downfall was due to its own carelessness. The goblin, clenching its fist in desperation, can only manage a choked plea for him to stop. Its eyes flaring with yellow light, the creature snarls, refusing to be lectured by the human, threatening to tear him apart as it had done in the past. Before the goblin can finish its empty threat, Hyunmu moves, a blur of motion, silencing the creature mid-sentence. A sickening crunch echoes as his attack lands with brutal force. Bathed in a crimson glow, the goblin on the ground lets out a pained grunt, its body still reeling from the impact, while Hyunmu Kong exhales sharply, his gaze unwavering. Its eyes wide with a mix of pain and defiance, the creature challenges him, asking if it isn't a little too late for any further discussion. Hyunmu's expression remains stern as he replies that he doesn't have the patience to be careless or waste time on trivial matters. As Hyunmu stands tall, the goblin, in a desperate plea, apologizes for its actions, reminding him that it is merely a human. The goblin's face contorts in anguish as it continues, imploring him to simply stop and let it die. Hyunmu's eyes narrow, and he states with cold finality that goblins who are not blessed cannot live in this place. As Hyunmu holds his weapon, the goblin's voice trembles, warning that if it dies, all of its people will perish too. The goblin's face shows a flicker of hope as it reminds him of his earlier promise not to harm its family, ending with a small, questioning sound. Hyunmu's expression remains unreadable as he echoes the threat, asking if killing the goblin would indeed lead to the demise of all its people. Hyunmu Kang's voice was cold and unwavering, confirming that the goblin's kin would indeed be unable to survive, destined to eventually perish. The goblin could only manage a single, desperate word, a plea hanging in the air. Hyunmu, his expression unreadable, held his knife steadily, his gaze fixed on the creature before him. He wondered if he would gain experience by ending its life. The goblin remained on its knees, its body trembling with fear and desperation. Hyunmu's grip tightened on the knife, his resolve hardening. The goblin's eyes, wide with terror, glowed a desperate yellow. A swift, sharp sound cut through the silence. As the desolate landscape stretched out under a blood-red sky, ominous and still. The world itself seemed to bleed, streaks of crimson painting the dark, desolate landscape. An unsettling silence hung heavy, broken only by the faint, abstract echoes of what had just transpired, leaving behind a chilling, blood-soaked void. Under a deep crimson sky, the sprawling city lights twinkled, casting a stark contrast against the dark silhouette of distant mountains and a towering landmark. From a high vantage point, Hyun Kong observed the scene, a subtle tension in his jaw. The city stretched out endlessly before him, a vast expanse of human endeavor beneath the ominous sky. Standing on a rooftop, his gaze sharp and focused, he confirmed his suspicions, a quiet declaration escaping his lips. It's clear. Clear indeed. A sudden, resonant chime echoed, accompanied by a flash of light, signaling the defeat of a level 20 red-cap goblin and the successful completion of the enemies on a wooden bridge quest. The system then registered an immediate upgrade, converting his silver box reward into a gold box, reflecting the increased difficulty of his accomplishment. He sits amidst the rubble, the system's triumphant level up, notifications echoing around him, followed by the activation of his return stone, prompting a surprised, soft exclamation. The system continues to update him, detailing the apocalypse difficulty hell that began 2 days prior and the shattering star that has been observing, with only minutes remaining until the next quest. Meanwhile, a new voice questions, wondering if taking revenge yields more experience, before he calls out to his companion, Butler. The young woman, with her distinctive white hair and glowing red eyes, offers a subtle, knowing smile. Standing over the defeated monster, Butler asks if the fight is truly over, while he continues to inspect the creature, remarking that she can eat it once he's finished. She then inquires if he's looking for something specific. He explains his intent, revealing he was trying to understand the source of the monster's immense strength. His thoughts race, pondering if the monster's physical capabilities are so high because it's more than just a weapon, before a sudden realization makes him gasp, huh? He reaches into the monster's body, pulling something out with a questioning, is this? His hand holds a tattered scroll, revealing his overall, and then, with a hint of disbelief, writing? He feels an intense burning sensation as a system message flashes, warning him that the shattering star, Gaul, is consuming his hand. A pained groan escapes him, his eyes wide with shock as dark, ethereal tendrils begin to coil around his arm. The tendrils tighten their grip, searing red marks appearing on his skin as the burning intensifies. He stares at his afflicted hand, a desperate question forming in his mind. Damn, wasn't it over? The tendrils coalesce, forming a dark, spiky sphere that pulses with an ominous energy, making him wonder, what's happening now? A fresh wave of agony washes over him as the sphere glows with an infernal red light, eliciting another pained ugh. The chaotic energy solidifies, taking on a more defined, crystalline form within his palm. His face contorts in a mixture of pain and bewilderment, struggling to comprehend the sudden transformation. Finally, a new system message confirms the acquisition. You have acquired a piece of the shattering star, Gaul, now permanently embedded in his hand. He stares at the system message, a new skill notification appearing on his arm, which reads, a piece acquired. Then, another message flashes, declaring, you have learned the skill, family legendary, leaving him to question aloud, skill? Meanwhile, in a quiet bedroom, a young woman lies peacefully asleep, her form barely visible beneath the soft blankets. A soft voice calls out, repeating her name, Min, Yumin. With a soft click, her eyes flutter open, revealing a phone screen with the name Yumin. She looks up, her expression still hazy with sleep, as her hand rests gently on the bedsheets. Yumin stirs awake, her voice soft as she questions Hyun Kong, wondering why he's still asleep and hadn't heard her at the door. Her expression shifts, a hint of confusion or perhaps mild annoyance crossing her features. Hyun Kong, now fully attentive, responds by asking if she has eaten yet. She sits up, declaring there's nothing much to do, but he calls her name, urging her to wait as he reaches for her hand, promising to explain everything. His hand closes around hers, a silent plea for her patience. Holding her arm gently, he begins to speak, a hesitant so, about that. Hanging in the air. They walk away together, his hands still intertwined with hers, moving towards a more private space for their conversation. As they move, Hyun Kong grapples with his thoughts, wondering if he should simply tell her the unvarnished truth. With a concerned expression, he finally begins, revealing that Park Wiseau had visited 2 days prior. He had asked if something was wrong with her, and she had simply told him he wasn't there. That thought lingered, making her wonder if Park Wiseau had come specifically to see him. It didn't seem to be about Crystal Moss, he mused, before turning the question back on her, asking if something had happened to her while he was gone. Yumin, however, was growing increasingly frustrated, realizing she had no idea what was truly going on. He pressed further, demanding to know what she had been doing in his absence, and what secrets she was keeping from him. With a sharp sound, she seized his arm, her voice firm as she urged him to calm down. His eyes flashed with anger, declaring he didn't care about her injuries, only that she should take responsibility, and demanding to know why she was always just waiting around. Yumin, her patience completely gone, exploded, demanding answers about his constant disappearances and reappearances. Still gripping his arm, her voice trembled as she repeated his name, a desperate plea for understanding. He looked at her, a sudden realization dawning in his eyes. A pained gasp escapes Hyunmoo, a sudden realization dawning on him as Yumin's desperate grip tightens on his arm. Her eyes wide with a desperate plea, she insists on explaining everything to him. He can only respond with a quiet, almost defeated, "What?" before she demands he better explain. Holding her close, a thought crosses his mind. He doesn't understand why she has to be this way. He reflects on her deep involvement in everything that's happened, acknowledging that even if unforeseen events occurred, the past remains unchangeable. It certainly wasn't easy for her to reach her current position, and he remembers how she's always been there to help him, even from the very beginning. It's reached a point where he simply cannot imagine his life without her in it. A chilling thought then grips him. If he continues to keep his secrets now, and something goes terribly wrong down the line, then, in this wretched place, he would be utterly alone. Yumin's voice trembles, contemplating a grim possibility. If that were to really happen, then, that's why I'm in. A quiet groan escapes Hyunmoo Kang. She continues, her gaze piercing. Do you remember the time you almost drowned? He clenches his jaw, the thought of it making him feel as though he might go insane. Yumin sits, her expression earnest. The dungeon is like hell. Yeah, that's why I keep disappearing from your life. She explains, because of that, it's harder for me to figure out how long it would take for me to return. Her voice softens, trailing off. Then, she looks at him, a profound question in her eyes. Is it possible that you won't return in the future? Hyunmoo Kang meets her gaze, a heavy admission on his lips. That's why I wanted to tell you ahead of time. He remains silent, the weight of his words hanging in the air. He promises her, his voice firm with conviction, no matter how long it takes, I will come back. Continuing his heartfelt plea, he adds, I want you to be the lighthouse I come back to, Yumin. Her expression shifts, a mix of concern and contemplation clouding her features. He watches her, a gentle smile playing on his lips. Sitting beside him, she counters, but I don't think I like being just a lighthouse. Her gaze intense, she adds, tell me if you need help. A blush creeps onto her cheeks as she clarifies, and I'll be able to help you myself if you need it. He chuckles softly. Let me go for now. I smell 'cause I haven't showered. She looks away, a hint of exasperation in her voice. Oh, really? After their heartfelt conversation, Hyunmoo Kang sits on the floor, a thoughtful expression on his face. Nearby, Yumin reclines, her gaze fixed upwards. As he considers her words, she playfully reminds him that she has already taken care of her own hygiene. With a mischievous grin, he then proposes they could shower together. One day later, after their reunion, the playful moment has passed. The city stretches out beneath a clear sky, its buildings reaching towards the horizon. Hyunmoo Kang moves with purpose, his steps quick and determined. Having fulfilled his commitment to Park Wiseau, he now understands the urgency of his next actions. He stretches, a soft yawn escaping him as he begins his day. Soon, he finds himself in a vehicle, gazing out at the city, a small sign reflecting the worst in the glass. A voice cuts through his thoughts, offering a ride, as the older man, Wiseau, remarks on the necessity of speed, then questions him, saying, I was told that you were level 1 around 2 weeks ago, and you're telling me that you've leveled up 13 times. Hyunmoo Kang, looking a bit sheepish, apologizes for breaking his promise, explaining that he had certain issues. His eyes widen in surprise, uttering a disbelieving, what? Wiseau, checking a tablet, insists there's no way he can't verify the information, prompting Hyunmoo Kang to ask about their deal. The older man looks at him pointedly, asking if he ever gave an answer back then. Hyunmoo Kang lets out a small, surprised sound, as Wiseau continues, stating that given all the trouble he caused and his return, he will stop trying to force him to join them. Wiseau, trying to sweeten the deal, offers an increased buying price for crystal moss, but Hyunmoo Kang immediately interjects. He then reminds the younger man of a previous stick he'd given him, asking if he was still dwelling on his broken promise. Hyunmoo Kang, however, remains firm, stating that if Wiseau intends to back out of their original promise, he will require a significantly better offer. Wiseau, growing visibly frustrated, begins to list all the efforts he's made to satisfy Hyunmoo Kang's demands. His hand clenches into a tight fist, the air around him crackling with suppressed irritation. A dark, ominous aura begins to emanate from him, his patience clearly wearing thin. Meanwhile, Hyunmoo Kang allows a subtle smirk to play across his lips. He then presses further, asking if Wiseau's anger stems from the sheer scale of his own legacy. Hyunmoo Kang, holding a pulsating purple orb that glows with raw power, leans in slightly, his voice a low challenge as he asks. While the sleek, black luxury car, a symbol of immense wealth, flashes its bright headlights, its powerful beams cutting through the night. The implication of his words, coupled with the display of power, causes Wiseau's face to contort in a furious scowl, his composure finally shattering under the pressure. Unfazed by the other man's anger, Hyunmoo Kang simply offers a chilling, knowing smile, the purple orb still pulsing ominously in his grasp. Mr. Wiseau explains the rarity of the crystal moss, emphasizing that he alone can acquire it. However, Hyunmoo Kang dismisses his claims, asserting his own monopoly over the valuable resource. He then warns that he might change his mind if Waiso continues to give him the cold shoulder. Waiso, clearly lying, insists he always needs crystal moss and offers a good price, even promising extra on the side. Acknowledging the moss's rarity, Hyunwoo states he has no choice but to accept the offer. Instead of accepting, however, Waiso prepares to make a different kind of offer. Before he can, Hyunwoo fist shoots out, striking Waiso's outstretched hand with a sharp impact. Waiso recoils, then offers something interesting in return for the unexpected blow. His eyes narrow, a subtle challenge in his gaze as he asks. Before offering a small, unassuming object and instructing, Hyunwoo, however, remains unimpressed, dismissing it as nothing special. With a flick of his wrist, the man drops a small, metallic ring onto the table. A smirk playing on his lips as he declares. The ring, simple in design yet radiating an ancient power, settles on the surface, revealing itself to be the Trust of Unhast, a legendary artifact that temporarily doubles the owner's senses. His eyes widen in disbelief as he recognizes the item, exclaiming. Hyunwoo nods, a knowing smile on his face, confirming. The older man's shock deepens, realizing the immense value of the gift, a treasure even the renowned Lee Jidi wouldn't easily part with. Mr. Waiso holds up a gleaming ring, his gaze sharp as he asks. Hyunwoo stares at the artifact, his expression unreadable. While Waiso continues, a slight smirk playing on his lips, suggesting they maintain the pretense until Hyunwoo admits his superiority. Clutching the ring, Hyunwoo eyes widen in recognition, confirming its authenticity. Waiso nods, acknowledging it as a true legendary class item, noting how quickly Hyunwoo recognized its value compared to their last encounter. Observing the ring's intricate design, Waiso muses aloud about the possibility of a matching pair. He then directly questions Hyunwoo, wondering if he possesses the other half. Hyunwoo recoils slightly, his hands raised in a gesture of surprise. Waiso, arms crossed and a knowing smile on his face, states that the other pair will eventually be found, then asks if Hyunwoo is satisfied enough to continue their conversation. Mr. Waiso assures him, I'll send you the money as I always have, at double the price you offered. He adjusts his coat, a subtle gesture of confidence. Continuing, because of my account, it's impossible for you not to trust me. Just let me know the account, and I'll make sure to take care of the National Tax Services, too. Hyunwoo observes, he's skilled. He doesn't even hesitate. He thinks, that's why. I'm trying to get him on my side. A system message appears, detailing the ownership of Unhast. It can track the owner of the Trust of Unhast, and allows the current user to utilize 50% of the previous owner's earned experience. Mr. Waiso then asks, if there is anything else you want. Hyunwoo looks up, a thoughtful expression on his face. Considering this, he grips the steering wheel, a new vehicle beneath his hands, and wonders aloud about its name. Meanwhile, in a school hallway, a young woman glances back as she walks away, offering a quiet thank you to someone unseen. Before answering her phone with a slightly exasperated, hello, Appa, I'm at school. I'm busy. Her steps continue down the hall, as she questions, what? Now. A frown deepens on her face as she wonders why he would bother someone so occupied with work. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out, Yumin, and he reaches out to her. Standing beside a sleek black car, with curious students watching from the background, he asks her when she plans to go home. Now seated inside the vehicle, Yumin eyes the interior and questions him. Wait, where did you get this? He casually replies that Park Waiso gave it to him on the way back from a date. He pulls up to the school, and Yumin, already waiting, questions his sudden appearance in a new car, wondering if he drove himself all this way. As he casually confirms it wasn't difficult, even suggesting he might get a license and take classes, her hand clenches in disbelief. Her eyes widen in horror, the realization dawning on her. He doesn't even have a license. The thought screams through her mind, a chaotic mix of disbelief and terror. Meanwhile, completely oblivious to her internal panic, he drives on, his mind drifting back to the lovely date that led to this new vehicle. The car speeds away, leaving the school behind. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a stark, empty room where a brutal fight erupts, one figure violently throwing another across the floor. But the downed combatant quickly recovers, delivering a devastating counterpunch that sends blood spraying. The clan is the sole organization for mighty users. A place where hunters can dedicate their entire being to the battlefield known as a dungeon. A powerful hunter strains with effort, offering services like advertising, tax assistance, housing, clothing, training benefits, health services, transport, buddy-up programs, and legal affairs. Everything a hunter could possibly need is provided within their warm embrace. As you can imagine, every hunter essentially operates like a small company. Among them, Taesung holds the highest rank in the entire world. Even then, Taesung, Hyunwoo voice rings out with a firm refusal, declaring he won't join them. Immediately, he launches into a powerful upward kick, sending a shockwave through the air. His body a blur of motion, he spins through the air, preparing his next strike. A heavy downward kick follows, striking with visible force. His face contorts with effort and determination, as the impact reverberates around him. Finally, a wide-area energy attack bursts forth from his form, radiating outward in a brilliant blue flash. Mr. Wiseau observes the aftermath, noting the incredible speed of Hyunwoo's reactions. Looking down at the prone figure of Hyunwoo, he remarks that he was trying to assess his regenerative abilities, but it proved difficult. Hyunwoo, pushing himself up, retorts that he didn't last that long without skills. As the aftermath of the intense training settles, a thoughtful hum escapes the older man, his gaze fixed on something unseen. He observes the struggling Hyunwoo, held firmly by Taesung, remarking that they went too rough, but Taesung simply tells him to let the younger man go. The observer's gaze sharpens, his expression unreadable. Still holding Hyunwoo, Taesung presses him, asking where he plans to go if not with them, hinting at a great unknown awaiting him. His grip tightens around the younger man's neck, as he continues, suggesting that that place is a little shady. Meanwhile, the only known information about Mr. Wiseau is his name, raising questions about the International Association of Hunters, also known as the IH. Taesung, still restraining Hyunwoo, insists he's still thinking about the situation. He then reveals he's heard they're going to start something significant. As he continues to move with desperate speed, Taesung's voice echoes, explaining that certain organizations are welcoming to others. Even as his foot connects with a solid thud, but on the other side of that welcome, people often find it simply too much for them to handle. Before he can fully process the warning, a blur of motion closes in, a fist aimed directly at his face. The older man's grip holds him fast as a powerful blow connects, Taesung declaring this his long-awaited chance. Another impact follows, the hunter calmly assessing the force of his own strike. The force sends him reeling, his legs blurring as he's thrown or attempts to escape the relentless assault. Another crushing blow lands, eliciting a pained cry from him. A system notification flashes, revealing his health has plummeted below 5 out of 10, a harsh penalty for the hidden mission's time limit, affecting all his stats. He curses under his breath. He struggles against the unseen pressure, a rattling sound accompanying his strained movements. Internally, he curses the old man, realizing this must be the same kind of test as last time, wondering what exactly is happening. Taesung, however, shifts his tone, admitting he's excited to see Hyunwoo's growth over the last 2 weeks, then asks, "Now that we're done testing each other out, tell me why you called me here." Finally, Taesung holds out a set of car keys. "I only called you so I can return the car," he explains, a faint whoosh of air accompanying the gesture, to which Hyunwoo replies, "As you should." Then, with a sudden change of topic, Taesung asks, "By any chance, have you heard of stars before?" He repeats the name, stars. Hyunwoo looks at him, clarifying, "You mean, have you ever heard about the guild stars?" Wiseau dismisses the idea of the Stars Guild being merely about shattered celestial bodies or their fragments, his muscular frame hinting at a deeper understanding. He continues, explaining that even top rankers like Lee Jidi have heard whispers about it, confirming the widespread nature of the rumors. Beyond those vague mentions, he reveals that China's top ranker, Xiao Aji, spoke of a group called the 5-Star Association, responsible for creating a dungeon, and also mentions the half-ability user association known as Reverse Cross. Hyunwoo, sitting on the floor of what appears to be a training room, processes the information, realizing there's far more to these organizations than he initially thought, wondering aloud about the true nature of 5 Stars and Bethlehem. Wiseau, now bare-chested and imposing, assures him that he can learn about them firsthand. Before posing a direct question, would he like to try clearing a dungeon? A heavy, ragged breath escapes him, his body sprawled on the ground before a colossal, intricately carved gate, purple energy still faintly shimmering around him. A young man looks up, a flicker of surprise crossing his features as he questions the sudden shift in conversation. The older man, his expression stern, lays out his expectations, contrasting the young man's path with that of someone aiming for the top, like Li Gyu. He continues, his voice carrying a weight of experience, suggesting that attracting allies could be crucial for his ascent. The older man stands tall, his powerful physique a testament to his own strength, as he delivers his assessment. Looking directly at him, he asserts that more will be required to achieve true greatness. Considering the implications of the statement, Hyunwoo Kang responds with a thoughtful, almost questioning, "Really?" Wiseau's gaze remains unwavering as he challenges the young man's methods, specifically his dungeon activities. He continues, his voice laced with suspicion, revealing that there are no official records of Hyunwoo Kang's dungeon entries. The lack of official records for his dungeon activities would undoubtedly complicate any attempts to gather further information. Wiseau's expression remained stern, as he continued, explaining that if Hyunwoo persisted on his current path, he would forever remain an inexperienced hunter. Hyunwoo listened intently, a silent question forming in his mind. Finally, he voiced his thoughts, asking what Wiseau expected him to do. The answer came from an unexpected source, an instructor in a dojo, his form radiating a subtle energy, who explained that this was precisely why he needed to train there. Even the most gifted individuals, the instructor emphasized, must master the fundamentals. Standing in the training ring, the instructor assured Hyunwoo that he would handle all the preparations, so he only needed to focus on working with him. Back with Wiseau, the older man concluded their discussion with a final instruction. Hyunwoo was to await his call. The path led to a modern facility, a gateway to the challenges ahead. Standing inside, Hyunwoo Kang pondered why he had truly decided to come to this place. His gaze drifted towards the distant peaks, the imposing Chongai Mountain. This was a permanent one-star dungeon, known as the Chongai Dungeon. It served as a proving ground, a dungeon where newly awakened hunters could test their burgeoning abilities. As he stood among the other freshmen, a figure in a yellow jacket approached, a bat casually slung over their shoulder. The newcomer spoke, their voice carrying a hint of disdain, wondering why anyone would bother coming here just to hire or look at freshmen. The bat remained poised, a silent threat. Then, with a sudden shift in demeanor, the figure declared that they were all ability users. What's that? He wonders, his gaze fixed on something unseen. He walks alongside other new hunters, the sound of their footsteps echoing. A woman with her hair tied back calls out, urging everyone to gather. She begins to count the assembled individuals. 1, 2, 3, 4. A satisfied smile spreading across her face as she declares, all right, perfect. Introducing herself as a hunter from the great unknown, she formally states, the name's Ho-Han. It's nice to meet you all. Her stance firm on the ground. Ho-Han begins to explain the new arrangements, while one of the recruits, perhaps mishearing, questions if it involves alcohol. She continues, clarifying that they might be wondering why an overseer has been assigned to them. Hyun-Woo listens intently as she elaborates that many new recruits often have big egos, leading to conflicts with others. Therefore, as a preventative measure, an overseer has been assigned. Ho-Han's expression remains firm, as she explains that a mid-rank hunter from each clan will be joining, concluding that this was the decision made. With her explanation complete, she turns to walk away, leaving Hyun-Woo to internally muse that if someone doesn't like the arrangement, they shouldn't fight him, because he won't engage. The other recruits exchange uneasy glances, their expressions reflecting a mix of concern and annoyance at the new rules. She continues, explaining that the file contains information about dungeon types and class knowledge. A mobile-type dungeon, she clarifies, is one where the terrain continuously changes. This makes them incredibly difficult to predict and much harder to complete. The narration further emphasizes that this constant change leads to them being far more challenging than other dungeons. Ho-Han, clearly exasperated, mutters that it should be easy as, but then quickly adds that even if nothing happens, it's still good to know, telling them not to worry and do whatever they want. A collective groan rises from the recruits. Ho-Han sighs, covering her mouth in frustration. Hyun-Woo, his eyes wide, questions the implication. A stern-faced instructor addresses a new group of recruits, his voice firm as he begins the introductions. The first to step forward is Park Seo-moon, a 2-star hunter, who states his name and rank clearly. Following him, Han Na-young and Kim Sky-young introduce themselves, both 1-star hunters, adding their names to the growing roster. Then, Kim Soo-won, another 1-star hunter, raises his hand in a polite greeting as he introduces himself. In total, the group consists of 5 individuals, all gathered before the instructor. The instructor's gaze then falls upon Hyun-Woo, who stands ready for his turn. With a direct question, the instructor prompts him to introduce himself. Hyun-Woo responds, identifying himself as a 1-star hunter. His sneakers shift slightly on the ground, a subtle movement indicating his readiness. He stares forward, a gasp escaping his lips. The rain falls steadily as Kim Soo-won lies prone on the wet pavement, while the others look on. A young woman in a cap gazes down, her expression one of utter shock. A voice questions, Kang Hyun-woo? Moments later, the young woman stands before him on the crosswalk, an umbrella held aloft. She ponders his identity, a finger thoughtfully pressed to her chin. The realization hits her with the force of a hammer. She rapidly fires off questions. Are you from Sangi Elementary? Then Gimpo? Or Gwangmyeong? Or Seoul City University? Hyun-Woo finds himself once again facing the persistent young woman, who demands to know what he's hiding. He dismisses her questions, stating he can't reveal anything due to a contract, but she quickly shifts her focus, asking if he brought his equipment. As they walk through the school grounds, he offers a non-committal response, his thoughts elsewhere. Suddenly, a soft blue light emanates from his hands, glowing with an ethereal energy. The light intensifies, casting a stark glow on his face. The young woman stares, her eyes wide with surprise, as she questions if his equipment is merely a stick. She remarks on his interesting talent, her curiosity piqued by the display. Still, she presses him, asking if the stick is truly his weapon, to which Hyun-Woo replies that despite its appearance, it's a good one. He explains that it's a goblin's bat, musing on the difficulty of defeating monsters without proper gear, a hint at the challenges he faces. The recruits stare in disbelief, one of them shouting, "Hey, are you joking? You've been acting weird for a while now," another voice insists. "A stick? You think this is funny?" Hyun-Woo expression tightens as the question rings out. How are you going to kill monsters with that? He stands, holding the simple wooden bat, which then thuds against the ground. A collection of gleaming, well-crafted weapons is presented, the voice insisting, "Shouldn't you at least have this much? Look, see." Kim Sky-young, holding a document, fixes him with a stern gaze. Her voice sharp as she continues, "You buy weapons for their value, not their cheap stuff." The sharp edge of a sword glints under the light. A new recruit, eager to prove himself, boasts about his gear, declaring that even a 2-star hunter like him carries such equipment, challenging what others might think. Without warning, he lunges forward, delivering a sharp punch directly into Hyun-Woo face. But before the full impact can register, Hyun-Woo hand moves in a blur, drawing his weapon with a swift, whistling sound. The aggressive recruit follows up instantly, launching a powerful kick towards him. Hyunwoo Kong, however, is already in motion, his feet shifting as his weapon comes into position. With a decisive thunk, he grips the distinctive yellow and black handle of his blade. Before the recruit can land another blow, Hyunwoo Kang's counterattack connects with a resounding thud, striking him squarely in the face. Standing over the now fallen recruit, Hyunwoo Kang holds his glowing sword, its energy crackling with a schwak sound. The recruit's eyes widen in shock and pain, his face contorted as debris flies around him. The defeated recruit's hand trembles, still clutching the hilt of his sword, a pained groan escaping his lips as he lies sprawled on the ground. A sharp voice cuts through the silence, demanding to know if he has lost his mind. Ho Haeun kneels beside the fallen recruit, her expression stern as she takes hold of his head. Her gaze is unwavering, reminding him that displaying weapons outside of dungeons is strictly forbidden. She continues, her voice laced with exasperation, explaining that such actions cause unnecessary anxiety for normal citizens, and questioning if she needs to teach a newbie everything from the very beginning. The recruit, still on the ground, offers a meek apology, while Hyunwoo Kang stands calmly nearby, observing the scene. Ho Haeun helps the chastened recruit to his feet, advising him to be careful, as Hyunwoo Kang sheathes his glowing blade with a quiet click. With the immediate crisis averted, the group prepares to move out, Hyunwoo Kang glancing back at the other recruits, reflecting on the nature of this middle-class hunter clan. Even though she isn't as strong as some, Ho Haeun remarks, Park Waiso is still quite formidable. Hyunwoo Kang considers it would be good to truly test out her abilities. A faint smile plays on his lips, his thoughts already moving to the next challenge. He seems pleased with the prospect. Turning his back on a dark, amorphous creature, he walks towards the open road, leaving the strange entity behind. The creature remains, a silent, dark mass in the undergrowth. As he continues his journey, the forest path opens up to the wider world. He gasps, ragged breaths tearing through his chest as purple energy crackles around his prone form, a pained groan escaping him. His struggle is met by the grotesque, slimy visage of a monster, its sharp teeth and glowing eyes a chilling testament to the threat he faces. A triangular sign, weathered and worn, marks the entrance to a one-star dungeon. A group of recruits, including Hyunwoo Kang, Ho Haeun, Park Seo-moon, Han Na-young, Kim Skyong, Kim Soo-won, and another recruit, stand before a chain-link fence, flanked by uniformed guards. The air hums with a quiet tension as they gather, their gazes fixed on the imposing structure ahead. The dungeon's entrance, a massive, dark maw of metal and stone, looms before them. The guards remain stoic, their presence a stark reminder of the dangers that lie beyond the gate. Suddenly, a vibrant, ethereal glow erupts from within the dungeon's depths, catching Hyunwoo's attention as he watches the light pulse with an almost hypnotic rhythm. Han Na-young and Kim Skyong observe the phenomenon with a mixture of apprehension and resolve, their expressions reflecting the gravity of their impending descent. As the dungeon gate pulsed with energy, he listens intently to the final instructions before their descent. The group of recruits stands ready, a mix of apprehension and determination etched on their faces. Led by their instructor, they begin their march towards the unknown depths. With a final directive, the instructor signals for them to proceed. Stepping through the shimmering portal, what they're looking at right now is the inside of the dungeon. A place that, despite its ominous name, is filled with dense, overgrown foliage and ancient, gnarled roots. And yet, for all its natural beauty, it doesn't quite look like a typical dungeon right now. As the group ventured deeper, Hyunwoo Kang warned them that the further they went, the more goblins they would encounter. Turning to the recruits, Ho Haeun then asked if anyone among them knew how to clear this particular dungeon. Raising her arm, she clarified that they would need to obtain the return crystal. A tattered banner marked with handprints and a strange symbol indicated the next stage, explaining that if they proceeded to where the goblins began to appear, they would find a cave. Inside that very cave, amidst the glowing eyes of unseen creatures, they would be able to obtain the return crystal, which was the first clear condition. Hyunwoo Kang mused to himself that in that sense, it was no different from hell. A voice explained that every additional condition cleared would result in an increasingly greater reward, but for their first clear, they would focus only on the initial condition. Looking down, Hyunwoo Kang then stated that as long as the situation wasn't too dangerous, they shouldn't expect any help from him. Ho Haeun, glancing back at the recruits, assured them that she would be keeping watch from behind. The recruits stand ready within the dungeon's entrance, a cavernous space choked with gnarled roots and ancient stone, as Ho Haeun's voice echoes, instructing them to begin. She calls them closer, explaining the fundamental rules of their expedition, her gaze sweeping over the assembled group, including Hyunwoo Kang, who stands slightly apart. Before delving into the main objective, she adds a crucial detail about the dungeon's inhabitants, mentioning the goblins' acute sense of smell amidst the damp, earthy air. To counter this, she instructs them to gather grass to mask their scent, and to remain vigilant, constantly mindful of their surroundings to prevent any surprise attacks. Her practical advice draws confused glances from some of the recruits, who question the unconventional methods. One muscular recruit, with a piercing in his ear, scoffs in disbelief, his expression a mix of annoyance and skepticism. Another recruit, wearing glasses, earnestly defends the strategy, explaining that he learned such survival tips from a dedicated channel. The muscular recruit, however, turns his anger towards Hyunmoo Kang, accusing him of being unprepared and daring to challenge their leader. Before the confrontation can escalate, Ho Haeun steps between them, raising a hand to halt the brewing conflict. Continuing her instruction on dungeon survival, Ho Haeun explains the importance of working with others when one of the recruits challenges her, asking what she found so unusual about their current situation. Hyunmoo Kang, still processing the earlier advice, questions the necessity of using grass for scent masking. Ho Haeun patiently explains that goblins possess a sensitive sense of smell, easily distinguishing between fresh and old scents, and warns them that the real danger isn't from above, but from attacks targeting their ankles. The recruit from earlier, still unconvinced, argues that in such dense forest, short goblins wouldn't attempt aerial attacks. His face contorts in frustration, accusing Hyunmoo Kang of thinking himself superior. Hyunmoo Kang, taken aback by the sudden outburst, defends himself, stating he hadn't said anything to provoke such a reaction. Meanwhile, Park Seo-moon considers the situation, realizing that the recruit's point about goblin attacks would have been valid. He clarifies his thought, adding that such tactics were only relevant a decade ago. Ho Haeun, reflecting on the exchange, admits that she hasn't personally entered a dungeon in quite some time, acknowledging that her tips might be outdated due to the evolving nature of dungeon threats. As the instructor's words hang in the air, one of the recruits, Kang Hyunmoo, considers her point, while another recruit acknowledges the detailed nature of the discussion. Ho Haeun, the instructor, listens intently, understanding the recruit's reactions to her candid admission. Park Seo-moon, another recruit, ponders aloud, wondering if such intricate knowledge could truly be acquired without direct experience. The recruit who had previously challenged Hyunmoo Kang, now wearing a cap, turns his gaze toward him, accusing him of having extensive goblin hunting experience. Hyunmoo Kang's expression remains neutral, absorbing the unexpected accusation. He looks away, a slight frown forming, as the weight of the implication settles upon him. The cap-wearing recruit's eyes narrow, his skepticism unwavering. Seated, Hyunmoo Kang finally responds, admitting that this is his very first dungeon experience, and he possesses no prior knowledge of goblins, eliciting a sharp, disbelieving laugh from the other recruit. The cap-wearing recruit leans in, concluding that Hyunmoo Kang must have acquired his detailed information from online research. His expression remained unreadable, even as the recruit's words hung in the air, questioning his experience. The group, including Hyunmoo Kang, the skeptical recruit, and a female companion, stood amidst the gnarled trees of a desolate forest, their conversation abruptly cut short by an unseen shift in the air. Suddenly, a violent impact shattered the shimmering blue barrier protecting them, sending fragments of light scattering into the oppressive gloom. The ethereal energy dissolved into nothingness, revealing a swirling void where solid reality once stood. From the depths of that distorted space, a shadowy, hulking form lunged forward, its eyes burning with malevolent red light. The creature's sudden appearance sent a jolt through the recruits, Hyunmoo Kang instinctively raising a defensive aura as the female recruit gasped in shock. Its snarling face, a grotesque blend of rat and demon, was revealed, all sharp teeth and glowing crimson eyes. The female recruit, her face contorted in a scream, could only manage a terrified cry as the monster closed in. The monstrous rat creature slammed into the group, its claws raking through the air as the skeptical recruit recoiled from the sudden impact. The large, green, furry monster that had just lunged at the group is sent tumbling through the air, its massive body flailing helplessly from a devastating blow. The powerful kick that launched it is still visible, a blur of motion and impact. He stares, wide-eyed, at the sudden turn of events, a single exclamation escaping his lips. While Kim Soo-won and Han Na-young look on in stunned silence, their faces reflecting utter disbelief. Han Na-young's expression is a mask of pure shock. Hyunmoo Kang, having delivered the decisive strike, simply remarks, "So." As the group regroups, Kim Soo-won confronts him, asking about his stick, but Hyunmoo Kang retorts that he didn't use it. Park Seo-moon, observing the exchange, lets out a quiet "TSK." He reassures the recruit, explaining that they will handle the remaining tasks later, as goblins could appear at any moment, making a brief rest necessary. As the group finds themselves deeper within the cavernous structure, Kim Soo-won looks around, a sense of awe and apprehension in his voice as he observes their surroundings. Above them, the dungeon's ceiling stretches high, with faint light filtering through unseen cracks. When suddenly, a grotesque, multi-eyed creature with a gaping maw and thick, writhing tentacles lunges from the shadows. One of its massive appendages whipping through the air with incredible speed, coiling and striking with lethal intent. Without hesitation, Hyunmoo Kang steps forward, his gaze fixed on the monstrous threat. And with a swift motion, he unleashes his glowing, segmented chain whip, the weapon arcing through the air with a faint, ethereal light. Behind him, the recruits recoil, their faces etched with sheer terror at the sudden, brutal confrontation. He lets out a sharp grunt, facing down a horde of grotesque, goblin-like creatures that swarm from the shadows of the dungeon. One of them lunges forward, its clawed foot kicking up dust as it closes the distance. But he moves with blinding speed, a blur of motion as he evades the attack. His hand flashes out, gripping a dark, circular object, ready to defend or strike. Then, with a powerful kick, he sends one of the creatures reeling, a crimson spray erupting from the impact. His glowing chain whip arcs through the air, slicing cleanly through another foe. He plunges deeper into the fray, his movements a whirlwind of precise strikes and evasions, each blow met with a pained shriek from the monsters. A grimace of effort crosses his face, but his eyes burn with unwavering resolve. Another powerful kick connects, sending shockwaves through the air as he continues his relentless assault. A guttural scream tears from Hyunwoo Kang's throat. As a monstrous goblin lunges, its crude weapon connecting with brutal force, sending him sprawling. Blood splatters across his chest, the impact jarring his entire body. But even as he falls, his feet slam back down, kicking up dust as he regains his stance. The fight is far from over, and he is not alone. Ho-Haen plunges her knife into a goblin, while Park Seo-moon battles another, but Recruit A lies injured on the ground. Hyunwoo Kang retaliates, a heavy book-like object blurring through the air, striking a goblin with a dull thud. His jaw tightens, eyes burning with fierce resolve, ready to face the onslaught. Around him, the bodies of defeated goblins lie dismembered, but more still press forward. As another goblin attacks, a shimmering blue energy shield erupts, deflecting the blow with a powerful surge. Still reeling from the impact, he lets out a pained groan, slowly pushing himself up from the ground. A moment later, the group gathers, one of them suggesting, "Let's take a short break. Nobody's hurt, and they're doing pretty good." But Ho-Haen, her expression thoughtful, interjects, "But before that." Meanwhile, Hyunwoo Kang senses a growing unease, a subtle shift in the air, as if something feels off. He voices the thought aloud, "Something feels off." From the shadows, a grotesque goblin observes, its thoughts betraying confusion. They're not fighting, the goblins are too scared. There's no way that they could be scared of a couple of newbie hunters. Hyunwoo Kang, still scanning the area, wonders, is there something else? Once they're done, I'll send them back. Ho-Haen's eyes widen in realization, a determined look crossing her face as she decides, even better, I'll take a look myself. Without hesitation, she breaks into a sprint, leaving the others behind. As the group ventured deeper, a sudden, unsettling sight caused one of the recruits to exclaim, "Wrong." Their gaze fixed on a grotesque, green-skinned creature, tightly bound by thick ropes. Ho-Haen's eyes widened in surprise, while Kim Skyong recoiled in fear, as the former murmured, "On, Overseer." The creature, a hulking figure with rough, scarred skin, was secured to a massive tree trunk. Its entire body immobilized by the restraints. A thought echoed through the group, wondering, is this normal? Despite its fearsome appearance, the monster's eyes held a distinct look of terror, a silent plea for help or a warning of a greater threat. Hyunwoo Kang, observing their surroundings with a keen eye, realized the gravity of their situation, stating, "Here, this is the exact opposite direction of where we came from." He watches the bound monster, a low groan escaping his lips. As Ho-Haen's voice cuts through the tense silence, her jaw clenched with urgency. She declares this an emergency, ordering everyone to stay close to her until they can locate a return stone. Her voice rings out, sharp and commanding, her hand instinctively reaching for a weapon. The situation is far more sinister than a simple monster encounter. Someone had not only bound the creature, but also desecrated other bodies. This level of depravity is unheard of in a low-tier dungeon, leaving them to wonder if their tormentor is human or something far worse. Through the dense foliage, a chilling realization settles over them. Whatever is out there, it is undeniably dangerous. Hyunwoo Kang's eyes widen, blood splattered across his face, as he understands they need to escape before they too become victims. The recruits and Ho-Haen stand together, their gazes fixed upwards into the dense, dark forest, where faint glowing elements shimmer amongst the trees. Spreading out to search, one of them voices the growing concern, wondering aloud where Kang Hyunwoo could be. Unseen by the search party below, Hyunwoo Kang hangs suspended upside down amidst the branches, his body limp and unresponsive. Below, Kim Skyong frantically calls out his name, her voice echoing through the trees, unaware of the massive, shadowy figure lurking just behind her. From above, a grotesque goblin with piercing red eyes watches them, mocking their desperate cries by repeating Hyunwoo Kang's name. Its armored arm shifts, the metal plates scraping together with a soft, ominous sound. The creature's face contorts into a predatory grin, a low growl rumbling in its throat as its red eyes glow with malevolent intent. An hour earlier, the sky above a desolate landscape was filled with the faint echoes of distant cries. The ground below, scarred with a fresh impact crater, bore witness to the unfolding chaos. Amidst the turmoil, Hyunwoo Kang and his fellow recruits, Han Nayoung, Kim Skyong, Kim Suwon, Park Seo-moon, and another young man, fled in a desperate scramble, their faces etched with terror. He led the charge, his back to the unseen threat, pushing forward with grim determination. His legs pumped tirelessly, carrying him across the uneven terrain. Now, standing over a pile of defeated foes, Hyunwoo's expression shifted to one of utter bewilderment, a quiet "What on earth?" escaping his lips. The creatures lay motionless, their forms surprisingly weak, leading him to conclude, this isn't even close. Clutching a bat, he surveyed the scene, realizing they possessed no weapons and no real sense of strategy. He stands, contemplating the situation, understanding why his father remains so calm. A memory flashes, showing a group of recruits, including Ho Hayan, Kim Soo-won, Recruit A, Park Seo-moon, and Kim Skyong, standing over defeated foes, their weapons still drawn, the sounds of combat echoing faintly. Meanwhile, Han Nyang's face contorts in a moment of realization, wondering why she isn't calm herself. Back in the present, Hyunmoo Kong stands resolute, deciding to take matters into his own hands. Han Nyang lets out a surprised gasp, her mouth wide open in disbelief. Later, Hyunmoo Kong finds himself alone in a desolate, misty forest, a quiet determination settling over him. He slowly extends his hand, as if grasping for something unseen. His gaze fixed upward, he begins to channel an inner force, a soft white glow emanating from his outstretched hand. The energy intensifies, enveloping him in a brilliant white aura as his power fully manifests. The raw force of it anchors him to the ground, radiating outward from his very stance. Then, with a deafening crash, a wave of destructive power erupts, sending unseen targets hurtling through the air. A monstrous, clawed leg slams down, digging into the earth to resist the impact. But another violent shockwave follows, revealing a grotesque, armored creature, its red eyes wide with surprise as it struggles against the unseen assault. As his new power surged, Hyunmoo Kang's gaze sharpened, and he declared to the figure before him, "All right, this is your first job." The one addressed was Kurson, a name that echoed with past battles. He stood clad in rugged gear, his presence a testament to a harsh existence. This new command was possible due to a skill called Family, a power Hyunmoo Kang had acquired after his victory over Kurson in Hell. The skill allowed him to designate a target as family and resurrect them, provided their body wasn't too deformed. Yet, the true impressiveness of this skill wasn't merely its ability to revive the dead. As Hyunmoo Kang reiterated to Kurson, "All right, this is your first job." He issues a direct command, "Go kill all of the monsters that are here." His voice carries a chilling explanation, "It's because I can revive them outside of Hell." Kurson's eyes widen slightly, a single word escaping him. "Monsters? I'm talking about the goblins," Hyunmoo clarifies, as Kurson's face contorts in disbelief. "Damn you. You want me to kill my own kind?" Hyunmoo's expression hardens, delivering a stark ultimatum. "If you don't, I'll destroy your tribe right now." A subtle, almost cruel smirk plays on his lips. Kurson lets out a guttural roar of pure fury. Later, standing beside a now cloaked Kurson, Hyunmoo remarks, "Oh, speak of the devil, and they will appear." Indeed, a hulking goblin monster emerges from the shadows, confirming his words. There, as they trek through the snow-covered forest, a question hangs in the air, a direct challenge to the newly resurrected being. And then, from the shadows of the trees, a grotesque goblin emerges, its sharp teeth and beady eyes fixed on them, a clear target for Kurson's first job. Hyunmoo watches the creature, then glances at Kurson, sensing the turmoil within him. A strange realization dawns on him, a connection he hadn't fully grasped before. He wonders if this shared emotional resonance is a direct consequence of the family skill, binding them together in an unexpected way. Floating in a cosmic void, Hyunmoo contemplates the implications of this bond, the weight of Kurson's feelings now his own. Kurson, too, seems to exist in this shared mental space, his form illuminated by the distant stars, reflecting the internal struggle. He gasps, a wave of unfamiliar emotion washing over him, this feeling that isn't his own. Standing over the creature, Hyunmoo realizes the emotion is a strange mix of something. It's an uncomfortable sensation, a feeling of unease emanating from the goblin, and he understands Kurson is trying to deny something within himself. Gasping again, he questions if this creature truly is a goblin. The creature cannot speak and holds no weapon, making Kurson's hesitation palpable through their shared link. Despite the shared reluctance, Kurson's armored hand descends with brutal force, crushing the goblin's head in a spray of blood. Hyunmoo's mind reels, processing the implications. This creature, clad only in rags, is supposedly the same species as Kurson? A final, pained gurgle escapes the goblin's lips as its life extinguishes. The goblin-like creature's body is violently torn apart by unseen forces, its desperate cry echoing as red slashes erupt across its form. A close-up reveals its jagged teeth and the torrent of blood gushing from its mouth, a testament to the internal devastation. Its upper body continues to be ripped apart, the crude weapon it once wielded now useless against the relentless assault. Even as its lower half remains standing, the creature lets out a final, desperate thought. This isn't a goblin. Watching the brutal demise, Hyunmoo Kang's face is a mask of intense contemplation, his eyes reflecting the horror and confusion of the scene. A chilling realization dawns on him, confirming his earlier suspicions. I knew it. It's hatred for his own kind. He struggles to accept that something so weak could be of the same species as Kurson, a thought that deeply disturbs him. The creature's body continues to be ravaged, its final, desperate no echoing the profound agony of its demise. Its face contorts in a final, agonizing scream, the word no, escaping its lips as life drains from its eyes. A goblin-like creature cries out in distress, caught off guard by a sudden, brutal assault. Kurson, a whirlwind of motion, brings his weapon down with crushing force, the impact echoing through the air. Nearby, other creatures tremble, their faces contorted in sheer terror as the relentless onslaught continues, sending one of them flying through the air. Kursen's blade a crimson streak against the green, slicing through the very essence of the battlefield. Another creature is violently flung, its body twisting mid-flight. He follows up with an aerial strike, driving the creature further into the ground, his voice cutting through the chaos. "You disgusting creatures." Kursen looms over a cowering goblin, his next words a chilling promise. "I'll end your..." The goblin-like creatures recoil in terror, their eyes wide with primal fear. A severed arm, dripping black fluid, falls to the ground with a sickening thud. A soft sigh escapes him as he surveys the bloody scene, his hands casually tucked into his pockets. A small smear of blood on his cheek is the only sign of the recent struggle he endured. His voice, cold and absolute, cuts through the air, commanding the remaining creatures to die. Satisfied with the outcome, Hyunwoo decides he'll rejoin the others shortly. A faint smirk plays on his lips as he turns, ready to move on. He walks through the overgrown terrain, his steps light despite the recent ordeal. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the quiet, echoing through the gnarled roots and dense foliage, calling out his name with urgency. His group emerges from the shadows, their leader, Ho-Han, pointing directly at him, her voice sharp with concern as she repeats his name. Ho-Han looks down, a mix of frustration and relief on her face, muttering about the noise and wondering if he was already dead. He simply looks up, a casual "oh" escaping him, as if he'd merely been waiting to be found. The leader's frustration boils over. Confronting him directly, Ho-Han demands to know if he's lost his mind, questioning who gave him permission to act alone, while he feigns innocence, claiming he only needed to relieve himself. Her anger momentarily forgotten, she asks him to repeat himself, then quickly shifts to concern, checking if he's unharmed. He looks away, a slight blush on his face, as she observes his disheveled uniform and wonders what he's been through. As the group surveys the grim scene, surrounded by fallen bodies, Ho-Han instructs them to stay close, promising to explain the details later, just as one of the recruits spots something important. His voice filled with surprise, he exclaims, recognizing the glowing artifact amidst the corpses as the fabled return stone. The sight of the numerous dead, however, casts a heavy pall over their discovery. Despite the grim surroundings, Ho-Han expresses relief, knowing they can finally use the stone to escape. A sudden gasp escapes her as she turns to Hyunwoo, grabbing his arm with a look of deep concern. Before anyone can react, Park Seo-moon suddenly breaks from the group, a look of sheer terror on his face as he bolts away. Ho-Han cries out his name, watching him flee with desperate speed. She demands to know what he's doing, but he only shouts back that it's too dangerous and he needs to leave. His voice strained with panic, he insists he must leave immediately, citing both the overseer's report and the chilling evidence of the dead bodies around them. Overwhelmed by fear and the sight of the dead, Park Seo-moon turns his back on the group, declaring there is no way he will remain in this place. He sprints away, leaving his companions behind, his only thought to escape as quickly as possible. His feet pound the ground, heedless of the fallen bodies beneath him, a desperate flight through the grim landscape. But as he pushes forward, a shadowy hand erupts from the ground, snatching at his leg. The sudden force yanks him violently upward, his body twisting in midair as shock registers on his face. Before he can even comprehend what's happening, a powerful blow connects, his head snapping back from the impact. The assailant, a cloaked figure with a hand glowing with ominous purple energy, crouches low, having delivered the devastating strike. Park Seo-moon's face contorts in a silent scream, his eyes wide with terror and agony. His legs flail uselessly, as he is dragged away into the shadowy depths. Still reeling from the ambush, Park Seo-moon lets out a pained grunt as the metallic hook continues to drag him deeper into the dungeon. The sharp grip tearing at his clothes and his cry of surprise and pain echoes through the cavern. His body carves a desperate trail across the rough ground, as the other recruits watch, frozen in disbelief and fear. A grimace of agony twists his features, his eyes wide with terror as the unseen force continues its relentless pull. Then, a dark, whip-like tendril lashes out, striking him with brutal force. But before the assailant can inflict further damage, Hyunwoo's hand moves with practiced precision, chambering a round into his firearm with a sharp clink. He launches himself forward. A blur of motion and a flash of yellow energy as he closes the distance in an instant. With a powerful, aura-infused kick, Hyunwoo slams into the cloaked assailant, sending them recoiling from the impact. His powerful kick connects, sending the cloaked assailant reeling backward from the sheer force of the impact. Watching the sudden turn of events, Ho-Han and Kim Skyong recoil, their faces etched with shock. Kim Soo-won gasps, his eyes wide behind his glasses. Meanwhile, Hyunwoo's gaze hardens, his eyes gleaming with fierce determination. Park Seo-moon watches the unfolding chaos, his hand instinctively covering his mouth in stunned silence. Suddenly, a foot lands with purpose on the rocky ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. It's recruit A, clad in a yellow jacket, who lunges forward, striking the monstrous Kursen with a swift, decisive blow. The weapon connects with a sickening thud, driving deep into the creature's leg. It remains embedded, a stark testament to the recruit's sudden, fierce attack. With a swift, brutal motion, Recruiter plunges his dagger deep into Kursen's monstrous leg, twisting the blade to inflict maximum damage as sparks fly from the impact. Meanwhile, the unnamed assailant, observing the chaos, hurls a dark, circular object with a sinister aura into the fray. Hyunmoo Kong, still recovering from his own struggle, clenches his fist, a pained grimace twisting his features as he watches the escalating conflict. He wonders internally, what could this monstrous goblin from hell possibly do next? As Recruit A continues to press his attack, forcing Kursen to the ground, the cloaked figure remains a silent, ominous presence, observing every move. A chilling, knowing smile spreads across the assailant's face, his red eyes glowing with an unsettling intensity. He muses to himself that this unfolding spectacle will prove interesting. Meanwhile, Han Nayong, staff in hand, prepares to unleash her own power, her expression resolute as she steps forward to join the fray. Han Nayong, surrounded by a soft, purple-pink glow, descends into the fray, her form a blur of motion, signaling the battle is far from over. Hyunmoo Kong stands ready, his gaze sharp and focused, twin blades held low and prepared for a swift strike. From the shadows, a grotesque goblin-like creature emerges, its face contorted in a snarl, a wicked hook replacing one hand. With a guttural cry, the creature lunges, its hook hand extended, aiming for a killing blow. But before it can connect, Hyunmoo Kong moves like a blur, closing the distance with impossible speed. His blade descends, a precise, lethal arc aimed at the charging foe. A blinding flash of energy erupts, signaling the activation of a potent ability. Hyunmoo Kong explains that his family skill allows him to command those bound by it. Though he acknowledges a critical limitation, control over a higher-level target would be severely restricted. The explosive force intensifies. As he reveals his solution to this problem, a figure plummeting through the shattered remnants of a structure. The narration shifts to a group of cloaked, green-skinned creatures, identified as Kursen's family. He understands that Kursen's demise would inevitably lead to the destruction of his entire tribe. Hyunmoo Kong muses that Kursen's frustration might stem from this very fact. As the gruesome aftermath of the skill is laid bare, with the creatures not merely dead, but exploded into a horrifying mess of flesh and bone. He observes the scene before them, a quiet assessment passing through his mind, concluding that the new recruits are not yet ready for action. As they continue their trek across the rocky terrain, Ho Haeun voices her primary concern, her thoughts fixed on the overseer. Meanwhile, Hayul, a mid-class member of the clan known as the Great Unknown, considers the implications of their current mission. He imagines himself in battle, his glowing blade arcing through the air. A deep question weighs on him. Could he truly stand a chance against a level 26 opponent like Kursen? The image of Kursen's hardened face flashes in his mind, juxtaposed with Hyunmoo Kang's own determined expression, a silent comparison of strength and resolve. A sudden, unseen force slams into him, sending him sprawling to the ground, a pained grunt escaping his lips as purple energy crackles around his form. Above him, a massive, clawed foot descends with crushing intent, red energy sparking from its heel as it prepares to strike again. From a distance, Hyunmoo Kong, Ho Haeun, and Park Seo-moon watch in horror, their faces etched with disbelief as the brutal assault unfolds in the icy landscape. Even a mysterious cloaked figure stands silently nearby, observing the chaos with an unreadable presence. Kim Suwon's eyes widen in terror, a desperate, unfinished curse tearing from his throat. Beside him, Park Seo-moon shouts, a futile command to halt the relentless assault. The red-hooded monster, a hulking figure with gray-green skin and sharp claws, lunges with terrifying speed, striking Hyunmoo Kong with brutal force. The impact sends debris flying, a testament to the sheer power unleashed. Finally, the monstrous figure stands triumphant, its red hood stark against the snowy backdrop, looming over the defeated Hyunmoo Kong. Hyunmoo Kong lunges forward, his hand crackling with dark energy. As the red-hooded monster watches, unmoving, he swings his sword in a wide, powerful arc. But Hong Jin nearly taunts him, a chilling voice echoing, "If you can't, I'd be disappointed." Before Hyunmoo Kang's blade can connect, the monster retaliates with impossible speed, striking him with brutal force, sending him crashing violently into the icy ground. A barrage of sharp ice shards follows, tearing into his already battered form. The red-hooded figure stands triumphant, its body glowing with an ominous blue aura, leaving an unseen observer to wonder, how the hell is something that powerful in a one-star dungeon like this? No better luck than before, the goblin's movements proving extremely meticulous, leaving Hyunmoo Kong gasping in pain. He's sly with his moves too, prompting another fighter, Ryan, to wonder, damn, did that goblin hurt me? Meanwhile, Hyunmoo Kong, seeing his own blood, can hardly believe the situation unfolding around him. A fresh wound weeps above his eye, a stark reminder of the enemy's unexpected prowess. Ryan, however, remains focused, her hand instinctively reaching for the hilt of her dagger. A faint glow emanates from her palm as she acknowledges the enemy's unexpected skill. Turning her head, her long black hair flowing behind her, Ryan's sharp gaze fixes on the unseen threat. With daggers drawn and a determined stance, she prepares to meet the challenge head-on. The twisted, barren trees of the dungeon become a blur as Ryan launches herself into the fray, engaging multiple goblins in a whirlwind of blades. Despite the searing pain from his injuries, Hyun Wukong struggles on the ground, purple energy flickering around him as he groans in agony. Through the haze of pain, he manages to lift his head, his eyes wide with urgency as he shouts, "Hurry and get away from there, Curson!" His warning comes too late, however, as Curson is violently hurled through the air, a helpless projectile against an unseen force. Despite his own injuries, Hyun Wukong pushes forward, landing a solid punch on a goblin. The creature's head snaps back from the force of the blow, but before the goblin can recover, a black armored arm, its gauntlet glowing crimson, streaks in from the side, delivering a devastating blow. A burst of brilliant yellow energy erupts on impact, engulfing the goblin. The powerful aura continues to surge, tearing through the creature. Hyun Wukong watches the sudden, overwhelming display of power, his expression one of utter shock. Regaining his composure, Hyun Wukong prepares himself for the next move. A dark, intricate pattern seems to ripple across his form, a testament to the battle's toll or a surge of inner power. The goblin, its eyes gleaming with malice, watches him intently. Suddenly, a swirling vortex of golden energy erupts from the ground between them. As the creature activates its Accelerate skill, a technique that doubles every movement the user makes for a brief period. The goblin thinks to itself, it must finish this fight as quickly as possible. But before it can fully capitalize on its newfound speed, Hyun Wukong launches a lightning-fast kick. His leg wreathed in crackling blue energy, striking the goblin squarely in the head. He delivers the full force of his kick, declaring with absolute certainty, "I'll end this here." As his foot connects with the goblin's head, a burst of raw energy erupting on impact. The creature's body recoils violently, engulfed in a blinding flash of red light and debris, its ring flying free from the sheer force of the blow. A massive dust cloud billows outward from the impact site. From a distance, Park Seo-moon, Han Na-young, and Ho Haeun watch the aftermath, their expressions a mix of awe and concern. Without hesitation, Ho Haeun launches herself into the air, leaping directly towards the swirling dust. Her feet touch down with a soft thud, ready to assess the situation. A pained groan escapes Hyun Wukong as he lies sprawled on the ground, the force of his last attack leaving him utterly spent. Just as he struggles to recover, Ho Haeun lands lightly in the swirling dust, her eyes scanning the chaotic scene, a question forming on her lips about the true nature of their foe. Her daggers are already drawn, reflecting her readiness to engage, her gaze sharp and focused. But the dust clears to reveal a horrifying sight. The goblin, thought defeated, now kneels over Hyun Wukong, a blade pressed to his throat. Ho Haeun's mind races, wondering how it managed to deploy smoke bombs so quickly. The creature's voice, raspy and menacing, cuts through the air, issuing a chilling ultimatum. "Move, and I'll kill this human." Hyun Wukong can only manage a choked gasp, his eyes wide with pain and fear. Ho Haeun processes the impossible situation, a hostage taken by a creature that should have been defeated, but then a more profound realization dawns on her. The goblin's words echo in her ears, the shocking truth that this monster can speak. Her face contorts in disbelief as she demands the weapon be dropped, the reality of a talking goblin being something that simply shouldn't be possible. Ho Haeun's eyes widen in disbelief, her mind reeling from the goblin's words, realizing this isn't just an intelligent monster, but one capable of speech. First, she needs to grasp the full scope of the situation, her thoughts racing as she desperately tries to figure out what to do next. Her priority must be their safety, but the implications of losing Hyun Wukong weigh heavily on her. Tears stream down her face as she considers the grim reality. If they were to lose him here, they would face something far worse than this goblin. If that were to happen, she knows she would have to call for reinforcements, but the thought of exposing more people to this danger fills her with dread. Her face contorts in anguish, the weight of her responsibility pressing down on her. With a firm grip, she clutches her dagger, a silent resolve hardening her expression amidst the falling rain. Suddenly, Park Seo-moon's voice cuts through the air, his face etched with shock as he calls out to her. With a fierce expression, Ho Haeun swings a dagger, a determined glint in her eyes. She demands to know what the overseer means by his actions. A moment later, a rock flies through the air with incredible speed. Nearby, Park Seo-moon protests, unable to accept letting Hyun Wukong die when he possesses so much potential. Meanwhile, Hyun Wukong plummets from above, a faint glow surrounding his falling form. The goblin scout, caught off guard, widens his glowing yellow eyes in surprise. Before the goblin can react, Curson lunges, a blue aura flaring around him as he delivers a powerful blow. The impact sends the goblin crashing into a massive tree, splintering its trunk with a resounding rumble. Below, Hyun Wukong lies motionless amidst the debris, clearly injured from his fall. Still reeling from the impact, Hyun Wukong groans, his mind fixated on the stick that had pierced his chest, wondering if it truly held his attack in place with mere rocks. Nearby, Park Seo-moon confronts Ho Haeun, his voice laced with disbelief, demanding to know if Hyun Wukong has lost his mind, reminding her that this is no place for reckless behavior. But the injured man, now on his feet and clutching the stick, snaps back, ordering them to get out and stay away. A defiant smirk plays across his lips. As he turns his back to them, yet still glances over his shoulder, maintaining the tense standoff. With a challenging glint in his eyes, he asks, why should he comply? Ho-Haen's expression hardens in disbelief, uttering a sharp, what? Park Seo-moon watches the scene unfold, his face etched with profound concern and worry, unable to comprehend the protagonist's stubborn defiance. A pained gasp escapes Hyunmoo Kang as he lies sprawled on the ground, purple energy crackling faintly around him. Later, standing upright, he exclaims in disbelief, wondering what could possibly be meant by the current situation, realizing that the opponent they faced was far more formidable than initially perceived. Turning to Han Nayong, Hyunmoo Kang expresses his surprise, admitting he hadn't expected their enemies to be so weak, while she observes that even a level 20 goblin would have given her a significant struggle. A narration box then ponders the past, recalling a time when No-Howl fought against Kursin, back when he was still alive. The thought continues, emphasizing that without the right power, she would have perished instantly against such a foe, as a clawed hand crackles with dark energy. Indeed, Ryan moves with fierce determination, her form a blur as she engages a formidable goblin in intense combat. A brief pause in the narrative, before another thought is introduced. In a different location, the group consisting of Hyunmoo Kang, Han Nayong, Park Seo-moon, and Kim Soo-won stands in a forest clearing, confronted by a red-haired man who sternly reminds them of his previous instruction not to kill any humans. A goblin, now a captive, is held in place, its fate uncertain. Hyunmoo Kang reflects, wondering if the situation continues this way, someone might end up dead. Nearby, No-Howl addresses him, a slight cough escaping before he corrects himself, calling him overseer. Han Nayong, lost in her own thoughts, considers the potential trouble if Park Seo-moon were to die, creating a significant burden for them. She acknowledges that she isn't justified in exercising her rights, but losing sight of him would be an even worse outcome. Her thoughts trail off into silence. Meanwhile, Hyunmoo Kang kneels, frustrated that he hasn't accomplished anything during this exploration. Standing, he resolves that leaving empty-handed would be unacceptable, as he didn't come here to waste his time doing nothing. Observing the scene with a thoughtful expression, Hyunmoo Kang confirms the presence of the creature he had seen before. Clad in a dark cloak and gripping a staff, he prepares for an attack, a quiet plea escaping his lips. His face contorted in a shout, he yells a warning, demanding someone move out of the way. A powerful surge of blue energy erupts, sweeping across the area with destructive force. The goblin scout is caught directly in the blast, sent sprawling to the ground amidst shattered debris. Its chest is visibly wounded, and its eyes glow with a fierce, pained yellow. Having delivered the decisive blow, Hyunmoo Kang turns and walks away, his cloak billowing behind him. The forest recedes into a blur, as he moves swiftly through the aftermath. Behind him, a large rock lies shattered, a testament to the raw power of his attack. Hyunmoo Kang moved with blinding speed, a powerful blue energy arcing from his form, shattering into countless sharp shards upon impact. Elsewhere in the chaotic skirmish, Ryan swung her long staff with practiced precision, a blur of motion. Meanwhile, Hyunmoo Kang narrowly avoided a fatal blow, a single mistake almost costing a new hunter their life. He knew he needed to compensate for it. As the battle raged, a young man in a cap, clutching a broom-like weapon, declared his intention to handle the situation himself. Suddenly, a sharp impact erupted, sending ice shards scattering across the ground. The force of the attack caught Hyunmoo Kang off guard, eliciting a sharp cry of pain as he recoiled. Despite the blow, he quickly regained his composure, his eyes hardening with resolve as he gripped his staff. With a surge of inner power, his hand began to glow with an intense, ethereal light. As the battle rages, a guttural grunt escapes the goblin scout, its face contorted in a snarl of effort or pain. Nearby, Hyunmoo Kang reacts with a sharp, defensive motion, his body blurring as he braces against an unseen impact. From another angle, Ryan streaks across the battlefield, a whirlwind of ice particles trailing her swift movement. Hyunmoo Kang closes the distance, engaging the goblin scout directly, his weapon ready to strike. The goblin's armored hand grips tightly, attempting to hold its ground against the assault. But the force is too great, and its arm is violently pushed back, a sharp impact echoing through the air. The struggle continues in a blur of motion, neither side yielding. Hyunmoo Kang strains, exerting his full power to overpower the creature, his muscles coiling with effort. Then, Ryan strikes, unleashing a torrent of ice magic that slams into the goblin scout, shattering the air with a chilling impact. The powerful ice magic slams into its target, sending a chilling wave of energy across the snowy ground. The goblin recoils, a pained grunt escaping its throat as shards of ice explode around it. Its eyes narrow, a snarl twisting its features in a mix of agony and fury. Behind, Hyunmoo Kang shouts, his voice cutting through the din, as the creature's head snaps back, surprised by the sudden warning. But Ryan is already moving, a blur of motion as she launches herself forward. Her leg arcing through the air to connect with a devastating kick. A brilliant burst of yellow energy erupts on impact, radiating outward. The goblin cries out, thrown back by the sheer force, its body momentarily engulfed in the explosive aura. Ryan's powerful kick connects, sending a shockwave through the air as the goblin lets out a pained shriek. Reeling from the impact, the creature stumbles backward, its hand scraping against the ground to regain balance. But before it can recover, Ryan follows up with another swift, brutal kick. The force of the blow snaps the goblin's head back, a crimson aura of pain flaring around it. Its eyes widen in shock and agony, mouth agape as the red energy intensifies. The creature is sent flying through the air, a surprised exclamation escaping it, as it loses all control. Before it can even hit the ground, Hyunwoo unleashes a chilling wave of ice, his arm extended as blue particles swirl around him. The goblin slams into the frozen earth, its head cracking against the ice as a final, guttural roar escapes its throat. Now completely incapacitated, Hyunwoo observes the fallen creature, noting that it's better to deal with threats head-on than to risk a surprise attack from behind. He moves with a blur of motion, his form a dynamic streak against the chaotic backdrop. As the silhouettes of his enemies close in, he meets them head-on, a lone figure against a horde. His eyes narrow with fierce resolve, every muscle tensed for the coming clash. Goblins swarm from all sides, their crude weapons glinting as they press their attack, but he weaves through their assault, a whirlwind of defense and counter. Closing the distance with lethal intent, he lunges forward, his movements precise and deadly. A dagger flashes in his grip, finding its mark with brutal efficiency. The impact sends a shiver of terror through one of the creatures, its face contorting in fear and pain. A guttural roar escapes him, his determination unwavering, as he prepares for the next strike. With another swift, clean motion, his blade carves through the air, silencing another foe. As the chaotic battle against the goblin horde continues, a figure lands with a soft thud on the icy, rocky ground. Nearby, a goblin with piercing yellow eyes watches intently, its face contorted in a sneer beneath a tattered red hood. Suddenly, with a fierce cry, Ho-Haen launches herself forward, a blur of motion against the harsh landscape. Her attack slices through the air, leaving a shimmering trail in its wake. Before the red-helmeted goblin can react, Haen's strike connects, sending a jarring pibig through its armored form. A burst of vibrant purple energy erupts from the point of impact on its leg. Following through with relentless momentum, she delivers a powerful kick that sends the creature sprawling with a resounding peak. As the goblin tumbles, Haen lands lightly, a faint blue aura shimmering around her. She stands victorious over the fallen foe, which lets out a pained as it lies defeated on the ground. From the swirling red mist, a grotesque figure emerges, its eyes burning with an ominous crimson glow. Behind it, Ryan lets out a soft TSK, her stance shifting, ready for whatever comes next. Hyunwoo, however, looks on with wide eyes, muttering about finding a moment to escape this renewed threat. He tries to hold Kursin back, pleading with him to stop and retreat. But Kursin only lets out a guttural sound, his face set in grim determination. The goblin, sensing an opening, lunges forward, its dark cloak billowing behind it. With a fierce cry, Kursin meets the charge, swinging his shovel-like weapon with all his might. The impact is deafening, shattering the ground and sending shockwaves through the air. Ryan is caught in the blast, thrown violently backward amidst a shower of debris. The force of the impact sends her sprawling backward, landing hard amidst a cloud of white dust, while Kursin lies motionless nearby. A heavy thud echoes as Kursin remains on his back, eyes closed, his mouth open in a silent scream of pain or shock. As the dust begins to settle, Ryan slowly pushes herself up, surveying the devastation, while Kursin remains unmoving. Suddenly, Kursin's eyes snap open, a single expletive escaping his lips as he realizes the gravity of their situation. He stares down into a newly formed, gaping chasm, its dark maw stretching into the unknown. While elsewhere, Ho-Haen, Park Seo-moon, and Kim Soo-won watch with growing concern, their faces etched with worry. Kursin lies unconscious once more, a dizzying spiral above his head, as a narrator reflects that his first dungeon exploration had come to an end. Ryan and Kursin, now both standing, gaze towards a distant, ethereal light, a beacon of what they still believe to be true. And Hyunwoo, with a determined glint in his eyes, acknowledges that this chapter had indeed come to an end. He stands in casual clothes, a light sweater over a collared shirt, a stark contrast to the battle-worn gear of moments before, signaling a quiet transition. A desperate cry echoes, calling out Hyunwoo's name. As the shout rings out, he clutches at his face, his expression twisted in anguish. Meanwhile, in a rocky expanse, Ryan points to a crimson smear on the ground, declaring she'll follow the blood trail to track down their target, urging Kursin to prioritize Hyunwoo's safety and escape. Still reeling from his own ordeal, Hyunwoo's hand trembles, his eyes wide with a silent plea. Turning back to Ryan, Kursin first tells her he'll be depending on her, but then quickly retracts, shouting no, overseer. His voice rings out again, a desperate plea for her to wait. As if to physically halt her, a hand reaches out, adorned with a distinctive bracelet, attempting to grasp at something just out of reach. An official in a pristine office confirms that the dungeon had not revealed any hidden conditions, before adding that it now seems to have changed, despite no apparent alterations. He explains that it remains a permanent type dungeon, but all hunters who entered it as a regular dungeon have had their memories erased, leaving no one with any recollection of the event. Another official, looking troubled, expresses his desire to help, but admits there is nothing he can do given the stories he has heard. A heavy sigh escapes him, the weight of the situation clearly pressing down. Meanwhile, Ryan sits alone on a bench, her long dark hair cascading around her, her gaze fixed downwards in deep contemplation. She questions whether she should simply be satisfied that no one was physically harmed. Her expression remains somber, reflecting the weight of her thoughts. Approaching him with a soft greeting, Ryan asks if he needs anything. Startled by her sudden presence, Hyunmoo Kang can only manage a surprised, "What?" She observes his uneasy demeanor, inquiring if he is all right, noting that he doesn't seem well. He looks away, dismissing her concern with a hesitant, "Ah, it's nothing like that," before she reiterates her initial question. Her gaze sharpens, as she continues, "I was wondering if you took care of it." The word hangs in the air, the goblin. A nervous hum escapes him as he avoids her direct gaze. He shifts uncomfortably, a soft rustling sound accompanying his movement. Finally, he admits, "Yes, well, I did find it, but I couldn't recognize it at all." He looks around the training area, a sudden realization dawning on him. The goblin he found, he recalls, was already dismembered by the time he arrived, a grim sight that still bothers him. Standing amidst the rubble of the changed dungeon, Ryan listens intently as Hyunmoo recounts the disturbing details. Holding a small, tattered hat, she muses that it seems the other goblin was also injured and attacked by someone else. Though she's taken the hat as evidence, she believes more time is needed to thoroughly investigate. A soft smile graces her lips as she realizes she forgot to properly thank him for his help. Extending his hand in a gesture of reassurance, Hyunmoo simply tells her she did a good job. She looks down, acknowledging that he almost lost some fingers, but thanks to her, he didn't, and she reiterates her gratitude for his assistance. He listens, a thoughtful expression settling on his face, processing her words. She turns to him, a question lingering on her lips, asking if he believes he can enter a 2-star dungeon with his current skills. Considering the goblin they had just faced, he wouldn't be surprised if it had come from a 3-star dungeon. If that were the case, she would answer without hesitation, but his skills had genuinely surprised her. She then asks if he was a hunter who broke the rules, to which he quickly denies, prompting her to wonder if he simply grew stronger within the dungeon's restrictions. He offers a hesitant, "Yes, well." His feet remain planted on the ground, as he holds a small, glowing green orb in his hand, confirming her inference. She then asks if he possesses a class specializing in stealth, causing him to question if she's trying to dig up dirt on him. She quickly reassures him that it's not like that, apologizing if her tone sounded accusatory. He stands in what is described as a 1-star dungeon, overseen by an unknown entity, reflecting on how he had never used his full abilities in front of others. Then, a crucial thought emerges. Ryan, meanwhile, had hoped he would visit her at her lab, the Great Unknown. The important fact, he considers, is that this skilled individual decided to enter a dungeon, which could only mean he was looking for a clan to join. A document confirms his skills, stating he is as capable as an overseer, as long as he isn't part of a clan. A slight smile plays on his lips as he looks up, having made a decision. Standing before Ryan, he states that he needs a little more time to think before making a final decision. Ryan, looking down in thought, questions his hesitation, reminding him that he'll need help to clear the dungeons, but he counters that he's been fine on his own until now, and finds dealing with other people a hassle. She tries to interject, asking if it wouldn't be wise to accept the offered assistance. Hyunmoo Kang's thoughts drift, pondering the implications of rancors in the grand scheme of things. As a voice, perhaps his own internal monologue, asserts, "I'll be expecting a positive report from you soon." He offers a faint, almost wistful smile, his expression softening against the backdrop of a warm, fading sky. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a bustling office, where a man in a crisp suit hurries down a hallway, his footsteps echoing with a rapid tack-tack as he clutches a clipboard. He continues his brisk pace, the rhythmic tack-tack of his shoes marking his determined progress through the brightly lit corridor. His gaze fixes on a door marked Leader Office, a silent thought forming in his mind as he approaches. Inside, a woman with glasses sits diligently at a computer, the soft tock-tock of her keyboard filling the quiet office. Her focused work is suddenly interrupted by a voice calling out, "Miss," causing her to look up with a startled expression as the tock-tock of her typing ceases. A sharp knock echoes through the office, interrupting the woman at her desk as a man in a crisp suit bursts in, calling out to her. Annoyed by the sudden intrusion, she questions his urgency, demanding to know what could possibly be so important that he couldn't wait for a response. The man, however, remains resolute, his expression grim as he delivers the news. They have just received a positive report. Her annoyance quickly shifts to surprise, a single word escaping her lips. He continues, explaining that they are still assessing the rank of the individual in question, the words hanging over her untouched coffee cup. With a determined glint in his eye, the suited man elaborates on the subject of his previous discussions with her, the one who operates alone, whose potential they are still trying to gauge, unless, of course, it's a 5-star case. He reassures her, his voice firm, that he won't waste her time. The woman, still processing the implications of his words, looks on with a mixture of confusion and growing intrigue. A heavy silence settles over the office, the weight of the unspoken possibilities hanging between them. Still processing the unusual report, the director questions if it could simply be a machine error. Her agent, however, assures her that they had meticulously checked every detail, confirming everything was in perfect working order. He reiterates that they had even investigated potential drug usage and questioned the overseer, leaving no stone unturned. Taking off her glasses, the director lets out a soft sigh, the weight of the information settling upon her. The agent continues, explaining that a D-class or C-class case wouldn't warrant his attention, but this particular situation was different, hinting at something far more significant. Looking up with a mix of concern and confusion, she asks how she is even supposed to respond to such an unprecedented report. Just then, another agent rushes in, holding a document and announcing, "Ma'am, we just got this from the Kong Hyunmoo user management." The first agent, now holding the new report, gestures towards the director and instructs, "Center, take a look." The document clearly displays a profile with the startling question, "Kong Hyunmoo is the same person?" She listens intently as her agent begins to explain how an unknown party had just contacted them, offering a substantial sum. They had promised $1 million in cash as a donation, should the agency release information on the results prior to the official report. Her eyes widening slightly, the director demands to know the name of the individual in question. Both the agent and the director share a moment of stunned silence before the agent finally reveals the name, Kong Hyunmoo. To his surprise, the director simply instructs him to ignore the offer. She turns away, dismissing the matter with a wave of her hand, leaving the agent bewildered by her casual rejection of such a large sum, $1 million in cash. The director, however, remains unperturbed, her expression unreadable. The agent, engrossed in his tablet, is startled by a sudden call. Her voice sharp and commanding, the director points to the profile of Kong Hyunmoo on the screen, demanding, "Go and investigate this Kong Hyunmoo person. His blood type, where he lived, his past life, everything," she adds with stern emphasis, "and make sure everything stays confidential." The agent, processing the sudden shift in priority, inquires, "And what about the official report?" Her finger hovering over the tablet, the director decisively states, "Until we get him, postpone it." With a final, sweeping gesture, she orders, "Everyone, start moving." Her subordinates respond in unison, already rushing out of the office, their footsteps echoing as they comply. Left alone, the director gazes out the window, the name lingering on her lips, a silent contemplation of Kong Hyunmoo. Her gaze sharpens, a single question echoing in the silence, as she ponders the true identity of the man who has captured her attention. Meanwhile, a sudden, piercing call of his name jolts Kong Hyunmoo from his peaceful bath, his eyes snapping open in alarm. Around his left eye, dark, intricate markings begin to appear, a strange pattern emerging as if from within. A chilling shwick sound accompanies the sudden materialization of a gas-masked figure, its form wreathed in swirling steam. Hyunmoo stares, speechless and wide-eyed, at the unexpected intruder. A sudden, intense cold washes over him, leaving him shivering as the mystery deepens.